early dinosaurs emerged during the late Triassic period, around 230 million years ago, in what is now South America. They evolved from a group of reptiles known as archosaurs, which also gave rise to pterosaurs and crocodilians. This period was marked by significant changes in ecosystems and climate, providing a context for the diversification of many reptile groups, including the first dinosaurs. Their rise is closely linked to the decline of many other reptilian groups during the Triassic-Jurassic extinction events, which cleared ecological niches that dinosaurs then occupied. Biologically, early dinosaurs were relatively small and bipedal, a body plan that provided advantages in mobility and adaptability. They were diverse in their dietary habits, with early forms including both carnivorous and herbivorous species. This adaptability in feeding strategies allowed them to exploit a variety of ecological niches. Their emergence was a product of evolutionary innovation, adaptability, and the ability to capitalize on ecological opportunities in the wake of mass extinctions and environmental changes. Their early success set the stage for the incredible diversity and dominance of dinosaurs in the Mesozoic era. Classifying dinosaurs within the clade Ornithocelida has gained relevance due to recent phylogenetic studies that challenge the traditional division of Dinosauria into Saurischia and Ornithischia. Recent studies, such as the one by Barron, Norman, and Barrett in 2017, suggest that theropods, traditionally Saurischians, are more closely related to Ornithischians than to sauropodomorphs. This reorganization forms the clade Ornithocelida, which includes theropods and ornithischians, while placing sauropodomorphs separately. Traditional classifications relied heavily on the structure of the pelvis. Saurischians were lizard-hipped, and ornithischians were bird-hipped. However, detailed analyses of pelvic structures and other skeletal features reveal that theropods and ornithischians share more similarities with each other than with sauropodomorphs. The reclassification helps explain certain evolutionary pathways and dietary adaptations. For example, both theropods and ornithischians exhibit diverse feeding strategies and dental adaptations, suggesting a shared evolutionary lineage that experimented with different ecological niches. The term Ornithocelida dates back to the 19th century when it was first proposed by Thomas Henry Huxley. Reviving this term reflects a return to earlier, albeit now more rigorously tested, hypotheses about dinosaur relationships. Lagosuchus, based on its incomplete holotype skeleton, was a lightly built archosaur with long, slender legs, well-developed feet, and short forelimbs, indicating it was an agile biped. It does possess some traits suggesting that it was a probable dinosauriform, closely related to dinosaurs. Gregory Paul estimated its weight at about 170 grams, akin to a weasel, while Thomas Holtz suggested a length of 50 centimeters and a weight similar to a pigeon. The vertebrae and forelimbs show similarities to Mesozoic but have distinct features such as shorter ulna and different vertebral structures. The pelvis and hind limbs resemble Mesozoic, with an elongated femur, strong nemial crest, and elongated metatarsals. These characteristics suggest that Lagosuchus was transitional forms between cold-blooded reptiles and warm-blooded dinosaurs. Known only from a partial skull and a few pieces of its skeleton, Pisanosaurus was a 1-meter-long animal usually considered to be the earliest known member of the Ornithischian dinosaurs, but some recent studies have thrown that into question, suggesting that it might not even be a dinosaur at all. Instead, it may have been a member of the Silesaurids, Triassic dinosauriforms that were close cousins to the dinosaurs but not quite true members of the group. Small and lightly built, Silesaurids had long front limbs and may have been at least partially quadrupedal, and some showed evidence of herbivory with beaks at the tips of their snouts. If the oldest ornithischian is actually a dinosauriform, we're left with no fossil record for ornithischians until the start of the Jurassic. And that brings back up the controversial question of where they actually originated. Saltopus is known only from a single partial skeleton lacking the skull but including parts of the vertebral column, forelimbs, pelvis and hind limbs. These parts are mainly preserved as impressions or natural casts in sandstone, with very little bone material present. It was about the size of a domestic cat, roughly 1 meter long, with hollow bones like those of birds and other dinosaurs. It likely weighed around 500 grams. Most of its length was due to its tail, and it had 5-fingered hands with the 4th and 5th fingers reduced in size. A large phylogenetic analysis of early dinosaurs and dinosauromorphs recovered Saltopus near the base of the dinosaur lineage, suggesting that it may represent the closest relative of true dinosaurs. Luasuchus lived in what is now northwest Argentina during the late Triassic. It was about 1 meter long and was an early member of the Silesaurids. Much like its later Silesaurid relatives, it had a long neck and slender limbs and was probably mainly quadrupedal, with the ability to briefly run bipedally to escape threats. Its serrated teeth suggest it was carnivorous, likely feeding on smaller vertebrates and abundant insects found in the same fossil beds. Uniquely for an early dinosauriform, it also had a single row of bony osteoderms running along its spine. No other early dinosaur precursors with osteoderms are currently known, so Luasuchus likely independently re-evolved this feature. Acylosaurus is known from a relatively large number of fossils, providing important insights into Silesaurid evolution and the origin of dinosaurs. Unique features, such as a lack of teeth at the front of the premaxilla and a downturned, toothless lower jaw tip, suggest it had a small beak. It was fairly basal among Silesaurids, retaining some dinosaur-like features absent in advanced Silesaurids, as well as primitive features contrasting with dinosaurs. Discovered in 2007 and described in 2010, its name means ancestor lizard in Swahili and Greek. Acylosaurus was lightly built, likely quadrupedal, and estimated to be 1 to 3 meters long and 1 meter high at the hips. Its beak and peg-like teeth, indicating an omnivorous or herbivorous diet. Eucoelophysis is known from several postcranial elements found in the Petrified Forest Formation in New Mexico. Initially thought to be a coelophysoid dinosaur, its hind limb anatomy excludes it from Neotheropoda and Dinosauria. Key features, such as the absence of an oblique ligament groove on the femoral head and a low nemial crest, support this exclusion. Cladistic analysis reclassified Eucoelophysis as a non-dinosaurian dinosauriform. This makes it the youngest known non-dinosaurian dinosauriform, coexisting with early dinosaurs during the Norean period. Silesaurus measured approximately 2.3 meters in length and was likely a fast and agile animal with a narrow snout, forward-pointing nostrils, and large orbits for acute vision. Initially thought to be strictly herbivorous, later research indicated it may have been insectivorous, with coprolite evidence suggesting a diet including beetles. The animal had small, conical, and serrated teeth irregularly spaced in its jaws, and a toothless dentary tip likely covered by a keratinous beak. A 2014 study suggested herbivory based on tooth microwear, though omnivory could not be ruled out. A 2019 study supported the idea of an insectivorous diet, proposing that Silesaurus used its beak-like jaws to peck small insects off the ground. Silesaurus and other silesaurids were generally considered quadrupedal, but evidence also suggested it retained the ability for fast bipedal running due to its long tail and gracile forelimbs. Shindosaurus has been challenging to classify, with its position at the base of the Saurischian family tree varying in different studies. Initially thought to be a prosauropod upon its discovery in 1984, it was later described as a heterosaurid in 1995, a classification supported by many paleontologists. However, some researchers have argued that Shindosaurus is a probable basal saurischian dinosaur, noting its shared characteristics with various basal saurischian lineages and the resemblance of its medially expanded brevis shelf to that of pseudosaucians. Despite the incompleteness of its skeletal anatomy, the holotype specimen, which might not be fully grown, shows traits indicating a post-juvenile stage. Despite being an early dinosaur, Staurikosaurus was relatively small, measuring about 2 meters in length and weighing around 30 kilograms. It had a lightweight, agile build, indicating it was a fast and active predator. It had a long, slender body with a flexible tail that likely helped with balance and agility. Its hind limbs were well developed for running, while its forelimbs were shorter but strong, potentially used for grasping prey. Initially thought to be a theropod, Staurikosaurus's classification has been debated. Recent studies suggest it is a basal saurischian, closely related to sauropodomorphs. Staurikosaurus is significant for its mix of primitive and advanced features. It helps paleontologists understand the early stages of dinosaur evolution, particularly the development of bipedalism and the diversification of early saurischian dinosaurs. The holotype skeleton of Nephthovirax is so well preserved that researchers were able to create a digital endocast of its brain. It had a large floccular fossa lobe of the cerebellum, a brain region typically associated with motor control of the eyes, head and neck, suggesting an active predatory lifestyle. This is why it is reduced in later sauropodomorphs but remains prominent in most theropods. The soft tissue data from Nephthovirax supports evidence of carnivory in heterosaurids, such as their tooth and claw structure. Analysis indicates that while the tooth proportions of heterosaurids and basal carnivorous sauropodomorphs slightly overlap with those of theropods, they do not overlap with each other. It is inferred that during the Carnian stage of the Triassic, heterosaurids occupied large predatory niches, while small basal sauropodomorphs occupied small carnivorous and omnivorous niches. After their extinction, theropods became the dominant predators, leading sauropodomorphs to evolve into larger, more herbivorous forms. Heterosaurus was a lightly built, bipedal carnivore with a long tail and a relatively small head. Adults could reach up to 6 meters in length and weigh around 350 kilograms. Its strong hind limbs and long feet suggest it was a swift runner, while its tail helped balance the body. The forelimbs were less than half the length of the hind limbs, with the first 2 fingers and thumb ending in curved claws for grasping prey. Its skeletal anatomy displayed traits from different dinosaur groups and some non-dinosaurian archosaurs. For example, it had a saurischian-like pelvis but a partially open bony acetabulum and a backwards-pointing pubis. The skull resembled those of primitive archosaurs more than later dinosaurs. Heterosaurus was likely a predator of small and medium-sized plant-eaters and possibly preyed upon by larger rauisuchians. Coprolites assigned to Heterosaurus show it could digest bone. Comparisons of its scleral rings with modern birds and reptiles suggest it was cathemeral, active throughout the day at short intervals. Although no stress fractures were found in its hand and foot bones, bite marks on a skull indicate non-lethal fights with other Heterosaurus. One of the earliest known dinosaurs and one of the earliest sauropodomorphs, Eoraptor lived during the late Triassic in the region that is now northwestern Argentina. It was a small, lightly built dinosaur measuring 1.3 meters in length and weighing around 10 kilograms. It had a lightly built skull with a kink between the maxilla and premaxilla, and a mid-mandibular joint in the lower jaw. Eoraptor was a swift runner with long hind limbs and hollow long bones, and it had 5 digits on each hand, with the 3 longest ending in large claws for handling prey. The dinosaur had a mix of serrated, recurved teeth and leaf-shaped teeth, indicating an omnivorous diet, and it lacked a sliding joint in the lower jaw for holding large prey. Furthermore, only some of its teeth were curved and saw-edged, unlike those in the mouths of later theropods. The heterodont dentition of Eoraptor consists of both serrated, recurved teeth in the upper jaw, like the teeth of theropods, and leaf-shaped teeth in the lower jaw, like the teeth of basal sauropodomorphs. It had 4 teeth in the premaxilla and 18 teeth in the maxilla, a dental formula not dissimilar to that of Herrerasaurus. Saturnalia was a small, bipedal animal that probably reached a length of 1.5 meters and weighed between 4 and 11 kilograms. The skull of Saturnalia was only about 10 centimeters long, giving it a proportionally small head as in other sauropodomorphs. The neck was moderately long and was composed of 9 or 10 vertebrae. Like many other early dinosaurs, but unlike later sauropodomorphs, Saturnalia was most likely carnivorous or omnivorous, with a diet that included insects or small vertebrates. Its small head and long neck may have allowed it to move its head rapidly enough to catch small, elusive prey. The highly basal nature of Saturnalia, combined with its mixture of sauropodomorph and theropod characteristics, has made it difficult to classify. Panphagia fills an important gap in sauropod evolution. It resembled the early dinosaur Eoraptor more than later giant sauropods like Apatosaurus or Brachiosaurus, but it is clearly a sauropodomorph. It shares similarities with another early sauropodomorph, Saturnalia, indicating an early stage of sauropod evolution. This suggests that the sauropod lineage originated earlier than previously thought and hints at the existence of even older dinosaurs. The teeth of Panphagia indicate a possible omnivorous diet, transitional in form between the mostly carnivorous theropods and the herbivorous sauropodomorphs. The teeth in the back of the jaw are shorter than those in the front, are leaf-shaped, and also have more marked serrations. Guibosaurus is the most enigmatic of the Saurischian taxa. The study provides a detailed anatomical revision of all specimens originally referred to this species, including its type series and a recently excavated partial postcranium. Despite originating from different sites, these specimens share unique traits and at least one possible autapomorphic feature of the pelvis, supporting the species' uniqueness. More recent cladistic analyses have disagreed on the placement of Guibosaurus. Some analyses have found it to be a basal theropod, while others consider it a basal sauropodomorph. Other members of Guibosauridae are generally considered to be very basal sauropodomorphs, and may or may not form a clade with Guibosaurus. Named for the location of its discovery, the Pantwyphyn quarry in Wales, this early sauropodomorph lived at the very end of the Triassic about 209 to 201 million years ago. It's only known from a partial juvenile skeleton, probably around 1.5 meters long in life, but the full adult size is unknown. Unlike the later quadrupedal plant-eating sauropods, Pantodraco was bipedal and may have been omnivorous. And while we know some of its more famous giant relatives were definitely scaly-skinned, with the increasing evidence for fuzz being ancestral to all dinosaurs, it's not too much of a stretch to think these basal prosauropods were still fluffy. From the fragmentary remains of Thecodontosaurus, most of the skeleton can be reconstructed, except for the front of the skull. This dinosaur's hands and feet each had 5 digits, and the hands were long and rather narrow, with an extended claw on each. This dinosaur's front limbs were much shorter than the legs, and its tail was much longer than the head, neck and body put together. On average, it was 1.2 meters long, 0 centimeters tall, and weighed 11 kilograms. The small size has been explained as an instance of insular dwarfism. Examination of Thecodontosaurus revealed it was exclusively bipedal. Studies of the muscle attachments in its fore and hind limbs suggest that it was an extremely fast bipedal runner that relied on its weaker front limbs for grasping vegetation, cutting it up and feeding it into its mouth. Like most early dinosaurs, Unnesaurus was relatively small, and walked on two legs. It was only 2.5 meters long, 70 to 80 centimeters tall, and weighed about 70 kilograms. In 2023, Muller and colleagues described the remains of a juvenile specimen of Unnesaurus that was found associated with the holotype. It was found in the south of Brazil, which at the time was connected to northwest Africa. The whole world was united into the great supercontinent of Pangaea, which was just starting to divide into Laurasia in the north, and Gondwana in the south. It is one of the most complete dinosaur skeletons ever recovered in Brazil. Plateosaurus, discovered in 1834 by Johann Friedrich Engelhardt and described by Hermann von Meyer in 1837, was the fifth named dinosaur genus still regarded as valid. Although described before Richard Owen named Dinosauria in 1842, Plateosaurus was not used to define the group due to its poor initial understanding. It is now among the best-known dinosaurs, with over 100 skeletons found, some nearly complete. The abundance of fossils in Swabia, in Germany, has led to its nickname, Swabian lindworm. This bipedal herbivore had a small skull on a long, flexible neck, plant-crushing teeth, powerful hind limbs and short but muscular arms with grasping hands and large claws, possibly used for defense and feeding. Unlike most dinosaurs, it exhibited strong developmental plasticity, with fully grown individuals ranging from 5 to 10 meters in length and weighing between 600 and 4,000 kilograms. They typically lived for 12 to 20 years, though the maximum lifespan remains unknown. Despite the abundance and quality of fossil material, Plateosaurus was long misunderstood. Early theories about its biology, posture and behavior often conflicted with geological and paleontological evidence. Since 1980, detailed studies of its taxonomy, taphonomy, biomechanics and paleobiology have significantly altered the interpretation of Plateosaurus, providing a clearer understanding of this dinosaur's life and characteristics. Mesospondylus was a mid-sized sauropodomorph dinosaur, around 4 meters in length and weighing approximately 1,000 kilograms. It had a slender body, a long neck, and a small head, typical of early sauropodomorphs. The forelimbs were half the length of the hind limbs but quite powerful, with a large thumb claw likely used for feeding or defense. It exhibited little variation in growth rate, unlike its close relative Plateosaurus, and likely grew at a steady rate throughout its life. Studies suggest that it was herbivorous or omnivorous, with cranial characteristics and tooth shapes similar to those of modern herbivorous reptiles. Gastroliths found with some specimens indicate they may have used stones to aid in digestion. Initially thought to be quadrupedal, more recent research suggests Mesospondylus was primarily bipedal due to the limited range of motion in its forelimbs. Like all early sauropodomorphs, Lophengosaurus had much longer hind limbs than forelimbs and was probably bipedal. It was herbivorous, although it had sharp claws, with an especially large thumb claw, and teeth. These features have been used to support claims, the most recent by Cooper in 1981, that Lophengosaurus may have been at least partially omnivorous, but the sharp teeth witnessed in Lophengosaurus and other early sauropodomorphs are similar to those seen in iguanian lizards, which are herbivorous. Alternatively, the claws may have been used for defense or raking foliage from trees. Embryos of this genus also represent the earliest evidence of vertebrate soft tissue preservation. Glacialosaurus is known from the Hansen Formation, which is one of only two major dinosaur-bearing rock formations found on Antarctica. The specimens were discovered in tufaceous siltstone deposited in the early Jurassic. This geological formation is part of the Victoria Group of the Transantarctic Mountains, which is approximately 4,000 meters above sea level. The high altitude of this site supports the idea that early Jurassic Antarctica had forests populated by a diverse range of species, at least along the coast. The Hansen Formation was deposited in an active volcanotectonic rift system formed during the breakup of the supercontinent Gondwana. Models of Jurassic air flow indicate that coastal areas probably never dropped much below freezing, although more extreme conditions existed inland. Known plants include Chirolepidation conifers or Equisetites horsetails that have also been found or are similar to plants found in other early Jurassic sites that represent warm climates. Basal sauropodomorphs like Glacialosaurus were the first very large dinosaurs and, due to their height, the first herbivores to high browse. Cetad was a sauropodomorph from the Pliensbachian age of the early Jurassic, anywhere between 192 and 184 million years ago. It is known from a partial skeleton, but the skull is still unknown. It was found in the Navajo sandstone of the Glen Canyon Group near Comb Ridge, San Juan County, Utah. It is one of the few North American sauropodomorphs known, and it may have been buried in a landslide from a collapsing sand dune, leading to its name meaning. It was an herbivore, about 4.5 meters long. Digesting plant matter is a much more intensive biochemical process than digesting meat. Anchisaurus swallowed gastroliths to help break down the food in its stomach. Herbivorous dinosaurs needed a huge gut. Since this had to be positioned in front of the pelvis, balancing on two legs became increasingly difficult, as dinosaurs became larger and they gradually evolved into the quadrupedal position that characterizes the later sauropods such as Diplodocus. Prosauropods represented a middle phase between the earliest bipedal herbivores and the later giant sauropods. It had fewer and more widely spaced teeth than true prosauropods. Anchisaurus would have spent most of its time on four legs but could have reared up on its hind legs to reach higher plants. As a facultative biped, it had to have multi-purpose front legs. As hands, they could be turned inwards and be used for grasping. It had a simple reversible first finger, similar to a thumb. This unspecialized design is typical of the early dinosaurs. Mosaurus fossils, discovered alongside nests with multiple eggs, reveal that infants were about 20 centimeters long. Juvenile had distinctive proportions, with tall skulls, short snouts, and large eyes, which are typical of species that receive parental care in their early life stages. Adults of Mosaurus were expected to have longer snouts and necks, typical of early sauropodomorphs. As of 2021, Mosaurus is recognized for providing the earliest definitive evidence of complex social behavior in dinosaurs, with over 100 eggs and the remains of 80 individuals, from embryos to adults, found at a single site. This discovery predates previous records of herd-living dinosaurs by at least 40 million years. Growth studies from May 2019 indicate that Mosaurus likely walked on all fours as a juvenile. Its body proportions changed as it grew, causing a shift in its center of mass that led to a bipedal stance later in life. Adult Mosaurus weighed between 1.5 metric tons, reaching lengths of up to 8 meters. Melanorosaurus was a later sauropodomorph, a group that includes sauropods and their close relatives, but it was not a true sauropod itself. It was a quadrupedal dinosaur with primitive forelimbs resembling hands, though its hind limbs were sturdy and pillar-like to support its considerable weight. Measuring up to 8 meters long and 2 meters tall, it weighed around 1.3 tons and had a pointed snout with teeth more like earlier prosauropods. The dinosaur had a short neck, long tail and a thick trunk, and its appearance is debated, whether it had fluff or scales. As an herbivore, Melanorosaurus might have occasionally eaten small animals, and it likely lived in herds for protection from predators. It probably fed on low-lying vegetation but could have occasionally reared on its hind limbs to reach higher plants. Sauropod dinosaurs were generally strange animals, but there's something particularly unusual about Atlasaurus. While not the strangest-looking sauropod, its body proportions were remarkably odd, with a slightly larger head, a notably short neck, and exceptionally long, slender legs that accounted for nearly half of its 9 meters height. Its tall shoulders and sloping back closely resemble those of brachiosaurids, leading to initial speculation that it was an early member of that group. However, recent studies suggest it may have belonged to an earlier branch of sauropods known as Triasaurs, indicating that its brachiosaur-like appearance was due to convergent evolution. Other short-necked sauropods seem adapted for feeding on low vegetation a couple of meters off the ground, but Atlasaurus' long legs imply it was a high browser like the brachiosaurids it mimicked. Its long legs might have allowed for faster movement or helped it navigate rough terrain. Yet, since no other sauropod evolved in this manner, Atlasaurus must have had a unique adaptation. Lesomsaurus has been a subject of fascination among paleontologists and enthusiasts alike. Its unique characteristics and early appearance in the dinosaur timeline offer valuable insights into the evolution of these animals. With a long neck and herbivorous habits, it is considered one of the earlier sauropodomorphs, illustrating the diversity of dinosaur life even in the distant past. Its material reveals an unusual combination of plesiomorphic character states present in many non-eusauropod sauropodomorphs together with derived characters that suggest affinities with eusauropods and related taxa. Antitonitrus may have measured 8 to 10 meters in length and around 2 meters in hip height, with a body mass of 6 tons. Its neural arches were not fused with the centra, suggesting it was not fully grown. It exhibited several advanced sauropod features but retained some primitive traits, such as a flexible thumb capable of grasping. Unlike its smaller, lightly built ancestors, Antitonitrus was primarily quadrupedal with adaptations for increased body size, such as broader wrist bones and an elliptical femur cross-section. Its fossils were recovered from the early Jurassic Upper Elliott Formation, making it one of the oldest known sauropods. Early sauropods were widespread due to the supercontinent Pangaea, facilitating global dispersal. Legomahadi was likely a quadruped, as determined by analysis of the circumference of its humerus and femur compared to those of other dinosaurs. It would have had very large, robust forelimbs, consistent with those of its relatives. Unlike those of later sauropods, these limbs were naturally flexed, as opposed to being purely columnar. At its time in the early Jurassic epoch, Legomahadi is thought to have been the largest land animal that had ever lived. At the age of 14 years, it is estimated to have reached a maximum size of around 12 tons in body mass, significantly larger than its relatives. Initially, sauropods were thought to be mainly aquatic, inhabiting lush peat swamps and being captive to the buoyancy of water to support their giant body weights. In 1984, Cooper pointed out that Vulcanodon, the most primitive sauropod known at that time, lived in a desert-like environment and therefore must have been terrestrial. This indicated that the large body size of sauropods, as already seen in Vulcanodon, had not evolved as an adaptation to an aquatic lifestyle. As one of the earliest and basalmost sauropods, it is important for understanding the early evolution of this group. Sauropods descend from basal sauropodomorphs, which were primitively bipedal. While Vulcanodon already was fully quadrupedal, its limb proportions were intermediate between those of its prosauropod ancestors and those of later, more derived sauropods. Spinophorosaurus that lived in Niger during the Middle Jurassic period. Excavated in the 2000, the first two specimens were brought to Europe, digitally replicated, and 3D printed, representing one of the most complete basal sauropod skeletons. Estimated at 14 meters in length and weighing about 7 tons, Spinophorosaurus had a unique combination of primitive and advanced sauropod features, such as spatulate teeth and air-filled vertebrae. Initially thought to have tail spikes, these were later identified as clavicles. Its anatomy and location suggest significant developments in sauropod evolution occurred in North Africa. Spinophorosaurus retained a large vestibular apparatus, which may be linked to neck length and mobility, emphasizing vision and coordinated movements, although the exact reason remains uncertain. Although a very early and unspecialized sauropod, Barapasaurus shows the building plan typical for later, more derived sauropods. The cervical vertebrae were elongated, resulting in a long neck. The trunk was short and holds columnar limbs which indicate an obligate quadrupedal posture. Even the size, which is estimated at approximately 14 meters long and 7 tons in weight, is comparable with that of later sauropods. The vertebral column already shows many traits that are typical for later sauropods which allowed them to attain great body sizes, although in later sauropods these traits are much more developed. From the skull, only 3 whole teeth and 3 crowns are known. The largest known tooth is 6 centimeters in height. Like that of later sauropods, the teeth are spoon-shaped and show wrinkled enamel. A basal trait is the coarse serration. Rhedosaurus was an average-sized sauropod, reaching up to 15 meters in length and weighing about 9 tons. Named after the Greek giant Rhedos, it was similar in size to Wyntonototon from Queensland's late Cretaceous. It had primitive features but also some advanced characteristics like hollow cavities in its bones and elongated neck vertebrae. It had a combination of unique features, including solid anterior vertebrae, robust neural spines and a large neural canal in the anterior caudal. Found in the Middle Jurassic Hutton sandstone near Roma, Rhedosaurus lived in a lush, humid environment with Araucaria conifers and other vegetation. As a browsing herbivore, it likely fed on conifers and ferns, and could walk at speeds of up to 15 kilometers per hour. Shunosaurus was first estimated to be 11 meters long, later and more complete finds indicated a somewhat smaller size. It was very short-necked for a sauropod. The skulls found are mostly compressed or disarticulated and the interpretation of the head form has varied from broad, short and deep to extremely narrow and pointed. The upper and lower jaws were strongly curved upwards, allowing them to function as a pair of garden shears. Its neck length indicates that Shunosaurus was a low browser. Published in 1989 was the discovery that the tail ended in a club, equipped on its top with 2 successive spikes formed by cone-shaped osteoderms with a length of 5 centimeters. The club was probably used to fend off predators. The form of its jaws is well adapted to processing large amounts of coarse plant material. Shunosaurus accounts for 90% of the fossils found in the Deschampou fauna, showing it was a dominant and/or common member of its habitat and environment. Jabaria was a primitive sauropod, about 18 meters long and estimated to weigh about 22 tons. Its backbone and tail were simple compared to the complex vertebrae and whiplash tail of the later North America sauropods Diplodocus. It may also have been able to rear up on its hind legs, as Paul Sereno concluded, after comparing the ratios of humerus and femur circumferences in Jabaria to extant elephants. The weight distribution of Jabaria indicates that it was supported by the rear limbs rather than the forelimbs and is speculated that as elephants can rear up, then it would have been able to more easily. Zby atlanticus, a sauropod dinosaur from the late Jurassic of Portugal. It was a close relative of Triasaurus, the largest dinosaur currently known from Europe, and although Zby itself wasn't quite so enormous, it was still pretty big, probably measuring somewhere around 15 to 19 meters long. All the sauropods known from late Jurassic Portugal seem to have grown to very large adult sizes. The complete lack of medium or small form suggests that other types of herbivorous dinosaurs may have dominated the region's lower browsing niches at the time. Discovered in England in the early 1840s, Dinosaurs was initially mistaken for a massive marine reptile, hence its name meaning whale lizard. It was only identified as a dinosaur a couple of decades later, and in the 1870s, more complete sauropod discoveries in North America led to its recognition as a long-necked dinosaur. Dinosaurs quickly became a wastebasket taxon, with fragmentary fossils from various locations lumped under its name, resulting in nearly 20 dubious species by the end of the 20th century. A major revision in the early 2000s determined that only one species, Dinosaurus oxoniensis from mid-Jurassic England, was valid. It has a small head atop a long neck, a chunky four-legged body with mitten-like forefeet and three-clawed hind feet, and a long tapering tail. Since Patagosaurus is known from many specimens, including at least one juvenile, its anatomy and growth are fairly well understood. Both ages exhibit the typical features of a sauropod, a long neck, small head, a long tail and being quadrupedal. The juvenile exhibits features different from the adult in regions like the mandible, pectoral girdle, pelvis and hind limb, although overall their anatomy is quite similar. The many known specimens help fill in gaps in the anatomy of the genus, such as the forelimb and skull. The teeth are reminiscent of more derived sauropods. They are similar in morphology to Euhelipus, being concave on one side as well as having crowns with fairly great expansions. Dinosaurus was about 15 meters long and herbivorous. It had a deep large skull for a sauropod. The rarity of its fossils suggests that it may not have been as social as other sauropods, which are often preserved in large numbers in a single deposit. Dinosaurus and Shunosaurus were both closely related animals with similar anatomies. However, Dinosaurus's elongated vertebrae gave it a higher reach and its teeth were more spoon-shaped. This may be a sign that these contemporaries fed on different plants or at different heights in the trees. This strategy may have reduced competition between the two genera. A similar pattern of height difference possibly associated with feeding behaviors is found in the diplodocids. Omisaurus was a long-necked herbivorous dinosaur that lived in herds around 168 to 163 million years ago. It likely had a very large appetite, possibly consuming up to 1 ton of plants each day. It had a very long neck that helped it to grasp foliage, a rounded body, giving it a small surface area compared to its volume. This helped it to keep warm by reducing heat loss. Omisaurus was formerly assigned to Euhelopodidae. However, it and other Jurassic sauropods from Asia formerly assigned to Euhelopodidae are now placed in the separate family Mamenchisauridae, which is more basal in Sauropoda. The neck posture and feeding strategies of sauropod dinosaurs is a controversial topic. Andreas Christian and colleagues analyzed the neck of Mamenchisaurid like Chuangosaurus and found that when articulated in a neutral posture, the neck was almost straight, with a slight upward bend at the base and a slight downward bend towards the head. The base of the neck has comparatively high upward flexibility but limited downward flexibility. The region near the head had better downward flexibility and low upward flexibility. In the mid-region, downward flexibility was high, which led the authors to conclude that it frequently fed at low levels. Long overlapping cervical ribs may have limited flexibility. The authors also estimated the stress on the intervertebral joint cartilage. Their results suggest the neck was kept mostly straight, with the possible exception of the neck base and near the head. Mamenchisaurus is renowned for its exceptionally long neck, which could make up half of its total body length. The neck had 19 vertebrae, which is more than most other sauropods. It was one of the largest sauropods, with some species estimated to reach lengths of up to 35 meters and weigh as much as 60 tons. Despite its long neck, the vertebrae of Mamenchisaurus were relatively light because they were filled with air sacs. This adaptation reduced the weight of the neck, making it easier for the dinosaur to support and maneuver. The cervical ribs were unusually long and overlapped multiple vertebrae. These ribs likely provided extra support and helped stabilize the long neck. The long neck allowed it to access a wide range of vegetation without moving its massive body, making it an efficient feeder in its Jurassic environment. Some species had a bony club at the end of their tail, possibly used for defense against predators. Like many other large sauropods, Mamenchisaurus had pneumatic bones, which not only made its skeleton lighter but also might have played a role in its respiratory system, akin to modern birds. Evidence suggests that Mamenchisaurus might have lived and moved in herds, which would have provided protection against predators and facilitated social interactions. Xinjiang titan was also one of the longest known sauropods, measuring 32 meters long and weighing up to 40 tons. It was diagnosed based on the following traits: the presence of a ventral keel on the penultimate cervical centrum that forms a small semicircular process under the distal articular facet. Both cervical vertebrae are relatively elongated, the sacrocostal yoke except the first sacral rib, and an extremely robust femur. The series of dorsal vertebrae has a length of 3.5 meters. Rebecosaurus was a diplodocoid sauropod from the mid-Cretaceous of Morocco. It's estimated to have reached lengths of up to 15 meters and was closely related to several other near-identical sauropods across Africa, Europe, and South America, suggesting that a land connection remained between the separating Africa and South America for much longer than previously thought. It had a tall ridge down its back, formed by high neural spines that were incredibly lightly built, full of air spaces to reduce their weight, but unfortunately this also resulted in the fossilized bones being very fragile, and only a few fragmentary pieces of the full animal have been found. Nigersaurus is known for its highly unusual dental arrangement. It had over 500 teeth arranged in rows within a broad, flat, and square-shaped muzzle. Its teeth were continually replaced throughout its life, with new teeth growing in rows behind the active ones. Its teeth were adapted for ground-level feeding. The structure of its jaws and the arrangement of its teeth suggest that it was a selective browser, likely feeding on soft vegetation close to the ground. It had an unusually wide jaw that was wider than its skull, allowing it to efficiently crop large swaths of vegetation. This adaptation is unique among sauropods and highlights its specialized feeding strategy. Unlike many other sauropods, it had a relatively short neck. This feature, combined with its specialized teeth, suggests it was adapted to feeding on low-lying plants. The skull of Nigersaurus had an unusual orientation, with the teeth pointing directly forward. This is different from other sauropods and underscores its unique feeding adaptations. Only fragmentary remains of Agastinia are known, including parts of the vertebrae, lower hind limb, and a fragmented femur. Initially, its supposed armor plates were interpreted as vertical spikes and plates like those of Stegosaurus, but later studies revealed these were likely fragments of ribs and hip bones. Histological analysis confirmed that the purported osteoderms did not match the internal structure of other titanosaurian osteoderms. The fibula indicates Agastinia may have been about 15 meters long, with a tibia thinner than those of other titanosaurs. The remains are too fragmentary to distinctly separate Agastinia from other sauropods, leading some to consider it a nomen dubium. However, recent studies have upheld its validity based on unique vertebral characteristics. As a member of the Dicreosauridae family, Brachytrachelopin was a close relative of the spiky-necked Amargasaurus and was about the same size, roughly 10 meters long. However, it had the shortest neck of any known sauropod, suggesting it was adapted for a distinct diet compared to other sauropods. Rauhut and colleagues also suggested that diet may have been a limiting factor in body size among Dicreosaurids, and that this may have placed them in the same ecological niche as large low-browsing iguanodontian ornithopods. Such large iguanodontians are absent from the late Jurassic Gondwanan sediments that have produced all known fossils of Dicreosaurids, while they are abundant in similar ecosystems of the same age in North America, where Dicreosaurids are absent. This may indicate that large iguanodontians and Dicreosaurids were ecological analogues, resulting from parallel evolution in two distantly related dinosaurian lineages. Unlike most diplodoctoids, Dicreosaurus had a relatively large head and a short, wide neck with only 12 unusually short vertebrae, suggesting it fed on vegetation no more than 3 meters above the ground. It also lacked the distinctive whiplash tail tip common to other diplodoctoids. Measuring around 15 meters in length and weighing 5 to 6 tons, Dicreosaurus was smaller than many of its relatives but still one of the larger members of Dicreosauridae. Its notable feature is the tall neural spines on its vertebrae, which formed a rough Y shape and likely provided muscle attachment points. It lived alongside fossils of Giraffatidan and Kentrosaurus. Its different size likely meant it browsed at a different vegetation level, reducing competition with other herbivores in its ecosystem. Amargasaurus was a sauropod dinosaur with a very distinctive-looking skeleton, sporting a double row of long bony spines along its neck and back. It was fairly small compared to many other sauropods, with a proportionally short neck compared to its body size. And despite being known from fairly complete skeletal remains, there's still a lot we don't know about this dinosaur, especially what was actually going on with those vertebral spines. While it's sometimes been depicted with skin sails over the spines, for the last couple of decades the general opinion has trended towards them being more likely to have been covered by spiky keratinous horn-like sheaths. But recently that's been brought back into question. A detailed study of the microscopic bone structure of Amargasaurus spines shows no evidence for keratin attachment and instead found textures associated with skin coverings, along with an extensive web of ligaments connecting the spines to each other along each row. Bajitosaurus, like other Dicreosaurids, had elongated and bifurcated neural spines, which were notably longer compared to those of Dicreosaurus, and similar to those of Amargasaurus. These spines might have supported a sail or horny sheaths, serving functions such as display, defense, or thermoregulation. Research by Schwartz and colleagues in 2007 suggested that these spines enclosed an air sac connected to the respiratory system, with a horny sheath possibly covering the upper two-thirds of the spines. Galina and colleagues in 2019 speculated that the spines could have been used for defense against predators, with the horny sheaths potentially breaking off upon impact while protecting the bony core. However, a 2022 study by Serta and colleagues found no evidence of keratinized sheaths and suggested that the spines were likely covered by a sail of skin. Additionally, Bajitosaurus might have had a beak-like structure, inferred from indirect evidence, which could have aided in feeding by reducing jaw stress and providing a cutting edge. Apatosaurus had a relatively long neck, but unlike some other sauropods like Diplodocus, its cervical vertebrae were less elongated and more robust. This structure suggests that Apatosaurus had a sturdy neck, possibly aiding in browsing from a more elevated position compared to others. To support its massive size like other sauropods, it had air sacs within its vertebrae. These air sacs made the bones lighter by creating internal cavities, reducing the overall weight of the skeleton and helping the dinosaur to support its large body more efficiently. The tail was likely used as a whip-like structure. The tail's elongation and robustness suggest it could have been employed for defensive purposes or to create loud noises, similar to other diplodocids. Recent theories also suggest that the tail might have served as a sensory organ. Unlike Diplodocus, which had a more elongated and flexible neck, Apatosaurus had a more robust and shorter neck. This difference indicates variations in feeding strategies and ecological niches between these closely related sauropods. The bones, particularly the vertebrae, were highly vascularized. This feature suggests that the bones were actively growing and that the dinosaur had a well-developed system for maintaining bone health and structure. Its tail was held off the ground during normal locomotion, a trait that possibly helped in maintaining balance and stability. The tail structure suggests it could have been used for various functions, including communication and defense. Brontosaurus is a genus of herbivorous sauropod dinosaur that lived in what is now the United States during the late Jurassic period. Described by Othniel Charles Marsh in 1879, its type species is Excelsus, based on partial skeletons from Como Bluff. For many years, it was thought to be a synonym of Apatosaurus, but a 2015 study confirmed it as a distinct genus. Brontosaurus had a large, long neck, robust cervical vertebrae, and a long tail with a whip-like end. It had short, stout forelimbs and elongated hind limbs, with size estimates showing the largest species reaching up to 22 meters long and weighing 17 tons. Despite its significant representation in popular culture, the taxonomic status of Brontosaurus remains debated, with some scientists still considering it a synonym of Apatosaurus. Supersaurus is one of the largest dinosaurs known, potentially reaching lengths of 33 to 46 meters, with estimates suggesting some specimens could exceed 40 meters. The specimens are estimated to have weighed between 35 and 44 tons. A 2024 study found the Jimbo specimen to be among the oldest known dinosaurs, with an age estimate of 225 years, though this high figure is likely a methodological artifact. The same study found the age of a 33 meters Diplodocus hallorum to be 60 years old, which makes it among the oldest known dinosaurs too, but considered the age of Jimbo to be even greater due to the extensive remodeling of the bone. Diplodocus was a very long dinosaur, with some species reaching lengths of up to 27 meters. It was characterized by its extremely long neck and tail, which contributed to its overall length. Its neck, composed of 15 to 17 elongated cervical vertebrae, was long and slender. Unlike some sauropods with robust necks, Diplodocus had a relatively lightweight and flexible neck, likely used for browsing vegetation high up in trees. It had a whip-like tail that was used for defense or communication. The tail is believed to have been capable of producing a loud noise, akin to a whip, which could serve as a warning to predators or rivals. The vertebrae had extremely elongated and neural spines. These spines gave the appearance of a sail along its back and may have played a role in balance, display, or thermoregulation. It likely fed on conifers and cycads, and its feeding strategy involved sweeping its head from side to gather vegetation. Its long, slender legs were adapted for supporting its massive weight, and its body was built for a slow, deliberate movement. Diplodocus exhibited rapid growth rates during its juvenile years, reaching full size relatively quickly compared to other dinosaurs. Growth studies have shown that it could grow several meters per year during its peak growth periods. Unlike some other sauropods, it lacked armor plates or osteoderms. Its defensive strategy relied more on its sheer size and tail rather than physical armor. Evidence suggests that Diplodocus might have lived in herds or groups. Fossilized tracks and bone beds indicate that these dinosaurs may have traveled together, which could have provided safety in numbers and facilitated social interactions. Diplodocus has been a popular exhibit in museums around the world. Its large, dramatic skeletons have become iconic representations of sauropod dinosaurs, contributing to its status as a quintessential long-necked dinosaur in public imagination. Cretaceous was relatively small compared to most diplodocids. The type individual was estimated to have been approximately 14 meters long. The combined length of the skull and neck is approximately 3.8 meters. The neck was composed of at least 14 vertebrae, comparable to the typical number in diplodocids. It is known from well-preserved skull and cervical vertebrae which were collected in the lower part of the Morrison Formation. It was initially considered a basal diplodocid, but eventually, its small size is explained as an adaptation to compete for food with much larger sauropods. The structure of the cervical vertebrae of Barosaurus allowed for a significant degree of lateral flexibility in the neck, but restricted vertical flexibility. This suggests a different feeding style for this genus when compared to other diplodocids. It swept its neck in long arcs at ground level when feeding, which resembled the strategy that was first proposed by John Martin in 1987. The restriction in vertical flexibility suggests that Barosaurus did not primarily feed on vegetation that was high off the ground. Barosaurus had a unique morphology with a long neck and a relatively short body compared to some other sauropods. Its neck vertebrae were notably elongated, contributing to its impressive neck length. Unlike its relatives, Barosaurus had a more robust build, which is evident in its skeletal structure. Macronaria is nested within Neosauropoda and is sister to Diplodocodea. These groups split around the mid to late Jurassic. Despite the fact that macronarians are named after cranial openings, they are described by more appendicular synapomorphies. The species that survived late into the Cretaceous were characterized by stocky, wide-gauged posture, most notably the highly derived saltosaurines. Like other sauropods, Aragosaurus had a long neck, a long powerful tail, a small head and a bulky body. It probably had a short, compact skull and a moderately long neck. The teeth were large and wide, and would have been useful for slicing through the leaves and branches of tall conifer trees. The forelimbs were only a little shorter than the hind limbs, and the tail was long and muscular. Wintonodonton was a relatively small titanosaur from the Winton Formation in central western Queensland, reaching up to 15 meters in length and weighing around 10 to 15 tons. Known for its long front legs and slender build, it had distinct vertebral features that set it apart from other basal titanosauriforms. It lived during the mid-Cretaceous period in a subtropical to temperate environment with abundant rainfall and diverse plant life, including angiosperms, araucarian conifers and ferns. This dinosaur is part of a diverse fossil assemblage from the Winton Formation, which also includes Australovenator and Diamantinosaurus. Dwarf sauropods like Fuquidodon are significantly smaller than their giant relatives, often measuring only a fraction of the size of typical sauropods. It measures about 10 meters in length. Many dwarf sauropods are thought to have evolved their smaller size due to living on islands. This phenomenon, known as insular dwarfism, occurs when resources are limited, and smaller body sizes are more advantageous for survival. Smaller body sizes would require less food and water, making these dinosaurs more efficient in their resource use. This adaptation would have been crucial in environments where food resources were scarce or fluctuated seasonally. Their smaller size might have allowed them to exploit different types of vegetation and habitats that larger sauropods could not access. Camarasaurus had a relatively short, boxy skull with large fenestrae and spoon-shaped teeth that were well suited for eating a variety of vegetation. The name chambered lizard, referring to the hollow chambers in its vertebrae. These air-filled cavities, known as pleurocoels, lightened the weight of the bones, making it easier for the dinosaur to support its massive body. Compared to other sauropods, Camarasaurus had a more robust and stocky build. It possessed strong, columnar legs and a shorter neck relative to other long-necked dinosaurs like Diplodocus and Brachiosaurus. Evidence suggests that Camarasaurus may have lived in herds. Fossilized trackways indicate group movement, which could imply social behavior, potentially offering protection against predators and enhancing reproductive success. Like other sauropods, Camarasaurus had a sophisticated respiratory system that included air sacs extending into the vertebrae. This system, similar to that of modern birds, would have been highly efficient for respiration and thermoregulation, helping maintain the enormous animal's metabolic needs. Europasaurus was an early brachiosaurid that lived during the late Jurassic, about 154 million years ago, on a small island in the Lower Saxony region of northwestern Germany. It was an example of insular dwarfism in a sauropod, only growing to around 6 meters in length, less than half the size of some of its other relatives. A layer of rock just above the deposit of Europasaurus fossils also gives us a clue about their eventual fate. Footprints of large carnivorous theropods, bigger than the mini-sauropods themselves, suggest that at some point the sea level dropped and predators from the mainland were able to reach the island. Since there were no large predators on the island before then, the small Europasaurus had no defenses against these new giant invaders. They very likely were literally eaten into extinction. Giraffatitan was originally described by German paleontologist Werner Janisch as a species of the North American sauropod Brachiosaurus from the Morrison Formation, as Brachiosaurus branchi. Recent research shows that the differences between the type species of Brachiosaurus and the Tendiguru material are so large that the African material should be placed in a separate genus. It was for many decades known as the largest dinosaur, but recent discoveries of several larger dinosaurs prove otherwise. Giant titanosaurians appear to have surpassed Giraffatitan in terms of sheer mass. Its nostrils were initially thought to be on top of its head for snorkel-like use, but it's now believed to be fully terrestrial with nostrils near the tip of its snout. Its brain was small, around 300 cubic centimeters, with a low encephalization quotient, and it had a sacral enlargement likely used for glycogen storage rather than as a second brain. If endothermic, Giraffatitan would have needed substantial food daily, while a poikilothermic metabolism would have required less. As a warm-blooded animal, the daily energy demands would have been enormous. It would probably have needed to eat more than 182 kilograms of food per day. If it was fully cold-blooded or was a passive bulk endotherm, it would have needed far less food to meet its daily energy needs. Internal organs of these giant sauropods were probably enormous. Brachiosaurus has been called one of the most iconic dinosaurs, but most popular depictions are based on the African Giraffatitan. Giraffatitan's nasal crest is more pronounced and located further back on the skull, while Brachiosaurus has a less prominent nasal crest. This difference might suggest variations in nasal cavity structure and possibly different respiratory or vocalization adaptations. The large nasal arch has been postulated as an adaptation for cooling the brain, as a surface for evaporative cooling of the blood. With their heads held high above the heart, brachiosaurids would have had stressed cardiovascular systems. It is estimated that the heart of Brachiosaurus would have to pump double the blood pressure of a giraffe to reach the brain, and possibly weighed 400 kilograms. The distance between head and heart would have been reduced by the S-curvature of the neck by more than 2 meters in comparison to a totally vertical posture. The neck may also have been lowered during locomotion by 20 degrees. They would have moved their necks in lateral directions more often than in dorsal-ventral directions while feeding. Unlike other sauropods, Brachiosaurus was unsuited for rearing on its hind limbs. It has been used as an example of a dinosaur that was most likely ectothermic because of its large size and the corresponding need for sufficient forage, but more recent research suggests it was warm-blooded. Laussodoton, from the late Jurassic Lourinhã Formation of Portugal, was initially referred to Brachiosaurus but is now recognized as a distinct taxon. A new phylogenetic analysis explored the evolutionary relationships of basal titanosauriforms, with varying treatments of quantitative data affecting tree topologies. The study supports the distinctiveness of Laussodoton, Brachiosaurus and Giraffatoton, and highlights the importance of data weighting in phylogenetic analyses. Additionally, the research indicates a diverse and widespread presence of titanosauriforms before the Cretaceous, with an increase in diversity through the late Jurassic and a significant faunal turnover at the Albian to Cenomanian boundary. In 2001, Sanders, Manley and Carpenter published a study on 115 gastroliths found with a Cedarasaurus specimen. These stones were identified as gastroliths due to their spatial distribution, partial matrix support, and edge-on orientation, suggesting deposition while the carcass had soft tissue. The gastroliths weighed a total of 7 kilograms, with most being less than 10 milliliters in volume and ranging from 0.1 grams to 715 grams in mass. They were predominantly spherical, though larger ones were more irregular and primarily composed of chert, with some containing fossils. The irregularity and size suggest intentional ingestion rather than accidental. The gastroliths' dull coloration indicates color was not a selection factor. Their high surface area to volume ratio implies they helped grind or crush ingested plant material. Fragile sandstone clasts among the gastroliths may have become delicate due to environmental chemical processes post-deposition. The vertebrae of Sauroposeidon are the longest known among sauropods, with one vertebra measuring 1.4 meters in length. This extreme elongation indicates an exceptionally long neck, estimated to be around 12 meters. Sauroposeidon's vertebrae are honeycombed with tiny air cells, similar to the bones of modern birds. This adaptation made its neck lighter and easier to support and move, a significant advantage for such a large animal. It could potentially raise its head to a height of 18 meters, comparable to a 6-story building. This incredible height would have allowed it to feed on vegetation far beyond the reach of most other herbivores of its time. Its mass is estimated to be between 40 and 60 tons, making it one of the largest known dinosaurs, though slightly lighter than the massive Giraffatoton due to its more gracile build. The discovery of Sauroposeidon provides valuable insights into the evolutionary adaptations of sauropods, particularly in terms of neck elongation, lightweight skeletal structures, and gigantism. It helps paleontologists understand the diversity and specialization within the group. The Europatitan specimen is one of the most complete titanosauriform sauropods from the early Cretaceous of Europe. It is defined by 9 unique anatomical features, including details of the cervical vertebrae, dorsal vertebra lamina structures and distinctive characteristics of the scapula and dorsal ribs. It was a giant dinosaur with large bones, such as dorsal ribs 210 centimeters long, a scapula 165 centimeters long and a dorsal vertebra 70 centimeters tall, although incomplete. Its cervical vertebrae were extremely pneumatized and had a central length of 115 centimeters, indicating a very long neck similar to Sauroposeidon. Paleontologists suggest these giraffe dinosaurs could hold their necks almost vertically, potentially placing Europatoton's head about 16 meters above the ground, making it one of the tallest known dinosaurs in Europe. Euhelopus was a relatively long-necked sauropod, with a 4-meter neck composed of 17 cervical vertebrae. The presacral vertebrae had a camellate pneumatic structure, made of many small pneumatic chambers, as is characteristic of titanosauriforms and some mamenchosaurids. Pneumatic chambers even extended into the ilium, as occurs in many titanosaurs. The humerus was apparently nearly as long as the femur, although there is some uncertainty in this ratio, as it is not certain that the humerus and femur from which this ratio was calculated belong to the same individual, and the femur in question is incomplete. Euhelopus was a long-necked sauropod similar to Mamenchisaurus, but its affinities are controversial. Most studies favor a close relationship between Euhelopus and titanosaurs, rather than Mamenchisaurids. Urkatu was a relatively large sauropod, with an estimated length of 15 meters and a weight of 5 tons. Its neck was estimated to be twice as long as its body, which may be a record for neck-to-body ratio. The exact ratio is unknown, because no dorsal vertebrae have been reported, although some hind limb material suggests the approximate size of the body. The long neck is the result of the individual vertebrae being greatly elongated. It is unknown if the number of cervical vertebrae was increased. Urkatu is also diagnosed by bifurcate anterior cervical and neural spines, another unusual trait for a titanosauriform. The phylogenetic analysis of sauropods performed by its describers indicates that Urkatu is a basal somphospondilian, and is most closely related to Titanosauria, being a close relative of Euhelopus. Tambatatanes was discovered in the late Cretaceous Tamba Formation of Japan, dating back approximately 90 million years. This makes it a relatively late surviving member of the sauropod group, providing insights into sauropod evolution during this period. It possesses a combination of primitive and derived traits, making it an important taxon for understanding the evolutionary transition within sauropods during the late Cretaceous. Tambatatanes adds to the knowledge of sauropod distribution in Asia. Its presence in Japan provides evidence of the faunal exchanges and geographical distribution of sauropods in what is now East Asia. It was likely an herbivore that played a significant role in its ecosystem. Its diet and feeding strategies can provide insights into the plant life and ecological interactions in Japan. It was probably around 14 meters long and its mass was estimated at some 4 tons. It was a basal titanosauriform and possibly belonged to the Euhelopodidae. Hypsilosaurus was initially thought to be a large crocodilian, estimated at 15 meters in length, but modern estimates as a titanosaur suggest it was around 12 meters long, with a weight of 13 tons. Fossilized eggs attributed to Hypsilosaurus, discovered in France since 1846, were among the first dinosaur eggs identified, though they were not recognized as such for decades. These eggs are unusually large, about 30 centimeters in length, and studies of their age have yielded varying results. Some eggs with thin shells have been linked to Hypsilosaurus, with hypotheses suggesting shell thinning could be due to environmental changes or pathology, although other studies indicate successful hatching. Researchers now consider that thinner eggs might come from different taxa or result from variations in the age of the egg layers or natural differences within the species. Dinosaurs lived in the Maastrichtian age of the late Cretaceous, approximately 68 million years ago, and was originally named as another species of Antarctosaurus. However, it has since been separated out, since Titanosaur cladistics is a mess. It would probably have been 18 meters long and 6 meters tall. The specific name of Dinosaurus septentrionalis means northern in Latin, a reference to the fact that the species was discovered on the northern hemisphere, whereas Antarctosaurus means saurian from the southern hemisphere because its type species Antarctosaurus wichmannianus was found in Argentina. The generic name honors the Indian paleontologist Sohan Lal Jain, who worked on the cranial nerve impressions in the skull, and in 1982 published a study about the results. Ironically, Jain himself considered the remains synonymous with Titanosaurus in the 1997 description of Isosaurus. 。  . 。  . 。 . 。 . 。 . 。 . 。 . 。 . 。 . 。 . 。 . 。 . 。 。 . 。 . 。 。 . 。 。 . 。 。 . 。 。 . 。 。 . 。 。 . 。 。 . 。 . 。 . Like all titanosaurs, Savannasaurus was likely a wide-gauge sauropod, meaning that it would have stood and walked with its feet far apart from the midline. In 2020, Poripat and colleagues pointed to the width of its sternal plates and sacrum as evidence for a wide-gauge stance. The robust humerus of Savannasaurus was also considered a likely adaptation to a wide-gauge stance, which would have been convergently acquired with saltosaurines. They also suggested that the unusual form of the astragalus was also an adaptation to weight-bearing, but the absence of other hindlimb bones made this unclear. Yet, Poripat and colleagues also noted traits that would have increased the flexibility of the vertebral column, namely the absence of hyposphene hypantrum articulations and the presence of prominent excavations below the transpressigopophal laminae. Bryhathchaeosaurus is a controversial genus of sauropod dinosaur found in the Kalamidou Formation of India. The fragmentary remains were originally described as a theropod, but it was later determined to be a titanosaurian sauropod. Length estimates by researchers exceed those of the Titanosaur argentinosaurus, as longer than 35 meters and weighing over 80 tons. A 2023 estimate placed Bryhathchaeosaurus as potentially weighing approximately 110 to 170 tons, with paleontologist Michael Benton giving it a length of 45 meters. If the upper estimates of the 2023 records are accurate, it may have rivaled the blue whale as one of the largest animals to ever exist. However, all of the estimates are based on the dimensions of the fossils described in Yadgiri and Ayasami, and in 2017, it was reported that the holotype fossils had disintegrated and no longer exist. Rheangosaurus is distinguished by its unique vertebral characteristics. Its dorsal vertebrae show distinctive features that set it apart from other titanosaurs, such as specific shapes and structures that provide insights into the diversity of sauropod anatomy. The vertebrae also exhibit extensive pneumaticity, meaning they have numerous air-filled spaces. This adaptation is believed to have reduced the weight of the skeleton, a common feature in large sauropods that helped support their massive bodies. The presence of Rheangosaurus in China provides valuable information about the distribution of titanosaurs in Asia. It was probably about 35 meters long, as evidenced by its 2 meters long femur and 127 centimeters long right tibia. In 2020, Molina Perez and Laramendi gave a lower estimation of 24 meters and 34 tons. The holotype vertebrae of Titanosaurus indicus were first discovered in 1828 by William Henry Sleeman of the East India Company Army during an expedition near Jabalpur, in India. Sleeman, initially searching for petrified wood, found the vertebrae on Barasimla Hill and gave 2 pieces to Surgeon Spilsbury, who also collected a specimen. Spilsbury sent these fossils to James Prinsep in Calcutta in 1832, who recognized them as fossilized bones and returned them to Sleeman. In 1862, Thomas Oldham, the first director of the Geological Survey of India, moved the fossils to Calcutta, where Hugh Falconer identified them as reptilian bones. Richard Lydecker described them as a new species, Titanosaurus indicus, in 1877. By the late 20th century, the original specimens were thought to be lost, prompting Matthew Carano to create a cast in 2010. However, Indian paleontologist Dhananjay Mohabi later discovered one of the original vertebrae in 2012, which had been misplaced among old fossils. This discovery was part of a project to locate lost specimens from the Lamida Formation. The holotype aracker represents a small individual with a body length estimated at around 6 meters long. The size of a fully grown aracker is unknown. Some distinctive features have been identified by Ruler Rogers. The hollowing out between the front joint process and the vertebral body is high and wide. The hollowing out between the parapophysis and the lamina between the front joint process and the vertebral body extends over the entire front of the pedestal of the neural arch but not above the spinal canal. The posterior joint processes are narrower than the neural spine. The ridges between the neural spine and the posterior joint processes are reduced and shorter than the facet of the posterior joint process. Diamantinosaurus was a small titanosaur from the late Cretaceous period, measuring 15 to 16 meters in length and weighing 15 to 20 tons. This dinosaur is part of the Lithostrotia group, which typically had bony osteoderms in their skin, though no osteoderms have been found for Diamantinosaurus. Fossil evidence includes a near-complete forelimb, ribs, pelvic girdle, and upper hind limb, but no cranial material is available to study its skull or teeth. Unique features of Diamantinosaurus include the retention of certain hand bones and a manual ungual claw, along with flat distal humeral and femoral condyles. It lived in the Winton Formation of central Queensland, Australia, an area characterized by a mosaic of rivers, lakes, and swamps, with a subtropical to temperate climate. Although Diamantinosaurus was herbivorous, its specific diet cannot be determined due to the absence of skull and dentition fossils. Saltosaurus was characterized by a short neck and stubby limbs. It was the first genus of sauropod known to possess armor of bony plates embedded in its skin. Such small bony plates, called osteoderms, have since been found on other titanosaurians. These were keeled or spiked and perhaps were ordered in longitudinal rows along the back. Like all sauropods, it was herbivorous. Because of its barrel-like rump, shaped like a hippopotamus, Powell suggested that Saltosaurus was aquatic. Despite its small stature, Saltosaurus was still graviportal like other sauropods, meaning it could not run because its hind limbs had to be held straight at the load-bearing phase of their walking cycle. Powell assumed adult individuals were protected against predators by their body armor, while juveniles were protected by the herd as a whole. The discovery of Yamanosaurus marks the first dinosaur fossils ever found in Ecuador. This small herbivorous dinosaur reached about 6 meters in length and was likely adapted to the low vegetation of its time. The incomplete, disarticulated skeleton revealed that Yamanosaurus had a protective armor, and its long neck allowed it to reach up to 3 meters in height. The species, named after the Yamana region where the fossils were found and Loya where the discovery was announced, belonged to the titanosaur group, known for their large size. The fossils date back to the late Cretaceous, just before the extinction event caused by a meteorite. The discovery is significant given the challenging conditions in Ecuador, where erosion typically hinders fossil preservation. Malowisaurus was a medium-sized titanosaur, reaching about 4.7 tons and 16 meters in length. It had a distinctive, short, squarish head with large nasal holes to keep its skull cool in a hot climate. Despite its size, it was a medium-level browser, stripping leaves from branches with its thick, peg-like teeth. Fossil evidence suggests there may have been two distinct morphs of Malowisaurus, based on variations in neck vertebrae. The brain case studies indicate a large semicircular canal and a side-positioned eye nerve, suggesting slow head and neck movements while browsing. It likely lived in herds within a riverbed environment, sharing its habitat with various other species, including crustaceans, frogs and another titanosaur. Paleodidactylon was a relatively small sauropod, measuring 6 meters in length and weighing 1 metric ton. Unique features in its fossil remains, such as specific characteristics of its vertebrae, distinguish it from other titanosaurs. Its rear back vertebrae have parallel ridges on the underside lateral process, unlike others that typically touch. The neural spines on the tail base vertebrae have a distinctive corner projecting forward. The ischium has a triangular process forming a buttress overlapping the ilium. Initially, the paleontologists believed that the mix of Procellus and Amphipolis vertebrae was unique to Paleodidicton, but new discoveries have shown this feature is not exclusive to the species. It lived on the Cretaceous Haytag Island with a diverse assemblage of animals. The top predator of the island ecosystem was the giant Asdarchid pterosaur Hatzegopteryx. Alamosaurus is the only known sauropod to have lived in North America after the sauropod hiatus, a nearly 30 million year interval for which no definite sauropod fossils are known from the continent. The earliest fossils of Alamosaurus date to the Maastrichtian age, around 70 million years ago, and it rapidly became the dominant large herbivore of southern Laramidia. The origins of Alamosaurus are highly controversial, with three hypotheses that have been proposed. The first of these, which has been termed the Austral immigrant scenario, proposes that it is descended from South American titanosaurs. It is closely related to South American titanosaurs. It was a gigantic quadrupedal herbivore with the long neck, the long tail, the relatively long limbs and the body partly covered with bony armor. It would have measured around 26 meters long, 5 meters tall at the shoulder and weighed up to 30 to 35 tons. Though no skull has ever been found, rod-shaped teeth have been found with Alamosaurus skeletons and probably belonged to this dinosaur. The vertebrae from the middle part of its tail had elongated centra. It had vertebral lateral fossae that resembled shallow depressions. Like most sauropods, Ankylosaurus would have had a long neck and tail, but it also carried armor in the form of osteoderms. In 2005, over 500 bones have been assigned to Ankylosaurus and additional material has been found since, including a partially articulated skeleton with skull, which makes it one of the best-known dinosaurs in France. However, recent studies suggest that the type locality is not a monospecific titanosaur bone bed and that part of the bones attributed to Ankylosaurus probably belong to a second titanosaurian taxon. It lived on what was the Ibero-Armorican island, a landmass including much of present-day France and Iberian Peninsula. Histological studies show characteristics related to an island environment such as a slowed growth rate. However, with a size of about 14 meters in length for the largest known individual, Ankylosaurus was not an insular dwarf unlike some other Ibero-Armorican titanosaurs like the genus Magurosaurus from the Haytag Island. Rapidosaurus was a fairly typical sauropod, with a short and slender tail, a very long neck and a huge, elephant-like body. Its head resembles the head of a diplodocid, with a long, narrow snout and nostrils on the top of its skull. It was a herbivore and its small, pencil-like teeth were good for ripping the leaves off trees but not for chewing. A rare specimen of a juvenile was uncovered in a museum collection by Christina Curry Rogers and colleagues. The specimen was estimated to weigh about 40 kilograms and was likely between 39 and 77 days old by the time of its death. Based on bone remodeling, the juvenile sauropod was also believed to have been capable of surviving with little to no parental care. During the Maastrichtian, like it is now, Madagascar was an island, having separated from the Indian subcontinent less than 20 million years earlier. It was drifting northwards but still around 12 degrees more southerly in latitude than it is today. The prevailing climate of the time was semi-arid, with pronounced seasonality in temperature and rainfall. Nemegtosaurus is one of those rare titanosaurs where we actually had a skull. Granted, that's all we have of it. It was very similar to that of a diplodocid, due to convergent evolution, and it was a fairly advanced titanosaur, though titanosaur classification surrounding Nemegtosaurus is something of a train wreck. It was found in the Nemegt Basin in the Gobi Desert. It had slender, pencil-like teeth with a chisel tip, but it's unknown what sorts of plants it would have fed on in its river delta environment. It would have been cathemeral, active throughout the day and night at short intervals, and it lived alongside a very diverse community of dinosaurs. The diet of Nemegtosaurus is unknown, however. There are no plant fossils from the Gobi, but during the late Cretaceous, flowering plants became increasingly diverse, although in many environments ferns and conifers were still more common. Neither is it clear whether Nemegtosaurus browsed high in the trees or grazed on low-growing plants. Related titanosaurs include both long-necked browsing forms like Rapidosaurus and short-necked forms like Bonitosaura. Maxicolosaurus is considered a medium-sized titanosaur. The type specimen belonged to an animal about 12 meters long, with an estimated weight of 5 tons. It had a long neck and tail, ridged teeth, unusual among sauropods, and lived about 80 million years ago. Because sauropods seem to have lacked significant competition in South America, they evolved there with greater diversity and more unusual traits than elsewhere in the world. Like many other titanosaurs, Maxicolosaurus had osteoderms. In 2006, a team led by Alexander Kellner described the remains as a new genus and species of sauropod, Maxicolosaurus topai. The genus name honors the Maxicali, an ethnic group indigenous to the region, and the species name refers to the Maxicali deity Topa. Magurosaurus, a sauropod from the Hayteg Basin, underwent insular dwarfism due to limited food supplies and lack of predators, leading to its smaller size. This phenomenon, first suggested by Nopcsa, was later confirmed by a 2010 study showing that small Magurosaurus individuals were adults. Histological studies in 2010 revealed that even the smallest individuals were fully grown, and the species had a reduced growth rate but a high metabolic rate. Magurosaurus also had dermal armor, evidenced by an osteoderm found near Sinpetru village. Lithostratian eggs from the late Cretaceous of Romania, likely belonging to Magurosaurus or Paleodidoton, were discovered in the Hayteg Basin. These eggs, some containing embryos, show signs of dermal armoring. The Hayteg Basin served as a nesting ground for various dinosaurs, including titanosaurs. Initially thought to be in nests, the eggs were later found to lack preserved nesting structures. During the early Maastrichtian, the region was subhumid with seasonal precipitation, later transforming into an extensive wetland. All titanosaurs exhibited a wide-gauge posture, where their feet were positioned apart from the body's midline. More derived titanosaurs had an even wider stance compared to their ancestors. Dreadnoughtus had a wide-gauge posture but not as extreme as Saltosaurids, indicated by its perpendicular femoral condyles and the femur head not turning inward. These features support that Dreadnoughtus was not a Saltosaurid. Additionally, its broad sternal bones suggest a wide pectoral girdle, giving it a broad-shouldered, broad-chested appearance. It gained media attention for being described as the largest known dinosaur, though this claim is debated. The species is known from 2 partial skeletons, making it surprisingly complete for a titanosaur, with 45% skeletal completeness. Like all titanosaurs, Dreadnoughtus had a wide-gauge posture, with limbs held widely apart. Its forelimbs were longer than those of any other known titanosaur, but not significantly longer than its hind limbs. Initial weight estimates suggested 58 long tons, but subsequent evaluations in 2015 revised this to between 21 and 37 long tons, with ongoing debate. The dinosaur was about 26 meters long, and the original specimen was not fully grown at the time of death. The specimens were well preserved due to rapid burial in a fluvial environment. The fossil remains of Futalogosaurus are among the most complete for titanosaurs. The neck was particularly robust, with thick vertebrae and strong muscles, suggesting it had great strength and flexibility in this area. It also had a wide-gauge posture. Its legs were positioned further apart from the body's midline, providing stability for its massive size. The tail vertebrae of Futalogosaurus had unusual extensions and ridges, possibly for muscle attachment, which may have played a role in balance and locomotion. As a herbivore, it likely fed on a variety of plant materials, including conifers, cycads and ferns, contributing to the understanding of late Cretaceous flora. Argentinosaurus is among the largest known land animals, though its exact size is difficult to estimate due to incomplete remains. Paleontologists compare its fossils with more complete smaller sauropods and scale them up to estimate Argentinosaurus dimensions. Its massive size was likely due to factors such as efficient feeding with a long neck, fast growth, and numerous small offspring. Benefits of its size included prolonged digestion for maximum energy extraction and increased predator protection. Argentinosaurus, like other sauropods, laid eggs, with hatchlings weighing around 5 kilograms. The species may have been preyed upon by Mapusaurus, a large theropod that possibly hunted in packs. In 2013, a computer model study of Argentinosaurus skeleton and muscles estimated its speed and gait. The model, based on a skeletal reconstruction and muscle comparisons with living animals, weighed 83 tons using simulations. The digital Argentinosaurus learned to walk with an optimal gait similar to a pace, reaching speeds of over 7 kilometers per hour. The study suggested that Argentinosaurus had reached a functional size limit, and larger terrestrial vertebrates might need different body shapes and behaviors to prevent joint collapse. The authors noted that the model could be improved with more data from living animals and more complete sauropod specimens. Australopithecus was a large sauropod, the largest dinosaur discovered in Brazil, with the only known specimen, an adult, having a length of about 25 meters. Several traits show that it was a titanosaur. The hyposphene-hypantrum articulations are missing from the vertebrae, the cervical and dorsal vertebrae do not have forked neural spines, and the internal texture of the bone is camellate. The describers determined that Australopithecus was a new genus based on a number of autapomorphies in the vertebrae. The 13th cervical vertebra has columnar centropostegapophyseal laminae, and its rear centrodiapophyseal lamina splits into two prongs. The first dorsal vertebra has front and back centrodiapophyseal laminae that curve downwards and outwards, and its diapophysis stretches down to the top margin of the centrum, and the frontmost part of the spinopresagopophal laminae forks in the dorsal vertebrae positioned towards the back of the torso. Additionally, Australopithecus possesses a unique combination of other vertebral traits, not seen elsewhere among titanosaurs. Unlike many other titanosaurs, Isosaurus had a relatively short and stocky neck, which may have influenced its feeding habits and the types of vegetation it could access. It also had notably robust limb bones, suggesting it was well adapted to bearing its massive body weight. This sturdiness is characteristic of titanosaurs but particularly pronounced in Isosaurus. Fossil evidence includes parts of the skull, which is rare for titanosaurs. This has provided valuable insights into the head structure and possible sensory capabilities of Isosaurus. Estimates suggest it was about 18 meters long and weighed approximately 14 tons. While not the largest titanosaur, it was still a substantial and impressive dinosaur. It has unique vertebral structures, including well-developed neural spines and robust centra, which differentiate it from other titanosaurs and contribute to its distinct classification. Fungus and coprolites believed to have been voided by Isosaurus indicate that it ate leaves from several species of tree, since these fungi are known to be pathogens which infect tree leaves. Joshua Smith, who informally led the research team that found Paralitodon fossils, told an interviewer, "It was a truly enormous dinosaur by any reckoning. Little of Paralitodon is known, so its exact size is difficult to estimate. However, the limited material, especially the long humeri, suggested that it is one of the most massive dinosaurs ever discovered, with an estimated weight of 59 tons. The complete right humerus measured 1.70 meters long, which at the time of discovery was the longest known in a Cretaceous sauropod. The autochthonous, scavenged skeleton was preserved in tidal flat deposits containing in the form of fossil leaves and root systems, a mangrove vegetation of seed ferns, Weichselia reticulata. The mangrove ecosystem it inhabited was situated along the southern shore of the Tethys Sea. Paralititan is the first dinosaur demonstrated to have inhabited a mangrove habitat. Titanosaurs achieved their enormous size, often exceeding 30 meters in length and 50 tons in weight, through unique anatomical and physiological adaptations. Their long necks and efficient feeding mechanisms allowed access to vast amounts of plant material without extensive movement. Robust, column-like limbs and a wide-gauge posture provided essential support and stability. Their respiratory system, likely featuring air sacs, enabled efficient oxygen exchange and lightened their skeletal structure. Rapid growth rates and high reproductive rates, with numerous small eggs, ensured population stability despite predation. The large size of titanosaurs offered increased protection from predators and efficient food storage for prolonged energy extraction. These combined adaptations facilitated their survival and dominance during the late Cretaceous, highlighting their remarkable evolutionary success. The exact origins of ornithischians remain somewhat enigmatic due to the incomplete and fragmentary nature of the earliest fossil records. This has made it challenging to identify the most basal members of the clade. Nonetheless, significant scientific strides have been made in understanding their early evolution. Eocursor was a lightly built bipedal dinosaur with an estimated length of about 1 meter. The general aspect of the animal resembles that of the early Jurassic ornithischians. Its large hands resembled those of the Heterodontosauridae, a clade of primitive ornithischians. The morphology of the triangular teeth, not unlike those of an iguana, suggests partial herbivory. The tibia was significantly longer than the femur, indicating it was a swift runner. Leelinosaura is a small dinosaur, about 90 centimeters in length. It is known from several specimens, including 2 nearly complete skeletons and 2 fragmentary skulls. Hearn argued that it lacked ossified tendons in its tail. The tail is among the longest relative to its body size of any ornithischian, being 3 times as long as the rest of the body combined. Leelinosaura was an Australian polar dinosaur, living within the Antarctic Circle during the mid-Cretaceous. Although it was warmer during this period, it is possible that the sun might not have risen for several weeks or months in the winter, which means that Leelinosaura would have had to live in the dark for perhaps months at a time. A skull fragment suggested it had large eyes and optic lobes, indicating adaptation to low-light conditions. However, the large orbits might instead represent the eyes of a juvenile rather than an adaptation to darkness. The eyes of Heterodontosaurus were known to be larger in younger animals, which became proportionally smaller as it got older, perhaps to make young animals appear cute and thus inspire parental instincts, indicating some form of parental care was probably present. However, the teeth did not change as it grew, indicating the diet of young individuals was the same as older ones. It had a keratinous beak at the front of its jaws and canine-like tusks in its jaws which had heavy coats of enamel, arranged in asymmetrical patterns. Tusks are known in almost all skulls of Heterodontosaurus, indicating that the tusks did not differ between the sexes and were not a sexually dimorphic feature. It was a bipedal runner and endothermic, with a mostly herbivorous diet, as the horny beak and specialized teeth were much more similar to those adapted for cutting off vegetation. Furtadens is the smallest known ornithischian, measuring about 65 to 75 centimeters long, and potentially omnivorous with unique peg-like teeth. Known from 4 individuals, it may have lived in small groups and possibly had feather coverings like other early ornithischians. Furtadens inhabited a floodplain environment alongside various organisms, including fish and crocodilomorphs. It likely occupied a generalist niche, different from the more specialized ornithopods and neornithischians. A 2012 study of the skull suggested its diet was composed of select plant material and possibly insects or other invertebrates. This small dinosaur lived in the Morrison Formation, among many larger sauropods. Tyanulong, found in Jianchong County, lived during the Oxfordian age of the late Jurassic. As a heterodontosaurid, it had varied teeth suggesting an omnivorous diet. The fossil preserves filamentous structures on the neck, back, and tail, which are hollow and unbranched, similar to those on Psittacosaurus and some theropods. These structures are about 60 mm long, much taller than a caudal vertebra, and are not subdermal collagen fibers. Their discovery in Tyanulong extends the presence of such structures further down the phylogenetic tree, although their homology with theropod protofeathers is uncertain. If homologous, it implies the common ancestor of saurischians and ornithischians had feather-like structures. If not, it suggests these structures evolved independently in both groups. A study in Biology Letters supports the hypothesis that scales are plesiomorphic to dinosaurs, not protofeathers. Lesothosaurus is well documented due to the high quality and quantity of its specimens, providing detailed anatomical information. This lightly built, bipedal dinosaur measured between 1 to 2 meters in length and was one of the earliest ornithischians. Its long legs and slender tail suggest it was a fast runner, but its small arms were not suited for grasping. Lesothosaurus had a beak-like structure at the tips of its jaws, followed by leaf-shaped teeth, and its premaxillary teeth were slender and curved. Analysis indicates it sliced food with its beak and did not chew, leading to less tooth abrasion and suggesting an opportunistic omnivorous diet. The small, narrow skull had large eye sockets and cavities for jaw muscles, with a blade-like predentary bone hinting at a small beak. The distinctive armored ankylosaurs and stegosaurs were very closely related to each other, and were part of a group of dinosaurs known as the Thyreophorans. One of the earliest known members of this lineage was Scutellosaurus. It was a small lightly built bipedal herbivore, only about 1.2 meters long, with over half that length being just its unusually long tail. Its body was covered in rows of hundreds of small bony osteoderms, helping to protect it against larger predators like Dilophosaurus. And this was obviously an evolutionary strategy that worked very well for Scutellosaurus and other early Thyreophorans, because within about 20 million years they'd given rise to the first true ankylosaurs and stegosaurs, with the tank-like ankylosaurs being especially successful, spreading to every continent and lasting all the way up until the end Cretaceous mass extinction. Emosaurus had a sinuous jaw profile, more advanced than the rectilinear morphology of the basal genus Scutellosaurus, reflecting dietary evolution. It was likely adapted to eat coriaceous flora such as bennetites and cycads. The rest of its skeleton is poorly represented, with vertebrae showing no significant changes seen in stegosaurs. Emosaurus was covered in osteoderms, though their full distribution is unknown. Its forelimb adaptations and conical ungual phalanges suggest it was a weight-supporting quadruped, though pseudobipedality is possible for reaching taller flora. Later studies caution against inferring bipedality or quadrupedality due to the taxon's incomplete remains. Larger and potentially quadrupedal, Solidosaurus was also capable of bipedal locomotion, as indicated by trackways, possibly similar to a pangolin's movement. Measuring about 4 meters in length, it lived between 196 and 183 million years ago during the early Jurassic, specifically from the Sinemurian to Pliensbachian ages, and is known from multiple formations in England. It had a small, flattened skull, a relatively short tail, and several rows of osteoderms along its body. Covered in scales and osteoderms, Solidosaurus had a fairly large belly. One of the oldest known and most primitive of the thyreophorans, the exact placement of Solidosaurus within this group has been the subject of debate for nearly 150 years. This was not helped by the limited additional knowledge about the early evolution of armored dinosaurs. Today most evidence suggests that Solidosaurus is the most derived of the known basal thyreophorans, either closely related to Ankylosauria and Stegosauria. As an herbivore, it had simple teeth for cropping low, scrubby vegetation and a narrow head, similar to later stegosaurs. Just 1.5 meters long, Jacopil lived in what is now southern Argentina, in an ancient desert with a braided river system. It was bipedal, with a short beak, small arms, and a body bristling with spiky armor, and its unusually deep lower jaw and heavily worn teeth indicated fed on rather tough vegetation that required a lot of chewing to process. It's currently only known from somewhat fragmentary remains, so reconstructions of its full appearance are rather speculative, and there's already been some dispute about whether Jacopil actually was a thyreophoran. One proposal is that it shared a lot of anatomical features with early ceratopsians instead, which if true would make it an incredibly weird armored ceratopsian, and also the first definitive member of that group from South America. But the ceratopsian-like features could also just be due to convergent evolution, and a Jacopil-like dinosaur might actually help explain the only other known dubious South American ceratopsian, Notoceratops, and the similarly disputed Australian Serendipaceratops. Huayangosaurus had several types of osteoderms. On its neck, back and tail were 2 rows of paired small vertical plates and spikes. On the rear of the tail, pairs of spikes were present forming the so-called thagomizer, a defensive weapon. Each flank had a row of smaller osteoderms, culminating in a long shoulder spine in front, curving to the rear. Huayangosaurus was one of the smallest known stegosaurians, at just 4 meters in length and 500 kilograms in body mass. Its plates were smaller than those of Stegosaurus, with much less surface area. Thus, they would have been much less effective heat regulators, one of the postulated functions of plates. It is also morphologically distinct from later, stegosaurid forms. Its skull was broader and had premaxillary teeth in the front of its mouth. All later stegosaurians lost these teeth. Tujiangosaurus was a medium-sized stegosaur, measuring about 7 meters long and 2 meters tall, with a long neck, small head, and armor along its back. It was quadrupedal with a flexible tail and had distinctive small, sharp, triangular plates along its back, which varied in size. The dinosaur's long legs provided decent mobility for a bulky quadruped, and its small beak allowed it to specialize in browsing medium-level vegetation. It likely had a primarily scaly body, possibly with some feathers for display, and could flush its plates with color. Its defensive structures included a thagomizer, like all other stegosaurs, for protection against predators, and fossil evidence suggests it effectively used this for defense. Display features like plates and shoulder spikes indicate Tujiangosaurus was an active, social animal, likely communicating through visual signals and sound within its herd. Gigantospinosaurus, described as a medium-sized stegosaur, was estimated to be about 4 meters long and weighed 700 kilograms. It had a distinctive appearance with small dorsal plates and greatly enlarged shoulder spines, which were twice the length of the shoulder blades. The neck plates were small and triangular, and the head was relatively large with 30 teeth in each lower jaw. Its hips were very broad, and the low neural spines of the sacral vertebrae and the first tail vertebra were fused into a single plate, with robust forelimbs. Skin impressions revealed a pattern of rosettes with central pentagonal or hexagonal scales surrounded by smaller ridged scales. A study indicated that Gigantospinosaurus is the most basal known member of the Stegosauria, sharing basal traits with Wyangosaurids and more advanced traits with other stegosaurs. In an ontogenetic histological analysis of stegosaur plates and spikes, Hayashi examined their structure and function from juveniles to old adults. They discovered that the dorsal osteoderms are composed of dense ossified collagen fibers, indicating that plates and spikes form from the direct mineralization of fibrous networks in the skin. The structural features of spikes and plates develop at different stages, with extensive vascular networks forming in plates during the juvenile to young adult transition, supporting their growth for attracting mates and deterring rivals. The vascular networks in young adult plates also suggest a secondary function as thermoregulatory devices. In old adults, spikes develop a thick cortex and large axial vascular channels, indicating their use as defensive weapons at a late stage. Plates, however, do not show similar bone compaction or cortical thickening, suggesting they were less important in active defense. Mancanosaurus is a dubious genus of stegosaur from the Lura Formation of Tibet, making it a rare non-avian dinosaur known from that region. It is uncertain exactly when it lived, though it may have lived in the early Cretaceous, around 145 million years ago. It originally didn't have a formal description or species name, which was only rectified 4 years later with a formal description of the partial skeleton, lacking a skull. It was probably about 5 meters long, and may have been a stegosaurid, or a derived stegosaur. A digital articulation and manipulation of digital scans of specimen material of Kentrosaurus inferred that stegosaurids may have used an erect limb posture, like that of most mammals, for habitual locomotion while using a sprawled crocodilian pose for defensive behavior. The sprawled pose would allow them to tolerate the large lateral forces used in swinging the spiked tail against predators as a clubbing device. Kentrosaurus was a small stegosaur. It had the typical dinosaurian body plan, characterized by a small head, a long neck, short forelimbs and long hind limbs, and a long, horizontal and muscular tail. Typical stegosaurid traits included the elongation and flatness of the head, the powerful build of the forelimbs, erect and pillar-like hind limbs, and an array of plates and spikes running along both sides of the top midline of the animal. One hypothesis on stegosaurid diet holds that they were low-level browsers, eating foliage and low-growing fruit from various non-flowering plants. Kentrosaurus was capable of eating at heights of up to 1.7 meters when on all fours. It may also have been possible for it to rear up on its hind legs to reach vegetation higher in trees. Loricatosaurus is known from 2 partial skeletons, which do not actually include a shoulder spine, as has popularly been attributed, though it was speculatively given one here. It was found in the Marnes à Belemnopsis latisulcatus formation in France, as well as the Oxford Clay Formation in England, dating back to the Colovian age of the Middle Jurassic, around 164 million years ago. The material it is known from is rather poor, however, and it is difficult to say more about this genus. It seems to be a small stegosaur, maybe because of insular dwarfism. Dacentrurus was one of the largest stegosaurs, estimated to reach 9 meters in length and weigh 5 to 7 tons. It had a broad gut and wide dorsal vertebrae, with relatively short hind limbs and long forelimbs due to an extended upper arm. The neck consisted of 12 vertebrae, and the dorsal and front tail vertebrae were massively built. Its armor included small, thick-based plates along the back and several pairs of tail spines, including the thagomizer. Skin impressions revealed scales with central pentagonal or hexagonal patterns surrounded by smaller scales. Initially thought to have shoulder spikes, recent interpretations suggest these spines were more likely located on the tail base. Dinosaurs shares with other Dinosauridae the presence of large olecranon horns on the ulni. Combined with large deltoid crests on the humerus, they suggest a powerful musculus deltoideus, making a strong humeral flexion and abduction possible. The forelimbs could then be firmly anchored on the ground while the tail was forcefully swept from side to side, allowing the thagomizer to defend against large theropod predators. Dinosaurs was a medium-sized stegosaur, reaching 6 meters in length and 2.5 tons in body mass. It had 3 distinguishing traits: symmetrical teeth crowns wider than tall, a rectangular spine on the second neck vertebra, and large vein openings in the rear neck vertebrae. The skull was elongated with at least 14 teeth in the maxilla and no clear foramen paraquadraticum. The predentary had a deep hooked chin, and the lower jaw bore 21 symmetrical, triangular teeth. The neck vertebrae had large vein openings and the second vertebra had a rectangular spine. 2 neck plates, diamond-shaped and slightly taller than wide, were positioned to the right of the neural spines, indicating 2 rows. Miragaea was a relatively lightweight stegosaur, reaching 6 meters in length and weighing around 2 tons. The holotype specimen showed skeletal maturity at 21 to 25 years old. It had 6 distinguishing traits, including at least 17 cervical vertebrae and unique neural spine features. The most notable feature was its long neck, which had more vertebrae than most sauropods, challenging the traditional view of stegosaurs as low browsers. This neck elongation likely resulted from incorporating back vertebrae into the neck, rather than adding new vertebrae. The authors suggested the long neck allowed Miragaea to browse at different heights or arose due to sexual selection. Genetic mechanisms, with fewer Hox genes regulating vertebral development, may have contributed to this evolutionary plasticity. In 2024, some paleontologists examined the tail resistance, suggesting that its tail can achieve high speed and significant pressures, which would inflict predators by generating high-speed strikes. Stegosaurs are some of the most popular and recognizable dinosaurs thanks to their unique appearances, with small heads, elaborate backplates, and spiky thagomizer tails. While they lasted until at least the mid-Cretaceous, their heyday was in the latter half of the Jurassic. Hesperosaurus was closely related to Stegosaurus but was a little older and a little smaller, about 6 meters long. Much like its more famous relative, its plates seem to have alternated along its back, which may have been an adaptation to maximize visible surface area while minimizing the number of plates, saving on the energy needed to grow such large elaborate ornamentation. Hesperosaurus might also represent a rare case of possible sexual dimorphism in non-avian dinosaurs, with wider, more rounded plates potentially interpreted as belonging to males and taller pointed plates belonging to females. Stegosaurus is one of the most famous dinosaurs with its double row of large, bony plates along its back and the thagomizer. It had a relatively small brain for its body size. Despite its large body, the brain was about the size of a walnut, leading to the misconception that it was unintelligent. However, brain size doesn't necessarily correlate directly with intelligence in dinosaurs. It had small, leaf-shaped teeth that were not well suited for chewing tough plant material. It likely fed on low-lying plants, such as ferns and cycads, cropping vegetation rather than grinding it. Ontogenetic studies reveal that its plates and spikes developed differently as it aged. Juvenile Stegosaurus had smaller and less pronounced plates and spikes compared to fully grown adults. The arrangement and size of the plates may have also played a role in social behavior and communication. It's speculated that the plates could have been used for display purposes to attract mates or intimidate rivals. The tail of Stegosaurus was relatively flexible and muscular, allowing for swift movements. This flexibility was crucial for the effective use of the thagomizer in defense. Trace fossils, such as trackways, suggest that Stegosaurus might have lived in herds or family groups. Group living could have provided better protection against predators. Stegosaurus has left a significant mark on popular culture. It was one of the first dinosaurs to be depicted in movies and literature and remains a staple in dinosaur-related media, highlighting its lasting impact on public imagination. Wierosaurus was probably a broad-bodied animal, reaching 7 meters in length and 4 tons in body mass. Only a few scattered bones have been found, making a full restoration difficult. Its dorsal plates were at first thought to have been much rounder or flatter than other stegosaurids, but Maidment established this was an illusion caused by breakage. Their actual form is unknown. Wierosaurus had a pelvis of which the front of the ilia strongly flared outwards, indicating a very broad belly. The neural spines on the tail base were exceptionally tall. It was lower to the ground than most other stegosaurids. Scientists believe that this was an adaptation to let it feed on low-growing vegetation. Ankylosauria includes the great majority of dinosaurs with armor in the form of bony osteoderms, similar to turtles. They were bulky quadrupeds, with short, powerful limbs. They are known to have first appeared in the Middle Jurassic, and persisted until the end of the Cretaceous period. Minmi is considered a primitive ankylosaur because it retained features that were lost in later, more advanced members of its group. For example, its armor was less specialized, and it had relatively long legs, suggesting it might have been more agile than its later relatives. Unlike some other ankylosaurs that had heavy, clubbed tails, Minmi's tail was relatively simple, indicating that it didn't use its tail as a primary weapon. Instead, its defense relied more on its body armor. The preserved dermal spikes of the Spicamelus were fused directly to the bone, a trait unique to this animal and not known from any other vertebrate. In all other known ankylosaurs, the osteoderms are embedded into the muscle tissue, rather than fused to underlying bone. The discovery of Spicamelus also shows that the two major thyreophorine groups coexisted for over 20 million years, and implies that the putative extinction of the stegosaurs in the early Cretaceous may have happened for reasons other than an increased diversity of ankylosaurs at that time. Material for Jurgiangosaurus consists of the holotype, a partial skeleton which has preserved a sacrum with 8 vertebrae, a complete right ilium and partial left ilium, a complete right pubis, the proximal end of the right ischium, 2 complete hind limbs, 14 caudal vertebrae, and some unidentified bones. These remains come from Liancheng, in the Chinese administrative unit of Lishui on the province of Zhejiang, and they were collected from the Cenomanian Age Chaochuan Formation. Jurgiangosaurus could grow up to 4.5 meters in length and was 1.5 tons in weight. Antarctopelta, based on phylogenetic bracketing and known material, probably had a macuoweedle like its relative Steguros. This structure was made up of several fused, flat osteoderms that occupied the end of the tail. Inside much of the macuoweedle there are no vertebrae, creating a largely fleshy space. The osteoderms are spiked and point outwards in a frond-like pattern, suggesting a defensive function. Like other ankylosaurs, it was a stocky, herbivorous quadruped protected by armor plates embedded in the skin. Although a complete skeleton has not been found, the species is estimated to have reached a maximum length of 4 meters from snout to tail tip. The holotype skeleton was collected about 90 meters from the base of the Gamma member of the Snow Hill Island Formation. It is one of only 2 major dinosaur-bearing rock formations found on Antarctica, bearing all but 2 of the continents named dinosaurs. The floral composition, habitat and climate are similar to modern volcanic arches. During the time in which Antarctopelta lived, Earth's climate was much warmer and more humid than it is today, and as a result Antarctica was without ice. The animals inhabiting Antarctica at this time would still have had to endure long periods of darkness during the winter, much like in modern-day Antarctica. Known from the late Cretaceous of southern Chile, Stegosaurus was around 1.5 meters long, roughly the size of a large dog. It had a proportionally larger head and more slender limbs than most other ankylosaurs, and a pelvis more resembling a stegosaur, but its most distinctive feature was its tail. It had a completely unique never-before-seen type of tail weapon, with a flat, frond-like structure formed from several pairs of large fused osteoderms making a shape resembling a maculoweevil. It seems to have been part of a previously unrecognized very early branching lineage of Gondwanan ankylosaurs, with its closest relatives Antarctopelta also included in this new group. And since the tail regions of both of those other species are poorly known, this means they may also have possessed maculohoodles. Nodosaurids, like their sister group the ankylosaurids, were heavily armored dinosaurs adorned with rows of bony armor nodules and spines, which were covered in keratin sheaths. They were small to large-sized, heavily built, quadrupedal, herbivorous dinosaurs, possessing small, leaf-shaped teeth. Unlike ankylosaurids, nodosaurids lacked mace-like tail clubs, instead having more flexible tail tips. Many nodosaurids had spikes projecting outward from their shoulders. Mimorapelta was a small nodosaurid, about 3 meters long, with a narrow snout, triangular skull, and distinctive horns and armor types. It was a low browser in the Morrison ecosystem, feeding on cycads and conifers, unlike the high-browsing Apatosaurus from the same region. Gastonia lived in a dry, partly wooded habitat with riverine forests, alongside other dinosaurs like Utahraptor and Cedarosaurus. It was the only ankylosaurian in its ecosystem and one of the most common species. Gastonia's abundance may have been due to its effective armor, which protected it against predators like Utahraptor. Its defensive strategy likely included both passive protection from vertical spikes and active defense using horizontal tail spikes. The armor may have also played a role in male-male competition, with vertical spikes used for intimidation and head-butting. Gastonia's downturned head and flexible skull were possibly adaptations for such behavior. Despite being ankylosaurs, often thought to be solitary due to their short legs, the concentration of Gastonia fossils suggests they may have lived in groups. Gastonia was protected by osteoderms, skin ossifications. The neck was covered by at least 2 bone rings. Usually in ankylosaurs these have the form of half rings, leaving the underside unprotected, but with Gastonia only 2 segments seem present, one at each side of the midline, causing Kirkland to refer to them as quarter rings. Gargoyleosaurus was a relatively small ankylosaur, reaching 3 meters in length and 300 to 750 kilograms in body mass. Much of the skull and skeleton has been recovered, and the taxon displays cranial sculpturing, including pronounced deltoid quadratojugal and squamosal bosses. The taxon is further characterized by a narrow rostrum, the presence of 7 conical teeth in each premaxilla, an incomplete osseous nasal septum, a linearly arranged nasal cavity, the absence of an osseous secondary palate, and, as regards osteoderms, 2 sets of co-ossified cervical plates and a number of elongate conical spines. A very unusual feature is the sagittal osteoderm on the first set of cervical plates. In most other ankylosaurs, these osteoderms are bilateral, paired with one on each side of the midline. Invicturx was described relatively recently, in 2018, based on fossils found in the Menifee Formation of New Mexico. Its discovery added to the growing knowledge of nodosaur diversity in North America during the late Cretaceous period. The genus name means invincible fortress, highlighting its heavily armored body. The fossil remains show that it had large, bony plates covering its back and sides, providing significant protection from predators. The current understanding of Invictrix is based on limited fossil material, including osteoderms and vertebrae, which means that much of its biology and behavior remain speculative. Future discoveries may provide more detailed information about this dinosaur. Polycanthus is one of the more famous nodosaurids due to its early discovery in the history of paleontology, though at that point it was only known from the rear half of the body. It lived about 130 to 125 million years ago, in the Valanginian to Hodorivian ages of the early Cretaceous. It was found on the Isle of Wight, in the Wessex Formation, making it one of the many dinosaurs known from early Cretaceous England. It was named for the osteoderms known from the animal. Scatterings of remains have been attributed to the animal since then, as often happens with early named taxa, and many of these taxa have thus been separated out upon finding that they were actually different genera from Polycanthus. Still yet, others such as Vectentia have been lumped back in with Polycanthus. It isn't known from extensive material, but it was probably a medium-sized nodosaur, about 5 meters long. The exact configuration of the osteoderms is poorly known, with most reconstructions of the animal based upon Gastonia. Sauropelta was a heavily built quadrupedal herbivore, measuring about 5 to 6 meters in length and weighing 1.5 to 2 tons. Its skull was triangular, with a wide, flat roof covered in tightly fused bony plates, and it featured leaf-shaped teeth for cutting plant material. The tail was exceptionally long, making up nearly half its body length, and was stiffened by ossified tendons. Sauropelta's body was broad, with stout limbs and a reinforced structure to support its weight. It was covered in armor made of bony masses, including large pointed spines along its neck and sides. The cervical spines and caudal plates were arranged in 2 parallel rows on each side, restricting mobility in the neck and tail. Like its relatives, Nodosaurus had 4 short legs, 5-toed feet, a short neck, and a long, stiff, clubless tail. The head was narrow, with a pointed snout, powerful jaws, and small teeth. It perhaps ate soft plants, as it would have been unable to chew tough, fibrous ones, or alternatively it may have processed the latter with gastroliths and its enormous intestinal apparatus. The dermal plates were arranged in bands along its body, with narrow bands over the ribs alternating with wider plates in between. These wider plates were covered in regularly arranged bony nodules, which give the animal its scientific name. Edmontonia was a heavily armored dinosaur with small, oval-ridged bony plates on its back and head, along with sharp spikes along its sides. The largest spikes were on its shoulders. Its skull was pear-shaped when viewed from above, and its neck and shoulders were protected by 3 half-rings of large keeled plates. The genus was distinguished by traits such as a more parallel-sided snout, smooth skull armor, and shorter neural arches compared to its close relative, Panoplosaurus. The large spikes were probably used between males in contests of strength to defend territory or gain mates. The spikes would also have been useful for intimidating predators or rival males, passive protection, or for active self-defense. The large forward-pointing shoulder spikes could have been used to run through attacking theropods. Rings in the petrified wood of trees contemporary with Edmontonia show evidence of strong seasonal changes in precipitation and temperature. This may hold an explanation for why so many specimens have been found with their armor plating and spikes in the same position they were in life. The Edmontonia could have died due to drought, dried up, and then rapidly became covered in sediment when the rainy season began. Hungarosaurus walked on 4 legs and its body was covered with hundreds of osteoderms. The length of mature specimens was about 4 meters. Like other nodosaurids, it was an herbivore. It is known from 4 specimens, preserving parts of the skull and skeleton, as well as osteoderms. It in fact had over 100 osteoderms. It lived alongside a dromaeosaurid and an ornithopod similar to Rabidon. It had very long legs and a large cerebellum, indicating that it was more cursorial than other ankylosaurs, and probably could have moved quite fast, indicating it had a different ecological niche, or different kinds of predators were encountering it in its habitat. The studies show that Hungarosaurus is slightly more advanced than Struthiosaurus, but more primitive than the North American nodosaurid Sylvosaurus, Sauropelta and Poposaurus. This was supported by cladistic analysis, which suggests that it is a basal member of the family Nodosauridae. The excellently named Animantarx, meaning living fortress, a nodosaurid ankylosaur from the mid-Cretaceous of Utah, about 100 million years ago. It was fairly small compared to other ankylosaurs, estimated to have been about 3 meters long. Fossils in the area are naturally slightly radioactive, and the only known specimen of Animantarx was actually discovered entirely remotely using a scintillation counter. It was the first dinosaur to be detected via technology rather than human observation. Subsequent excavation at this site turned up the fossil skeleton of Animantarx. No bones had been exposed on the surface. Hylaeosaurus is a significant dinosaur, being one of the first discovered and one of the 3 dinosaurs Richard Owen used to define Dinosauria. Although not as famous as Megalosaurus and Iguanodon, this is partly due to the limited knowledge of its anatomy. It lived around 136 million years ago during the Valanginian age of the early Cretaceous and was found in West Sussex, in England. Early reconstructions mistakenly depicted it as a deformed lizard, reflecting the limited understanding of its bird-like features at the time. Hylaeosaurus was about 5 meters long, with curved spines at the shoulder, and belonged to the Nodosaur family, a group of ankylosaurs without tail clubs. Poposaurus was primitive in regards to its sensory abilities when compared to later ankylosaurs. CT scans of its skull and brain by Paulina Carabajal and Louis Jacobs et al. Revealed that Poposaurus' hearing was on par with that of modern crocodilians, indicating that its hearing was relatively poor. Its sense of smell meanwhile, while not as advanced as that of later ankylosaurs, was still more powerful and acute than many of the theropods existent at the time thanks to its large nasal cavities. The enlarged nasal cavities of Poposaurus would also likely have been useful for cooling blood that was entering the brain, finding food and potential mates, or alerting it to danger. Borealopelta is one of the best preserved dinosaur fossils ever discovered. The fossil is so well preserved that it includes not only the bones but also the skin, armor and even traces of the pigments that colored its skin. Analysis of Borealopelta's fossilized skin revealed that it had a reddish-brown color with a lighter underside, a pattern known as countershading. This suggests that it used camouflage to protect itself from predators, which is surprising for a heavily armored dinosaur. It was an ankylosaur, specifically a nodosaurid, known for its extensive body armor. It had large, bony plates covering its back and sides, with long spikes on its shoulders, providing formidable defense against predators. It was an herbivore, and its fossilized stomach contents were preserved, providing rare direct evidence of its diet. The contents included ferns and other low-lying plants, confirming its diet consisted mainly of these types of vegetation. The remarkable preservation of Borealopelta is believed to be due to a rapid burial at sea. It's thought that the dinosaur's body was washed out to sea and quickly buried by sediments, which prevented decay and scavenging. The discovery in 2011 by a miner working in an oil sands mine in Alberta has provided unprecedented insights into the life and appearance of armored dinosaurs, offering a rare glimpse into the skin color, diet, and defensive strategies of these ancient creatures. Europelta was the first ankylosaur to be discovered and described from the Iberian Peninsula. Its discovery in Spain has added significant information to the understanding of ankylosaur diversity in Europe during the early Cretaceous period. It had distinctive body armor, characterized by large, flat, osteoderms that covered its body. The arrangement and shape of these plates helped paleontologists differentiate it from other ankylosaurs and suggest it had robust protection against predators. It was a medium-sized ankylosaur, estimated to be about 5 meters long. Its body was low to the ground, with stout limbs and a wide, flat body, typical of ankylosaurs, which were built for defense rather than speed. Stegopelta was a nodosaur, an armored dinosaur known for its specialized osteoderms and narrow snout used for selective foraging. The fossil record for Stegopelta is limited and includes fragments of the jaw, vertebrae, hips, limbs, and back armor, though these remains were damaged by erosion and cattle. It had distinctive armor patterns, including fused regions over its hips and split spines on its shoulders, though much of its anatomy remains unclear. Stegopelta was likely a slow-moving, low-level browser, relying on its armor for defense against predators. It probably spent much of its time foraging for specific plants, and it might have lived near beach ecosystems, as its fossils were found in an ocean formation. Little is known about its behavior, and it's uncertain if it associated with other dinosaur species like ornithopods. Struthiosaurus was named like this because its brain case, which is very bird-like, from which the original specimen is known. This bird-like brain case is notably large, which could indicate interesting behavioral differences from other ankylosaurs. Other material besides the brain case is indeed known, with multiple species assigned to the genus. Examinations of the brain of Struthiosaurus published in 2022 suggest it had very poor hearing and relied mostly on its armor for defense against predators. Its flocculus was very small and its lagina were very short, suggesting it was very sluggish in nature as well as solitary. Originally interpreted Alitopelta as an indeterminate nodosaurid that showed similarities with Edmontonia, but refrained from naming it as they considered it to be undiagnostic. The classification of this genus seems very complex for paleontologists because the remains are very partial. Others consider it to be a basal ankylosaur with a clubless tail. In this video, Alitopelta is classified within the ankylosaurid family, but nothing is certain yet. Its classification will likely be clarified with future discoveries, if any. The find is from a marine formation, indicating that the animal is a carcass that floated out to sea, forming a miniature reef environment after sinking to the ground. Pelacipeda, a bivalve, was found on the remains, and there is indication that it was fed on by sharks. In 2016, G and colleagues proposed that Lioningosaurus might have been adapted to a semi-aquatic lifestyle, based on the discovery of a shell-like ventral bony plate thought to protect against underwater attacks. However, other studies reinterpreted this structure as skin impressions or a ventral pelvic shield with an epidermal cover, not indicating a semi-aquatic adaptation. G's team also suggested that it was piscivorous, citing elongated teeth and fish remains found within the specimen's body, possibly as gut contents. Despite this, paleontologist Andrea Kaw expressed skepticism, suggesting that the evidence might simply reflect juvenile traits in scavenging fish rather than a semi-aquatic, piscivorous lifestyle. The chaotic fish distribution within the body cavity could also result from scavenging, and the aquatic environment where the fossil was found does not necessarily imply the dinosaur was aquatic. Others argue that more specimens showing similar evidence would be needed to support the hypothesis of a piscivorous diet. Unlike later forms of ankylosaurs, which are famous for their massive tail clubs used for defense, basal ankylosaurs lacked this feature. Instead, their tails were more flexible and often had spikes or simple, elongated structures. Despite lacking tail clubs, these dinosaurs were still well armored. Gobisaurus had extensive body armor in the form of osteoderms, bony plates embedded in the skin, which provided significant protection against predators. The absence of a tail club in basal ankylosaurs indicates that this feature evolved later in the ankylosaur lineage. It suggests that early ankylosaurs relied more on their body armor and potentially on other defensive behaviors. Chamosaurus scutatus shares many cranial similarities with Gobisaurus, including a rounded squamosal, large elliptical orbital fenestrae in oval external nares, a deltoid dorsal profile with a narrow rostrum. The snout is tongue-shaped and narrow in top view, quadratojugal protuberances, and caudalaterally directed paraccipital processes, extensions of the rear skull obliquely pointing to behind and sideways. But the two taxa may be distinguished by differences in the length of the maxillary tooth row, 40% instead of 27% of total skull length, an unfused basipterygoid-pterygoid process in Gobisaurus, the presence of an elongate vomerine premaxillary process in Gobisaurus, and the presence of cranial sculpting in Chamosaurus, but not in Gobisaurus. The last difference was denied by Arbour, who concluded that the degree of sculpting was roughly the same. Zongiwansaurus, like other ankylosaurids, had a variety of osteoderms embedded in its skin, with 8 distinct types identified in the holotype specimen. These included irregularly shaped quadrangles, circular and asymmetrical circular osteoderms with keels, and ridge-shaped osteoderms with grooved surfaces. An unusual arrow-shaped bone found near the nasal region was interpreted as a nasal horn used in combat, a feature unique among ankylosaurs. The tail club of Zongiwansaurus preserved only the handle without the knob osteoderms. Despite the specimen being immature, the absence of the knob osteoderms is not attributed to its age, as later studies suggested they may have disarticulated after death. However, this explanation was eventually ruled out, as disarticulated knobs typically preserve some vertebral fragments. Dioplosaurus was an ankylosaurid dinosaur, estimated to be around 4 meters long and weighing about 1.2 tons. It is distinguishable by its unique sacral ribs, triangular unguals, and a tail club knob that is longer than it is wide. Compared to Scalosaurus and Euoplocephalus, it has notable differences in pelvic structure and tail osteoderms. The tail club of Dioplosaurus, which had ossified tendons, was smaller than that of other ankylosaurids, producing an impact force insufficient to puncture bone, suggesting it may not have been used primarily for defense. The holotype specimen also preserves fossilized skin impressions with a mosaic of small osteoderms, though these impressions are incomplete due to erosion. Ankylosaurus is the most iconic and the largest member of the ankylosaurid family. It was covered in thick, bony plates called osteoderms that provided extensive protection against predators. These osteoderms were embedded in its skin, forming a nearly impenetrable shield across its back. Its most distinctive feature was its massive tail club, which was likely used as a defensive weapon. Studies suggest that the tail club could deliver powerful blows, potentially strong enough to break the bones of attacking predators like Tyrannosaurus. Its wide, low body was ideal for grazing on low-lying plants, likely feeding on ferns and other soft vegetation. Recent studies have shown that Ankylosaurus had a complex system of nasal passages. These convoluted nasal structures might have helped to cool the animal's brain or enhance its sense of smell. The heavy armor and short limbs likely made it a slow-moving dinosaur. However, this slow pace was balanced by its defensive adaptations, making it well-equipped to withstand attacks from predators. The vertebrae of Ankylosaurus were fused, adding strength and stability to its body. This fusion of bones, along with its robust limb structure, helped support the weight of its heavy armor. The eyes of Ankylosaurus were positioned on the sides of its head, allowing it to have a wide field of vision. This adaptation likely helped it to spot approaching predators from multiple angles, giving it a defensive advantage. It was one of the last surviving ankylosaurs before the mass extinction at the end of the Cretaceous period. Some scientists have proposed that the complex nasal passages in Ankylosaurus might have been used for vocalization. The intricate nasal structures could have allowed Ankylosaurus to produce low-frequency sounds, possibly for communication or mating calls. Euoplocephalus may have had running abilities comparable to modern rhinoceroses. Its upper arms sloped away from the body, and the species was likely solitary or lived in small groups. Its armor could have had a keratinous covering and might have played a role in thermoregulation. The tail club, supported by ossified tendons, was likely a defensive weapon capable of breaking bones, although it may have been used for both defense and intraspecific combat. Euoplocephalus had complex nasal passages, possibly for heat and water regulation, and a well-developed sense of smell. It was an herbivore with a broad muzzle, indicating it was a non-selective feeder, and its jaws were capable of complex movements for processing tough vegetation. The tail club was used as a low-swinging weapon against predators' legs. It is difficult to establish the geographical origin of ankylosauridae at present. There is a mix of basal ankylosaurids from both North America and Asia, which carries on through accepted cladistic analyses. It appears that in the mid-Cretaceous, Asian nodosaurids were replaced by ankylosaurine. Some researchers postulate that ankylosaurines migrated into North America from Asia between the Albian and Campanian, where they diversified into a clade of ankylosaurines characterized by arched snouts and flat cranial bone plates. There is no evidence for ankylosaurids in Gondwana, the southern continent. Zyapelta is known from a complete skull and a first cervical half-ring, suggesting its head and neck armor may have been separated from the body before burial. It had three unique traits: a large, triangular caputegulum on the snout, deep, anteriorly curved squamosal horns, and three deep grooves at the rear base of the skull. Additionally, the skull top featured a mix of concave, flat, and convex caputegulae. Zyapelta differs from another ankylosaur from the Kirtland Formation, Nodocephalosaurus, by having sharper, more front-curved squamosal horns and more irregularly shaped caputegulae. These features help distinguish Zyapelta from other ankylosaurs. Zul is a recently described genus of ankylosaurid from the Judith River Formation in Montana. This dinosaur is exceptionally well preserved, with portions of soft tissue, a nearly complete skull, and much of the skeleton intact, though it is still under study due to its large block entombment. The skull, which experienced some compression, features broad nostrils, extensive surrounding osteoderms, and triangular osteoderms behind the eyes, and resembles the skull of Euoplocephalus, albeit slightly flatter. Zul had massive cheek horns and the longest known tail club of any North American ankylosaurid, with preserved osteoderms and horny sheaths, and stiffening structures including 8 tendons on each side of the tail handle. The tail club is somewhat squared off and flat, with spongy and pitted osteoderms at the end. Zul is closely related to other ankylosaurids like Scalosaurus and Ankylosaurus, suggesting it shared similar traits with these relatives. Its discovery highlights the rapid evolutionary changes among ankylosaurids in North America during the late Cretaceous, paralleling other dinosaur groups of the time. Minotaurosaurus was a medium-sized ankylosaurid, with an estimated length of 4 meters, although it may have reached larger sizes as the type specimen represents an immature individual. Although not a lot of postcranial material is known, it would have had a tail club that may have been used for protection against predators or interspecific combat and would have been covered in protective osteoderms. It would have also had a barrel-like body and short, robust limbs based on close relatives. Instead of oral processing, ankylosaurids living in dry environments may have relied more on hindgut fermentation for digestion or, alternatively, consumed succulent plants that did not require complex chewing. These ankylosaurids may have also been restricted to simple orthel pulping and might have had to deal with more grit during feeding compared to ankylosaurs that lived in tropical to subtropical climates, as indicated by the microwear pits. A juvenile specimen of Pinacosaurus preserves large paraglossalia, triangular bones or cartilages located in the tongue, which show signs of muscular stress, and it is thought this was a common feature of ankylosaurs. Pinacosaurus and other ankylosaurs likely relied heavily on muscular tongues when feeding, since their teeth were fairly small and were replaced at a relatively slow rate. Some modern salamanders have similar tongue bones, and use prehensile tongues to pick up food. Though it may not have fed on fibrous and woody plants, they may have had a more varied diet, including tough leaves and pulpy fruits. Inversely, this might suggest anteater-like insectivorous behavior. The habitat of Pinacosaurus consisted of a semi-desert interspersed with oases. No large theropods are known to have inhabited the ecosystem, though smaller ones like Velociraptor were present. It has been suggested that the relatively light build of Pinacosaurus was an adaptation to gain agility to better fight small theropods, the moderately large club being fast enough to hit these swift targets. Anodontosaurus is an ankylosaurid with an impressive tail club, one of the most interesting ones among the ankylosaurids. It was found in the Horseshoe Canyon Formation in Alberta. The club was wide and pointed, and it also had different skull ornamentation from other ankylosaurs, most notably small polygonal plates of bone immediately behind the eye. It was thought for a long time to be the same dinosaur as Euoplocephalus, however, has since been separated out due to the differences in its skull and tail. A juvenile of this animal is also known from portions of the skeleton. It was a medium-sized ankylosaur, and was in the Ankylosaurini group, or those ankylosaurs most closely related to Ankylosaurus and Euoplocephalus. Talarurus is a uniquely proportioned ankylosaur from the Bayan Shiree Formation in Mongolia, dating to around the Santonian age of the late Cretaceous. It is known from several specimens, including much of the skull and skeleton, although the original specimen is poorly preserved. Talarurus features distinctive head ornaments, such as small tubercular osteoderms on the skull and symmetrical armor tiles, along with a V-shaped raised area on the front of the snout. The dinosaur was approximately 5 meters long and had a stiffened tail with a club at the end. Its long, narrow skull and upright stance set it apart from other ankylosaurs, and it is one of the oldest ankylosaurids known from Asia. Talarurus lived in a lowland floodplain, contrasting with desert-dwelling ankylosaurs like Cycania, which might explain its distinct snout features. The first fossils of Cycania were found in the early 1970s in Mongolia. The description of this species has been based on limited fossil material, especially the rear of the animal is not well known. It was more robustly built than other members of the Ankylosauridae, measuring 5 to 7 meters in length and 2 tons in body mass. Neck vertebrae, shoulder girdle, ribs and breast bones were fused or firmly connected. Its body was flat and low-slung, standing on 4 short legs. The forelimbs were very powerful. The head was protected by bulbous armor tiles. It could defend itself against predators like Tarbosaurus with a tail club. On the torso keeled osteoderms were present. Cycania bit off plants in its desert habitat with a horny beak and processed them in its wide hindgut. Victoria Arbour pointed out that Cycania, Tarchia and Zaraopelta shared the same habitat. She assumed that this relative ankylosaurian abundance in species had been caused by them being the main herbivores in the area, enough crop thus being available to feed 3 populations, although their relative niches were unclear. The differences in head ornamentation would then have served species recognition. She saw no indications of sexual dimorphism. Tarchia was a medium-sized ankylosaur measuring around 6 meters long and weighing up to 3 tons, with some specimens potentially reaching 6 meters in length. It had a broad, low-slung body supported by short, strong legs, and was protected by osteoderms, with a likely bony tail club used for defense. Tarchia was differentiated from Cycania by its larger basicranium, unfused paroccipital process quadrate contact, and wider premaxillary rostrum relative to the tooth rows in the maxillaries. In 2014, it was noted for its distinctive deep groove around the squamosal horn and an accessory osteoderm, and in 2016, it was recognized for differences in the skull's occiput and the presence of a postorbital fossa. It also lacked postocular caputegulae and had a proportionally high occiput in caudal view. Tarkia's fossils, once misattributed to Sicania, were found in Aeolian dunes and interdune environments. It was herbivorous, likely relying on hindgut fermentation for digestion, and may have shifted from bulk feeding to more selective feeding during the late Cretaceous due to environmental changes or competition. Agilosaurus has leaf-shaped teeth that were well adapted to their abrasive, plant-based diets. Most surprisingly, the wavy enamel of its teeth and all other ornithopods, presumably to make it more resistant to wear, was previously thought to be exclusive to the hadrosaurs. Its tibia was longer than its femur, which indicates that it was an extremely fast bipedal runner, using its long tail for balance, although it may have walked on all fours when browsing for food. Because it lacks tail-stiffening interwoven bony struts, some paleontologists think it may have been a burrow dweller. Comparisons between the scleral rings of Agilosaurus and modern birds and reptiles suggest that it may have been diurnal, unlike larger herbivorous dinosaurs that were inferred to be cathemeral, active throughout the day at short intervals. Nanosaurus is known from material from all parts of the body, including two good skeletons, although the skull is still poorly known. It was a small animal, with specimens previously assigned to Drinker and Othnialosaurus measuring 2 meters long and weighing 20 to 30 kilograms. It was a bipedal dinosaur with short forelimbs and long hind limbs with large processes for muscle attachments. The hands were short and broad with short fingers. The taxon has a complicated taxonomic history, largely the work of Marsh and Peter Galton, involving the genera Laosaurus, Holopus, Othnielia and Othnialosaurus, the latter two now being considered to be synonyms of Nanosaurus. It had historically been classified as a hypsilophodont or fabrosaur, types of generalized small bipedal herbivore, but more recent research has abandoned these groupings as paraphyletic, and Nanosaurus is today considered a basal member of Neornithischia. Hypsilophodon, a small herbivorous dinosaur, fed on low-growing vegetation, likely preferring high-quality plant material like young shoots and roots. Its skull structure suggests it had cheeks, aiding in the chewing of food, with self-sharpening teeth designed for processing tough plants. Early paleontologists debated its locomotion, initially proposing it was quadrupedal and possibly arboreal, similar to modern tree kangaroos. However, by 1969, Peter Galton's analysis showed Hypsilophodon was a bipedal runner, and the idea of it being arboreal was refuted. Fossil evidence suggests it may have moved in large groups, earning it the nickname deer of the Mesozoic. The level of parental care remains uncertain, though sexual dimorphism might indicate differences between males and females. Colindodromeus was a small dinosaur, measuring 1.5 meters long and weighing about 2 kilograms. It had a short head, short forelimbs, long hind limbs, and a long tail, typical of early Neornithischians. Distinguishing features include a lower front ascending branch of the maxilla, a large fenestra maxillaris, and notched jugal bones. Remarkably, Colindodromeus had a complex integument with scales and feather-like structures, previously thought to be exclusive to theropods. It had 3 types of feathers, hair-like filaments, groups of downwards projecting filaments, and unique ribbon-like structures. Additionally, it had 3 types of scales, including hexagonal and rectangular scales on its lower legs and tail. The discovery of these features added complexity to the understanding of feather evolution in dinosaurs. Parksosaurus was a thessalosaurid known from the Horseshoe Canyon Formation in Alberta. It would have been approximately 2.5 meters long and less than 1 meter tall. It was probably a lighter animal than Thescelosaurus, its close relative, given its different body proportions. It had robust hind limbs and an elongate skull, allowing for it to be a fast runner and low browser like other members of its family. It would have lived alongside many other dinosaurs, such as Albertosaurus, Saurolophus, ceratopsians, and troodontids. It would have lived along the western interior seaway and would have been affected by this marine ecosystem in its habitat. It may have used its long toes to walk over mud and clay near the seaway and rivers, and used its arms for burrowing. Thescelosaurus was a heavily built, bipedal dinosaur, measuring 2.5 to 4.5 meters in length and weighing 200 to 300 kilograms. Its skeletal anatomy is well documented, allowing detailed reconstructions of its hip and hind limb muscles. The dinosaur had a prominent ridge along its maxillae and dentaries, suggesting muscular cheeks for holding food while chewing. Thescelosaurus had a mix of premaxillary and leaf-shaped cheek teeth, a long tail braced by ossified tendons, and robust limbs. Although it was likely herbivorous, it may have been slower than other hypsilophodonts due to its heavier build. Recent studies suggest it had a small brain, poor hearing, and a strong sense of smell and balance, possibly indicating a semi-fossorial lifestyle. Its integument remains uncertain, with some evidence of scales but no confirmed feathers. One specimen even showed bone pathology, indicating it had difficulty moving swiftly. Oryctodromeus was a small, swift herbivorous dinosaur, measuring about 2 meters in length. Its name, meaning digging runner of the lair, reflects its likely burrowing lifestyle. The discovery of an adult with juveniles in a burrow suggests extended parental care, as the burrow likely served as a safe space to rear young. The burrow, about 2 meters long and 70 centimeters wide, contained disarticulated skeletons, indicating the animals died and decayed within it. Resembling those made by modern hyenas and puffins, the burrow was filled with sand, creating a distinct sandstone formation. It had 2 turns and smaller tunnels likely created by other animals sharing the space. The size and shape of the burrow matched the adult Oryctodromeus, suggesting it was the digger. Wierum is known from a single partial skeleton, including a partial skull roof and lower jaw, a femur and tibia, part of a rib and other fragments. Because it has a flat skull roof with large openings, it has been considered primitive among pachycephalosaurs. Sometimes it has been classified as a member of the now deprecated family Homalocephalidae, now thought to be an unnatural assembly of pachycephalosaurians without domed skulls. Although its remains are from a very small individual, with a femur length of 8 centimeters and an estimated overall length of about 60 centimeters, the fused bones in its skull suggest that it was an adult at death. Like other pachycephalosaurians, it was probably herbivorous or omnivorous, feeding close to the ground on a variety of plant matter, and possibly insects as well. With the exception of 2 species, most pachycephalosaurs lived during the late Cretaceous period, dating between about 85 and 66 million years ago. They are exclusive to the northern hemisphere, all of them being found in North America and Asia. They were all bipedal, herbivorous or maybe omnivorous animals with thick skulls. Skulls can be domed, flat or wedge-shaped depending on the species, and are all heavily ossified. The domes were often surrounded by nodes and spikes. Partial skeletons have been found of several pachycephalosaur species, but to date no complete skeletons have been discovered. Often isolated skull fragments are the only bones that are found. Homalocephale was about 1.8 meters long. Unlike other definitely adult pachycephalosaurs, though similar to probable juvenile specimens referred to Goiocephale, Homalocephale sported a flat, wedge-shaped skull roof. Nonetheless, the surface of the skull was fairly thickened. It is also noted for having an unusually broad pelvis, and some have suggested that the width served to protect vital organs from harm during flank butting. Homalocephale also had rather long legs, indicating a fast-moving gait. Some suggested that flat-headed pachycephalosaurs were just juvenile forms of dome-headed adults, a view also supported by the earlier analysis of Horner and Goodwin in 2009. First described and named in the early 1900s, Stegosaurus was a dog-sized small pachycephalosaur that lived in Alberta. Initially just known from its skull domes, it was one of the first pachycephalosaurs to be discovered and was very poorly understood until more complete remains were found in the 1920s. It was a small bipedal dinosaur with tiny arms, bird-like legs, a speculative coat of fluffy protofeathers over most of its body, and a long tapering tail with speculative bristly quills. It has a large bony dome on its forehead, rimmed with short spikes, and a short snout with a stubby beak. It is uncertain what pachycephalosaurs ate. Having very small, ridged teeth, they could not have chewed tough, fibrous plants as effectively as other dinosaurs of the same period. It is assumed that their sharp, serrated teeth were ideally suited for a mixed diet of leaves, seeds, fruit and insects. Stegosaurus may have had an entirely herbivorous diet, as the tooth crowns were similar to those of iguanid lizards. Acrophilus is known for its thickened dome-shaped skull, formed by fused frontal and parietal bones. The purpose of this dome has led to two main hypotheses. One suggests it served as a visual display for sexual selection or species recognition, though this theory is questioned due to the energy required for such a structure. The more widely accepted hypothesis proposes that the dome was used as a weapon in intraspecies combat. Evidence supporting this includes pathologies found in related species like Pachycephalosaurus, where skull lesions suggest injuries from headbutting. Comparisons with modern headbutting mammals reveal similar dome structures and protective features. Additionally, pathologies in modern archosaurs, such as ostriches and crocodiles, align with those seen in pachycephalosaurs, supporting the combat theory. Tylocephale was average-sized for a pachycephalosaur, reaching 2 meters in length and 40 kilograms in body mass. The skull is triangular in back view, the widest point being at the jugulus with an apex at the top of the dome. Tylocephale's dome is the tallest known from a pachycephalosaur. This dome is also unusually thick and rugose on its exterior. Behind the dome, an array of spikes, nodes and tubercules protrude posteriorly over the neck. The eyebrow ridge was ornamented with small, bony nodules and was thicker than in other genera. It has been suggested that Tylocephale differed from Stegosaurus by having a back-and-forth jaw motion instead of up and down. This propylinal motion would shift food back and forth in the mouth. The sediments of the formation where it has been found were deposited in alluvial plain, lacustrine and Aeolian paleo environments, under relatively arid to semi-arid climates. Adult Prenocephale measured 2 meters in length. Unlike the flattened wedge-shaped skull of Homalocephale, the head of Prenocephale was rounded and sloping. The dome had a row of small bony spikes and bumps. Like some other pachycephalosaurs, it is known only from skulls and a few other small bones. For this reason, reconstructions usually depict Prenocephale as sharing the basic body plan common to all of the other Pachycephalosauria, a stout body with a short, thick neck, short forelimbs and tall hind legs. As with most of its relatives, scientists do not yet know what these dinosaurs ate. However, the premaxillary teeth and muzzle are not as wide-set as in its relative Stegosaurus, indicating different feeding preferences, possibly that Prenocephale was a more selective forager. Some scientists suggest that it may have been an omnivore, eating both plants and insects. However, most experts agree that it browsed on leaves and fruit. Spherothylus is a poorly known genus that, for some reason, has 3 species assigned to it. Goodwini from the Kirtland Formation of New Mexico, Buchholzi and Edmontonans from the Hell Creek Formation of Montana. The genus lived for a long time, had a widespread distribution, and yet we don't know much more about it other than it was an average-sized pachycephalosaurid and had a round domed skull. However, it differs from all other pachycephalosaurids were known in the possession of a parietosquamosal bar that decreases in depth laterally as seen in caudal view and is bordered by a single row of nodes and one lateroventral corner node. Spherothylus is considered a highly derived pachycephalosaur. Aliscacephale lived alongside many other dinosaurs during latest interval of the Campanian stage. Having resided at an estimated 80 to 85 degrees north paleolatitude, the area Aliscacephale thrived and experienced climatic extremes unlike that experienced by most other dinosaurs. The temperature of this northern environment would have ranged from around 10 to 12 degrees Celsius during the warmer months and about under 0 degrees during the colder months. As well as this, the environment would have faced 120 days of continuous low-light conditions during the winter. In contrast to the contemporary large herbivores Edmontosaurus and Pachyrhinosaurus, which preferred coastal lowland and upland environments respectively, Nanoxaurus appears to have been fairly ubiquitous throughout the Prince Creek landscape. Much like their frilled relatives, Pachycephalosaurus had beaks at the tips of their snouts and large gut cavities for digesting plant matter, but they also had surprisingly sharp theropod-like teeth in front of their more standard herbivore teeth further back, suggesting they may also have been opportunistic omnivores, occasionally snacking on carrion or small animals similarly to modern pigs or bears. Their striking-looking dome heads were probably used for combat, head-butting or flank-butting each other, and many fossil skulls show evidence of injuries that would have been caused by that sort of behavior. Pachycephalosaurus was one of the largest of its kind, reaching lengths of around 4.5 meters, and was characterized by a large bony dome head surrounded by small blunt spikes. Recent discoveries of juvenile Pachycephalosaurus skulls confirmed a hypothesis proposed a few years earlier. These dinosaurs changed appearance drastically as they grew up, and younger individuals had been mistaken for separate species. They started off with domeless flat heads, bristling with long spikes, a form previously named Dracorex. Then as they matured their domes began to grow, previously stygomolic, and by full maturity they had big domes with the spikes shrunk down to smaller stubbier knobs. Paleontologist Dong Zhiming originally described Micropachycephalosaurus as a member of the Pachycephalosauria. But further study failed to find any characteristics linking it with the Pachycephalosaurs. The one piece of evidence that could provide this link, the supposedly thickened skull roof, was missing from the fossil collection the scientists examined, and so could not be used to support or refute its original classification. Butler and Zhao therefore classified it as an indeterminate member of the Sauropoda. It later became a basal member of the Ceratopsia. Micropachycephalosaurus likely only grew up to 1 meter long when fully grown, and it was a bipedal and herbivorous dinosaur. It has the longest name of any dinosaur, with 23 letters in the genus name alone, while the full binomial contains 37 letters. Psittacosaurus is known from numerous species, with over a dozen different species described, making it one of the most species-rich dinosaur genera. It primarily walked on 2 legs, however, studies of its skeleton suggest that juveniles may have moved on all 4s and transitioned to bipedal locomotion as they matured. Fossil evidence has shown that some species had feather-like structures, or quill-like filaments, on their tails. These structures, while not true feathers, suggest that it might have had a form of proto-feathers, offering a glimpse into the evolutionary transition from dinosaurs to birds. Fossil evidence has been found that suggests Psittacosaurus may have exhibited parental care. One famous fossil shows a group of juveniles clustered around an adult, which some paleontologists interpret as a family group. Another remarkable fossil was so well preserved that scientists could reconstruct its color patterns. This analysis revealed that Psittacosaurus had countershading, with a darker back and lighter underside, a common camouflage pattern in modern animals. This suggests it lived in environments where such camouflage would have been advantageous, such as dappled forest floors. It is one of the earliest known members of the ceratopsian group. Although Psittacosaurus itself did not have the large frills or horns characteristic of later ceratopsians, it shares several anatomical features with its more famous descendants, making it an important link in understanding the evolution of this group. Fossils have been found across a wide area in Asia. This wide distribution suggests that it was a successful and adaptable genus, capable of thriving in various environments, from forested areas to more open habitats. A small rostral bone on the end of the upper jaw clearly identifies Yinlong as a ceratopsian, although the skull displays several features, especially the ornamentation of the squamosal bone of the skull roof, which were previously thought to be unique to pachycephalosaurians. The presence of these features in Yinlong indicates these as actual synapomorphies of the larger group Marginocephalia, which contains both the pachycephalosaurs and the ceratopsians, although these features have been lost in all known ceratopsians more derived than Yinlong. It was discovered with 7 gastroliths preserved in the abdominal cavity. Gastroliths, stones stored in the digestive tract and used to grind plant material, are also found in other ceratopsians such as Psittacosaurus, and are also widely distributed in most other dinosaur groups. It also had enlarged canine-like teeth at the front of its snout, a feature very similar to heterodontosaurids, which could be the result of convergent evolution, or could mean that heterodontosaurids were much more closely related to marginocephalians than previously thought. Chaoyangsaurus is one of the earliest known members of the ceratopsian group, living during the late Jurassic period, about 150 million years ago. It predates many of its more famous relatives by tens of millions of years. It was relatively small, measuring about 1 meter in length and weighing around 15 kilograms. Its small size is typical of early ceratopsians. It had a sharp, parrot-like beak that was well suited for cropping plants, much like its later relatives. Its teeth were adapted for grinding and chewing tough plant material, indicating that it was herbivorous. It lived in a forested environment with a warm climate during the late Jurassic. It likely played a role as a small herbivore, feeding on low-growing plants and possibly serving as prey for larger carnivorous dinosaurs of the time. Liaceratops provides crucial insight into the early evolution of horned dinosaurs, showing that Triceratops and its relatives evolved from small Asian ceratopsians and that these dinosaurs developed their distinctive features earlier and more rapidly than previously thought. Ironically, the diminutive Liaceratops may help scientists understand the roles of horns and frills in ceratopsian dinosaurs. First thought of as offensive or defensive organs, these structures are seen by many paleontologists today as display devices used in species recognition and to attract mates. It has a small jugal horn facing sideways under and behind each of its eyes. As this structure is relatively small and light, Makovicki believed that it was a display organ and had no purpose in defense. Archaeoceratops, like all ceratopsians, was an herbivore. During the Cretaceous, flowering plants were geographically limited on the landscape, and so it is likely that this dinosaur fed on the predominant plants of the era, ferns, cycads and conifers. It would have used its sharp beak to bite off the leaves or needles and chop them up to be swallowed. It appears to have been bipedal and quite small, reaching 1 meter in length and 10 kilograms in body mass. It had a comparatively large head but no horns, possessing only a small bony frill projecting from the back of its head. It was found in the Xinmenbao group in Gansu Province, China, and is known from a few specimens that consist of incomplete skeletons and skull material. Mosaoceratops can be distinguished by 4 autapomorphic, unique derived traits: the presence of an evident groove between the premaxilla and the maxilla in lateral view, the elongation of the anterior part of the jugal having a parallel upper edge and lower edge. The main body of the jugal below the eye sockets bears two small bumps. In the ilium, the extremity of the upper edge of the rear blade is pointed obliquely to above and behind. Furthermore, a unique combination is present of traits that in themselves are not unique. The premaxilla is edentulous, meaning it lacks teeth. True to its name, Microceratus was a very small dinosaur, measuring only about 60 centimeters in length and weighing approximately 10 kilograms. Its small size made it one of the smallest ceratopsians known. It was originally named Microceratops in 1953, but this name was later changed to Microceratus because the original name was already used for a genus of wasps. Although direct evidence is lacking, it's possible that Microceratus exhibited some form of social behavior. Its small size and potential for living in groups could have provided protection against predators, and living in herds might have been a strategy for survival. Its small size and agility would have been advantageous in semi-arid environment, allowing it to quickly move through the landscape in search of food and avoid predators. Although most early ceratopsians are known from Asia, during the early Cretaceous a few dispersed across to North America via a land connection in Beringia. These migration events happened at least 3 times, and Aquilops was part of the first wave of immigrants, dating to 109 to 100 million years and representing one of the earliest ceratopsians discovered in North America. Known from a single tiny skull found in Montana, its full size would have been only around 60 centimeters long, about the size of a large rabbit. The narrow triangular shape of its snout suggests it was probably a selective browser, feeding on leaves and soft shoots in low-level foliage. Its hooked beak also had a raised bump on the front, which may have supported a larger display structure such as a horn. Coreoceratops is the first ceratopsian dinosaur to be discovered in South Korea. One of its most distinctive features is its unusually long and deep tail, which had elongated neural spines. This tail structure suggests that it might have been adapted for swimming, indicating that it could have been semi-aquatic. This is a rare adaptation among ceratopsians, most of which are thought to have been strictly terrestrial. Even if it looks small for a dinosaur, it was large among its group, measuring about 2 meters in length and weighing an estimated 45 to 100 kilograms. Coreoceratops lived in a region that was likely dominated by rivers and lakes, with a warm climate and lush vegetation. Its possible semi-aquatic adaptations, like the long tail, suggest it might have spent time in or near water, perhaps feeding on aquatic plants or using water as a refuge from predators. The discovery of Coreoceratops was a significant milestone for paleontology in Korea, highlighting the country's rich fossil heritage. It has helped to place Korea on the map as an important region for studying the diversity and evolution of dinosaurs in Asia. Although much less famous than their larger horned and frilled relatives, the Leptoceratopsids were a widespread and successful group of ceratopsian dinosaurs during the late Cretaceous, with fossils known from North America, Asia and Europe. They were fairly small stocky quadrupedal dinosaurs, sort of pig-like, with short deep jaws and powerful beaks adapted for eating fibrous low-level plants like ferns and cycads, and to process such tough food they even evolved a chewing style similar to mammals like rodents. Prenoceratops is known from the 2 Medicine Formation bone beds in Montana, in United States, dating to about 74 million years ago. Around 1.5 to 2 meters long, it was very similar to its later relative Leptoceratops, but had a slightly lower, more sloping shape to its skull. Dinosaurs is one of the largest known members of the family. It measured about 4 meters in length and weighed around 500 kilograms. It had a robust jaw with powerful chewing muscles, which allowed it to process tough plant material. Its lower jaw was unusually deep, which is a distinctive feature not commonly seen in other ceratopsians. This adaptation suggests that it had a specialized diet, possibly feeding on particularly fibrous or hard-to-digest plants. Unlike the more derived ceratopsians, it did not have large horns or an elaborate frill. Its frill was small and more primitive, serving possibly for muscle attachment rather than display or defense. This simpler anatomy reflects its more basal position in ceratopsian evolution. Dinosaurs lived in a semi-arid environment with seasonal rainfall, which likely included a mix of deserts, floodplains, and sparse vegetation. It may have had adaptations to conserve water and energy. Its large size and powerful jaw muscles suggest it was capable of processing large quantities of food, which would have been necessary in an environment where vegetation might be sparse. Ferrosaurus was discovered in 1971 during a uranium and thorium exploration by Kenny Larson and was donated to the Dalhousie University in 2004. It was described but not named in 2008, by then it made its way into the collection of the Royal British Columbia Museum in Victoria. It was named in 2019. The holotype, nicknamed Buster, includes portions of the pectoral girdles, left forelimb, left hind limb and right PS. The name Ferrosaurus is derived from Latin ferrus, iron, and Greek sauros, lizard, referencing to the specimen's discovery along a railway line. The epithet honors the Sistut River and basin. During the mid-Cretaceous, the Leptoceratopsids split off from the main ceratopsian lineage. Fairly small with low frills, they were a successful group lasting throughout the rest of the Mesozoic. Seeming to originate in western North America, a few species have been found in Asia that may represent a dispersal event back across Beringia, and partial remains are also known from Europe and Appalachia. Leptoceratops was one of the last of this branch of the ceratopsians, living during the very end of the Cretaceous. About 2 meters long, its fossils have been found in Alberta and Wyoming, and it would have lived alongside some of its larger distant cousins like the much more famous Triceratops. Its skeleton shows it was a stocky quadrupedal sort of pig-like animal. Short deep jaws with strong teeth gave it a powerful bite, adapted for slicing and crushing, and it was probably specialized for a diet of very tough plant matter. Montanoceratops was a typical primitive ceratopsian in many respects, distinguished from the later species by the presence of claws, rather than hooves, and by having teeth in its upper jaw, rather than a toothless beak. It was once thought to have a horn on its nose, but that was a misplaced cheek horn. Another unusual feature was the presence of tall spines on the bones of the tail. Although these would not have been visible during life, they would have made the tail unusually deep in cross-section. Since the tail was also highly flexible, it is possible that it was used in intraspecies signaling, and that the deep shape made it more visible. Montanoceratops, like all ceratopsians, was an herbivore. It would have used its sharp ceratopsian beak to bite off the leaves or needles. The first fossils of Brachyceratops were discovered in the 60s by a Polish expedition and were initially described as a species of Protoceratops. These fossils, including a juvenile skeleton and various postcranial elements, were later reclassified as a separate genus by Sergei Mikhailovich Kurzanov in 1990. Brachyceratops exhibits a mix of primitive and derived traits, including premaxillary teeth and a narrow antorbital fenestra, which distinguishes it from related genera like Bagaceratops. The holotype and some additional specimens are recognized as Brachyceratops, though many other fossils were reclassified to Bagaceratops. The skull of Brachyceratops features a moderately pronounced neck frill, typical of Protoceratopsids. This unique combination of features helps in understanding the early ceratopsian evolutionary lineage. Bagaceratops was among the smallest ceratopsians, growing up to 1:1.5 meters in length, with a weight about 22 to 45 kilograms. Although emerging late in the reign of the dinosaurs, it had a fairly primitive anatomy, when compared to the much-derived ceratopsids, and kept the small body size that characterized early ceratopsians. Unlike its close relative, Protoceratops, Bagaceratops lacked premaxillary teeth, cylindrical, blunt teeth near the tip of the upper jaw. It lived in a semi-arid environment with sparse vegetation. Its small size and body structure suggest it was well adapted to navigating through such environments, likely feeding on low-growing plants and using its agility to escape predators. Fossils were discovered in Mongolia's Barand-Goyet Formation, a key site for understanding late Cretaceous dinosaur fauna. The discovery of these fossils has provided valuable insights into the diversity and evolution of ceratopsians in Asia. The Protoceratopsids were a mainly Asian branch of the ceratopsians, splitting off shortly after the Leptoceratopsids. Although still fairly small, they looked a lot more like a typical ceratopsian than their ancestors, with relatively big heads for their body size and large neck frills. The best-known member of this group was the 1.8 meters long Protoceratops, which lived in Mongolia during the late Cretaceous. It was a very common animal, with hundreds of fossils representing all different stages of growth, and large numbers found together suggest it may have lived in herds. The size and shape of its frill differed a lot between individuals, with some being short and compact and others being much longer or wider. Some paleontologists have considered this to be evidence of sexual dimorphism, but further studies show no clear distinctions between the proposed male and female morphs. It was probably just natural genetic variation among the population. Famous fossil preserves a fight between a Protoceratops and a velociraptor, the pair dying together before being buried in sand. The predator's sickle claw was lodged into the Protoceratops' neck, while the ceratopsian was crushing the velociraptor's arm in its beak. The horned dinosaurs are among the most iconic of all extinct animals, known for their impressive frills and facial horns. Dominating the late Cretaceous period, they were very diversified and are almost all found in North America. Ujcaceratops, a primitive form, lived during the late Cretaceous in the western Tethyan archipelago, in what is now Europe. It was originally described as a ceratopsian most closely related to forms in East Asia, from where its ancestors may have migrated by island hopping. Later research however has questioned this assignment, and treats Ujcaceratops as an ornithischian of unresolved affinity. Although the fossils are fragmentary, the paper describing it estimated a body length of 1 meter. The fossils were discovered in the Sibanya Formation, which is interpreted as a floodplain and channel deposit formed by variegated clay, silt with interbedded gray and brown sand, and sandstone beds. Zuniceratops was discovered in New Mexico, and dates to the late Cretaceous. Estimated to have been about 3.5 meters long, it was one of the earliest ceratopsians with well-developed horns over its eyes. It had a transitional mix of features between basal ceratopsians and the later larger forms, having brow horns and a long narrow snout, but a frill lacking decorative scalloped edges, suggesting that the horned ceratopsids evolved from more primitive ancestors already within North America rather than migrating in later from Asia. Bones from several different individuals have been found, showing that their teeth became more firmly rooted with age, going from single-rooted in juveniles to double-rooted in adults. The brow horns also appear to have grown continuously throughout Zuniceratops' life, with those of older specimens being much larger. Specimens of Zuniceratops are known from the Moreno Hill Formation, which documents a time of tectonic upheaval, volcanic activities, humid paleoclimate, and North American coastal margin shifts. Tyrannoceratops lived slightly later than Zuniceratops, approximately 90 million years ago during the late Cretaceous period. Measuring around 2 meters in length, it was a small transitional species closely related to the true ceratopsids. However, there is ongoing debate about whether it should be classified as a true member of that group. Fossils of Tyrannoceratops were discovered in Uzbekistan, making it the earliest ceratopsid-like dinosaur found in Asia rather than North America. This suggests that ceratopsians were still migrating between the two continents. Only fragmentary remains have been uncovered, so while it's known to have had large brow horns, the presence of a nose horn and the exact shape of its frill remain uncertain. Therefore, much of its reconstructed appearance is speculative. Centrosaurs are primarily known from the northern regions of western North America. However, some species ventured further south, with fossils found as far as Mexico. These dinosaurs often featured prominent spikes on their frills, and many also developed large nose horns or nasal bosses. Diabloceratops, meaning devil-horned face, was one of the earliest members of this group, living around 80 million years ago. Found in Utah, it likely measured about 5.5 meters in length. This species had a small nose horn, relatively short brow horns, and a pair of long, devil-like spikes at the top of its frill, which inspired its name. It had a shorter, deeper skull than its later relatives and retained some primitive traits from its ancestors. It was also the first centrosaur discovered south of Montana, suggesting that the group may have originated in the southern part of the continent before its descendants dispersed northward. Compared to their sister group, Chasmosaurinae, centrosaurines are relatively small. Ceratopsian dinosaurs from the Judith River Formation have been studied for over a century, but their diversity remains unclear due to fragmented specimens. The newly described Furcatoceratops is based on a nearly complete skeleton from this formation. It is distinguished by unique features like anteriorly oriented horn cores and a distinctive nasal structure. Cladistic analysis shows it is an early diverging centrosaurine, closely related to Nasidoceratops. Its ontogeny suggests early co-ossification of cranial elements, similar to Triceratops. The well-preserved, disarticulated skeleton will be valuable for future ceratopsian studies. Nasidoceratops would have measured around 4.8 meters long, and had very long horns, curving out to the sides and then twisting forwards into a shape that convergently resembles those of modern cattle. It appears to have been part of a unique side branch of the early centrosaurs known as the Nasidoceratopsinae, which had long brow horns, small nose horns and only modestly decorated frills compared to their other relatives. This group also includes representatives from further north such as Avaceratops and several other still unnamed specimens. Its snout was short and deep, with an unusually huge nasal cavity and shows evidence of pneumatic air sacs. Skin impressions were also found around its left shoulder, showing a pattern of 1 cm hexagonal scales surrounded by smaller triangular scales. Xenoceratops was one of the earliest centrosaurs identified in Canada, with fossils found in Alberta dating back to around 79 million years ago, similar in age to the more southern Diabloceratops. It was estimated to be about 6 meters long, though the fossil remains are incomplete, particularly for the facial region. However, it likely had relatively long brow horns and a low, boss-like nasal horn. Additionally, it featured a pair of forward-pointing knobs and 2 large spikes on its frill, although the exact number and arrangement of its other frill ornamentation remain uncertain. Unlike most other centrosaurines, the midline bar of the frill has no bumps or other ornamentation. Xenoceratops probably had a nasal and brow horn configuration comparable to that of other basal centrosaurines. Sinoceratops was the first and only ceratopsid known from China, and possibly also the only one known from the entirety of Asia. Discovered in the Shandong province, It dates to about 73 million years ago and was one of the larger centrosaurs at an estimated length of at least 7 meters. It had a well-developed nose horn and highly reduced brow horns, and forward-curving spikes around the edge of its frill that gave it a crown-like appearance. Uniquely for a ceratopsid, it also had some protruding bumps just below the spikes, creating a second row of ornamentation. The presence of Sinoceratops in China shows that at least one lineage of centrosaurs dispersed across to Asia, but they seem to have been quite rare animals on that side of Beringia. While other dinosaur groups such as hadrosaurs and tyrannosaurs seem to do just fine on both continents, something prevented the ceratopsids from being nearly as prolific as their North American relatives. Wendiceratops was one of the older known centrosaurs, living about 79 million years ago in Alberta, but it had a slightly higher position in the evolutionary tree than more basal forms like Xenoceratops, indicating just how incredibly quickly the early ceratopsids diversified. Partial remains of several individuals have been found, representing both adults and juveniles, with an estimated full size of around 6 meters long. It had forward-curving frill spikes, similar to those of its close relative Sinoceratops, and a large nose horn. The size of its brow horns is unknown, so some reconstructions are based on the fairly well-developed horns of other similarly aged centrosaurs. Lokiceratops was a ceratopsian dinosaur that lived during the late Cretaceous in what is now Montana. Estimated at about 6.7 meters long, it was one of the largest known members of the centrosaurine branch of the ceratopsians. It had a unique arrangement of ornamentation on its skull, with no nose horn, 2 long brow horns, and a pair of huge asymmetrical curving blade-like spikes on the top of its square frill, some of the largest known frill spikes of any ceratopsian. It lived in a swampy environment near the shore of the western interior seaway, in an area that seems to have had an unusually high diversity of ceratopsians. Along with Lokiceratops there were 3 other ceratopsid dinosaurs. Albertaceratops is unusual in combining long brow horns with an otherwise centrosaurine skull, as centrosaurines normally possess short brow horns. Over its nose was a bony ridge, and on its frill were 2 large outwardly projecting hooks. Its size has been estimated at 5.8 meters and 3,500 kilograms. It is known from a single complete skull found in 2001 and skull and postcranial fragments. A phylogenetic analysis carried out by its describer, Michael Ryan, found it to be the most basal centrosaurine. Additional specimens were reported from a bone bed in the Judith River Formation of Montana. However, further study showed these remains to come from a different centrosaurine, Mesozoic. Some species of ceratopsians appear to have been gregarious, living in herds. This is suggested by bone bed finds with the remains of many individuals of different ages. Like modern migratory herds, they would have had a significant effect on their environment, as well as serving as a major food source for predators. Mesozoic was a 6-meter-long ceratopsid from the late Cretaceous of Montana. Initially misidentified as Albertaceratops due to its similar brow horns and frill spikes, it was reclassified in 2010 as an early chasmosaur. However, recent studies suggest it was actually a centrosaur closely related to Albertaceratops. This misidentification also means that many fossils previously attributed to Albertaceratops were actually Mesozoic, found in a mass bone bed likely from a single catastrophic event. Similar mass bone beds have been found for other centrosaurs in the same area and around the same age. Perhaps there were frequent flash floods at the time, or they were attempting to migrate across fast-flowing rivers like some modern animals, but we still don't actually know for certain why they died en masse so frequently. Around 5 meters long, Styracosaurus was one of the most elaborately ornamented horned dinosaurs, with a long nose horn and multiple elongated spikes on its frill. There was actually quite a lot of variation in the frills of Styracosaurus, with varying numbers of long spikes and extra hook-like projections present on some individuals. But one recently discovered specimen nicknamed Hannah is especially surprising. It had a noticeable amount of asymmetry in its skull. The left and right sides show different numbers and arrangements of spikes, so much so that if the two halves had been discovered separately, they might have been identified as belonging to two completely different species. Frill arrangements are often used to define different ceratopsids, so if this level of individual variation and asymmetry existed in other species, too, then we may need to re-evaluate some of them. Styracosaurus' tail was rather short. The skull had a beak and shearing cheek teeth arranged in continuous dental batteries, suggesting that the animal sliced up plants. Like other ceratopsians, this dinosaur may have been a herd animal, traveling in large groups, as suggested by bone beds. Spinops is a close relative of Centrosaurus, and was indeed very similar to it in appearance and general morphology. It is only known from parts of the skull, which include small portions of the frill and the entirety of the nose horn. These skull portions are known from a few individuals, but, given it lived in the same general environment as Styracosaurus and Centrosaurus, it probably wasn't nearly as common, due to the lack of remains known. It is uncertain where exactly it comes from, but it was found in either the Oldman Formation or the Dinosaur Park Formation, and it lived in the Campanian age of the late Cretaceous, approximately 76.5 million years ago, and thus, was also from southern Canada. Iosaurus is known from hundreds of bones representing over 15 different individuals of varying ages. It had little to no brow horns, and two long spikes at the top of its frill, but also one of the most unusual-looking nose horns of all the ceratopsids, strongly forward and downward curving nasal horn that resembles a bottle opener, though this may only occur in some adults. It had a complex dental battery capable of processing even the toughest plants. It lived in an inland habitat. The juvenile remains show evidence of very rapid growth during their first few years of life, only starting to slow down around age 3 to 5, suggesting that was the point they began to reach reproductive maturity. The largest specimens are estimated to have measured about 4.5 meters long, although they appear to have been subadults who still hadn't quite reached their full size. Ankylosaurus seems to have been a transitional form among the Pachyrhinosaurini. While slightly more basal members like Iosaurus had well-developed nose horns, and the later Pachyrhinosaurus had enormous flattened nasal bosses, Ankylosaurus was somewhere in between. Living in Montana, about 74 million years ago, it reached sizes of about 6 meters long. Instead of horns, rough patches of bone on its skull supported bosses over its snout and eyes, which in life would have been covered by thick layers of keratinous skin. Unlike adults, juveniles had small brow horns with bony cores which gradually developed into full bosses as they grew. It's possible that the bosses of mature individuals were used for head-butting or ramming behaviors. Monoclonius was first named by Edward Drinker Cope in 1876. Later, much taxonomic confusion was caused by the discovery of Centrosaurus, a very similar genus of ceratopsian that is known from much better remains. Today, typical monoclonius specimens are usually believed to be juvenile Centrosaurus or subadults, in many cases of other genera such as Centrosaurus. Those specimens that remain under the name monoclonius are mostly too incomplete or immature to be confidently matched with adult specimens from the same time and place. This is especially true of the type species, Monoclonius crassus. Therefore, Monoclonius is often considered a nomen dubium now, pending further study. Centrosaurus lends its name to the entire Centrosaur group. It grew up to about 6 meters long and is known from a huge number of fossils from thousands of individuals in gigantic bone beds. These seem to represent enormous herds, making Centrosaurus one of the most common dinosaurs in the region at the time. It had a single large horn on its nose, which started off pointing backwards as a juvenile and changed shape as it grew, gradually hooking forwards. Two especially long spikes at the top of its frill curved strongly downwards, while its brow horns were reduced to small points. Skin impressions are also known from one specimen, preserving a region around the right hip and upper leg, showing a pattern of small polygonal scales interspersed with larger rounded scales. The large frills and nasal horns of the ceratopsians are among the most distinctive facial adornments of all dinosaurs. Their function has been the subject of debate since the first horned dinosaurs were discovered. Common theories concerning the function of ceratopsian frills and horns include defense from predators, combat within the species, and visual display. A specimen from Dinosaur Provincial Park was found to have advanced osteosarcoma in its right fibula. Examination of the cancerous lesions in the bone suggests the cancer had reached an aggressive stage, causing a severe limp that made it more vulnerable to predators. Despite this, it survived longer than expected due to the protection of its herd, but ultimately died in a flash flood that formed the bone bed where it was discovered. Pachyrhinosaurus has become one of the more recognizable ceratopsian names in the last couple of decades, but its remains have actually been known for over 70 years. It was one of the largest of the centrosaurs, with the biggest specimens estimated to have measured up to 8 meters long. Instead of horns, their skulls bore massive, flattened bosses, a large boss over the nose and a smaller one over the eyes. A prominent pair of horns grew from the frill and extended upwards. Pachyrhinosaurus lived in the northernmost regions of North America. This means it inhabited high-latitude environments that likely experienced cold, dark winters, challenging conditions for large herbivores. To survive in these harsh climates, it may have developed specific adaptations, such as a thick, insulating layer of skin or possibly even protofeathers, though there is no direct evidence of this yet. Their nasal boss might have played a role in thermoregulation or signaling within herds. Their fossils have been found in large bone beds, suggesting that they lived in herds. This social structure would have provided protection from predators and possibly facilitated communal foraging or migration in response to seasonal changes in their environment. Some paleontologists speculate that Pachyrhinosaurus might have migrated seasonally to avoid the harshest winter conditions. However, others suggest they were year-round residents, possibly adapting to the long periods of darkness by relying on their sense of smell or by living in forested areas that offered shelter and consistent food sources. The chasmosaurs were the second major branch of the ceratopsids, and ranged throughout most of western North America during the end portion of the Cretaceous. They tended to have larger brow horns than their centrosaur cousins, and more elongated frills that lacked elaborate spikes. Cosmoceratops was discovered in Utah, and had one of the most ornate skulls of any known dinosaur. Living about 76 million years ago, it's known from a partial skeleton and an almost complete skull and is estimated to have measured around 5 meters long. Its frill was relatively short and wide for a chasmosaur, topped with a fringe of 8 long folded-over spikes and a pair of sideways curving hooks. Its brow horns curved sideways, and its nose horn was thin and flattened into a blade-like shape. Overall, it had a total of 15 large horns and spikes, 10 big frill spikes, 2 brow horns, a nose horn, and 2 cheek spikes, along with 16 additional scallops along the sides of its frill. Known from one partial skull and a few pieces of the rest of the skeleton, representing a mature adult about 10 years old, Spiclipius is estimated to have measured between 4.5 and 6 meters in length. Damage to the frill bones on one side of the skull show evidence of an infected injury, possibly inflicted by the horns of another Spiclipius during a fight. The forelimb bones also showed symptoms of arthritis and abscessed bone infection, suggesting this particular fossilized individual had suffered a lot of pain towards the end of its life. The first 2 pairs of Spiclipius frill spikes were fused together, folding forward over the top of the frill, and its brow horns curved out to the sides. Its ornamentation seems to have been transitional between the straighter frill spikes of earlier chasmosaurs and later more elaborately curled forms. Mercuriceratops was a medium-sized ceratopsian, about 4 meters long and weighing around 1 ton. It is distinguished by a unique squamosal bone with a narrowed, rod-shaped rear branch, unlike the typical chasmosaurine forms. This squamosal had at least 6 to 8 episquamosals on its frill rim. The narrow squamosal suggests that the parietal bones were very wide and had large fenestrae. Mercuriceratops is the oldest known chasmosaurine from Canada and the first pre-Maastrichtian ceratopsid found on both sides of the Canada-United States border. Although its squamosal shape appears transitional between older centrosaurine and later chasmosaurine forms, this idea was rejected by its describers due to the lack of similar transitional phases in juvenile centrosaurines. Despite its name, Pentaceratops only had 3 main facial horns, just like most other ceratopsids. The extra 2 horns actually refer to the cheek spikes which protruded out sideways from its face, a feature seen in all ceratopsids to some degree, but especially long and sharply pointed in Pentaceratops. Its frill was one of the largest of all known ceratopsids. During the Cretaceous, flowering plants were geographically limited on the landscape, and so it is likely that this dinosaur fed on the predominant plants of the era, ferns, cycads and conifers. It would have used its sharp ceratopsian beak to bite off the branches, which were then shredded, leaves, needles and all, by the tooth batteries, providing a self-sharpening continuous cutting edge in both upper and lower jaws. Ultimately, the plant material was digested by the large gut. Like other ceratopsids, Aguijoceratops was a 4-legged plant eater. The elaborate frill and horns suggest a complex social life, perhaps involving displays towards and fights with other members of the species over territory or mating. Multiple individuals are found in a single quarry. It is unclear whether this represents animals brought together by a drought or flood event, or perhaps a herd. It was a relatively large horned dinosaur, reaching 4.3 meters in length and 1.5 tons in body mass. It has a short nose horn, long brow horns, and an elongate frill circled by small hornlets. The back of the frill has a strong notch, giving it a heart shape, with 3 or 4 pairs of spike-like hornlets. Scott Sampson has compared the evolution of ceratopsids to that of some mammal groups. Both were rapid from a geological perspective and precipitated the simultaneous evolution of large body size, derived feeding structures, and varied horn-like organs. According to him, if ceratopsids were to have sexual dimorphism, modern ecological analogues suggest it would be in their mating signals like horns and frills. However, no convincing evidence for sexual dimorphism in body size or mating signals is known in ceratopsids. Alongside fellow chasmosaurine Terminocavus, also from the Kirtland Formation and described in the same paper, Navajoceratops was found to represent a stratigraphic and morphological intermediate between Pentaceratops and Anchisceratops. Partial remains of 6 different individuals of Utaceratops have been found, allowing for about 95% of the skull and 70% of the rest of the skeleton to be accurately reconstructed, giving a full body length of around 4.5 meters, with the skull alone being over 2 meters long. Its nose horn was positioned quite far back on its snout, and its short blunt brow horns pointed out to the sides. The top of its long frill ended in a U-shaped notch, with the first pair of spikes curving forwards. Despite how proportionally large the skulls of chasmosaurs like Utaceratops were, they weren't nearly as heavy as they might look. Instead of being made of solid bone, there were large openings in the frill, known as fenestrae, that helped to significantly reduce its weight. Chasmosaurus lived on the east coast of Laramidia alongside various species of Centrosaurus, suggesting niche partitioning. Chasmosaurus had a longer snout and jaws, potentially allowing it to be more selective in its plant diet. The function of its frill and horns remains uncertain, with short horns and large fenestrae suggesting limited defensive use. It is hypothesized that the frill might have been used for display, possibly with bright colors for mating or intimidation, though sexual dimorphism is hard to prove. Historically, it was suggested that long brow horns might indicate males and short ones females, but this is no longer supported. A juvenile indicates potential parental care, similar to Triceratops. The juvenile, about 5 feet long and estimated to be 3 years old, had limb proportions like adults, suggesting that both juveniles and adults were not fast movers. The specimen was largely complete except for missing front limbs, which fell into a sinkhole before discovery. Skin impressions and burial evidence suggest the juvenile likely drowned during a river crossing. Chasmosaurus was of a slightly smaller to average size, especially when compared to larger ceratopsians, such as Triceratops, which were about the size of an African bush elephant. Judiceratops is the oldest known member of the Chasmosaurinae, but already shows many of the distinctive features of the group, including the long, concave squamosals and pointed epioccipitals. Along with the presence of specialized centrosaurines such as Albertaceratops at the same time, it suggests rapid evolution of the horned dinosaurs between the Turonian and the Middle Campanian, when Chasmosaurinae and Centrosaurinae show up in the fossil record. This period spans about 15 million years, a relatively short period in terms of dinosaur evolution, suggesting rapid evolution. Although Judiceratops is currently the oldest known chasmosaurine, it does not seem to be ancestral to later horned dinosaurs. Instead, the specialized features of the frill, the large wing-like hornlets on the margins of the frill, and the reduced ones on the back, show that it represents a side branch in chasmosaurine evolution. Although the horns of Coahuilaceratops are not completely preserved, their absolute size is comparable to the size of the horns of the largest chasmosaurines. The hyperrobust morphology of the horns is more reminiscent of large specimens of Pentaceratops than of Agujaceratops. According to estimates given in a press release from the Natural History Museum of Utah, an adult Coahuilaceratops was about 7 meters long, 2 meters tall at the shoulders and hips, with a 1.8 meter skull, and probably weighed about 4 to 5 tons. Its specific traits, such as its relatively short frill and horn configuration, indicate it may have adapted to different ecological niches compared to its contemporaries. This suggests a diversity of ecological roles within ceratopsid dinosaurs. Anchisceratops is relatively rare compared to other ceratopsians and is typically found near marine sediments in the Horseshoe Canyon and Dinosaur Park formations, suggesting it may have lived in estuaries. While flowering plants were becoming more common, ceratopsians like Anchisceratops primarily fed on conifers, cycads and ferns. In 1914, Brown proposed that its unique frill and horns were likely due to sexual selection rather than defensive function. Later, in 1959, Langston suggested a semi-aquatic lifestyle for Anchisceratops, but this idea was largely rejected until Mallon revisited it in 2012, suggesting it could have had semi-aquatic traits similar to modern hippopotamuses. Mallon also noted that it was exceptionally long-lived compared to other ceratopsids, possibly due to reduced competition, less habitat fragmentation, or a more generalist lifestyle. Sierraceratops was a medium-sized horned dinosaur. Compared to other chasmosaurs, it has short but massive brow horns that are relatively short and robust, and a long cheek horn on the jugal. The frill was relatively long and had large holes, the parietal fenestrae, separated by an oval-shaped midline bar. It was originally referred to the genus Torosaurus, based in part on the assumption that the fossils dated to the late Maastrichtian. Closer study later revealed that the animal was distinct from Torosaurus. Torosaurus has a flat midline bar of the parietal, while that of Sierraceratops is oval. Furthermore, radiometric dates suggest that the animal is significantly older than Torosaurus, dating to the latest Campanian or early Maastrichtian, rather than the late Maastrichtian. Tatankaceratops is a controversial chasmosaurine ceratopsian from the late Cretaceous of South Dakota. Known from a single partial skull collected from the Hell Creek Formation and described in 2010, Nick Longrich suggested that it might be a juvenile Triceratops due to its small size and features resembling those of both juvenile and adult Triceratops. The specimen's unusual characteristics, including a long nose horn, led Longrich to propose it could be either a dwarf Triceratops species or an individual with a developmental disorder. Other paleontologists, including Thomas Holtz, suspect Tatankaceratops is simply a juvenile Triceratops. Subsequent studies have generally not accepted Tatankaceratops as a valid genus. The Triceratopsinae branch of the Chasmosaurs first split off somewhere around 75 million years ago, with Titanoceratops being the earliest known member. But they don't seem to have really diversified until several million years later, towards the very end of the Cretaceous 70 to 68 million years ago, around the time the centrosaurs had already mostly disappeared. Regaliceratops is estimated to have measured around 5 meters long. Known from a single near-complete skull discovered in Alberta, the fossil specimen was nicknamed Hellboy for both its stubby brow horns and the immense difficulty of removing it from the surrounding rock. It had highly unusual ornamentation for a chasmosaur, a long nose horn, short brow horns, and large crown-like spikes ringing its relatively short frill, convergently resembling the sort of arrangement seen in many centrosaurs. Titanoceratops was a large ceratopsid, estimated to be about 7 to 8 meters long. It had a robust build and large frill, making it one of the more imposing ceratopsids. The frill was particularly distinctive, featuring a large, well-developed structure with prominent fenestrae. It had long brow horns and a moderately developed nasal horn, which suggests a unique adaptation compared to other ceratopsids. The genus is significant for understanding the transition and diversity within ceratopsids. It provides evidence of evolutionary trends in the Chasmosaurinae, showing how horn and frill morphology evolved over time. A Rhinoceratops lived in a wet coastland with warm summers but cool winters. It was likely preyed upon by Albertosaurus. During the Cretaceous, flowering plants were geographically limited on the landscape, and so it is likely that this dinosaur fed on the predominant plants of the era, ferns, cycads and conifers. It would have used its sharp ceratopsian beak to bite off the leaves or needles. Its habitat was densely forested. Since this dinosaur is known only from its skull, scientists have few data about its overall anatomy. The skull, as restored, features a broad, square, neck frill with two oval-shaped openings. The frill is deeply veined on both the top and the underside by arterial grooves. The sides of the frill are adorned by about 9 osteoderms. The rear edge of the frill is lightly scalloped. Ojoceratops is very similar to its close relative Triceratops, though it is from an earlier time period and has a more squared-off frill. Nick Longrich, in 2011, noted that the squared-off frill is also found in some true Triceratops specimens and that Ojoceratops is probably a junior synonym of Triceratops, while Holtz noted that it is probably ancestral to Triceratops and possibly synonymous with the contemporary Eotriceratops. However, Jasinski argued that the genus is valid on the basis of other diagnostic features not recognized by Longrich, including the parietal bar not seen in any Triceratops specimens, the wide-arched squamosal, enlarged base. Maiorino also considered Ojoceratops as a valid taxon in their phylogenetic analysis. Cladistic analyses revealed that Regaliceratops is in a polytomy with Ojoceratops and Eotriceratops. The holotype skull of Eotriceratops is estimated to have originally been around 3 meters long, with the entire dinosaur reaching about 8.5 to 9 meters in length and weighing around 11 tons. It displays unique cranial features distinguishing it from other chasmosaurine ceratopsians, such as a wide premaxilla process and elongated, flattened episquamosals. The snout of Triceratops was relatively flat and elongated, with a distinctive oval fenestra interpremaxillaris and less excavated nasal processes compared to Triceratops. The nasal horn was low, slightly recurved, and had a narrow rear edge. Its forward-curving brow horns were estimated to be 80 centimeters long, with a narrow, vertically directed base. Additionally, the skull exhibits bite marks interpreted as scavenging traces, and the parietal bones, which form the neck shield, are poorly preserved. Bearing a large bony frill, 3 horns on the skull, and a large, 4-legged body, exhibiting convergent evolution with bovines and rhinoceroses, Triceratops is one of the most recognizable of all dinosaurs and the best-known ceratopsian. It was also one of the largest, measuring around 8 to 9 meters long and weighing up to 6 to 10 tons. It shared the landscape with and was most likely preyed upon by Tyrannosaurus, though it is less certain that 2 adults would battle in the fanciful manner often depicted in museum displays and popular media. The functions of the frills and 3 distinctive facial horns on its head have inspired countless debates. Traditionally, these have been viewed as defensive weapons against predators. More recent interpretations find it probable that these features were primarily used in species identification, courtship, and dominance display, much like the antlers and horns of modern ungulates. Although Triceratops is often depicted as a herding animal, evidence of this behavior is limited, with only one known bone bed in Montana containing 3 juveniles. In 2012, 3 Triceratops of different sizes were found in Wyoming, suggesting they may have traveled as a family unit, but it's unclear if they were a mated pair with offspring or 2 females with a juvenile. Their remains showed signs of predation by Tyrannosaurus, including broken and punctured bones. Triceratops fossils are common, with skulls far more frequently found than postcranial bones, indicating a high preservation potential. Their teeth, organized into batteries, suggest they consumed large amounts of fibrous plant material. The function of their horns and frill is debated, with theories ranging from combat to courtship display, with the latter gaining more acceptance. Recent studies suggest Triceratops may have had an ectothermic metabolism, similar to modern reptiles. Additionally, Triceratops' growth patterns indicate significant changes in horn and frill development as they aged, with some debate over whether Torosaurus represents a mature form of Triceratops. Ornithopods represent one of the most successful groups of herbivorous dinosaurs during the Cretaceous. The most primitive members of the group were bipedal and relatively small-sized, while advanced members of the subgroup Iguanodontia became quadrupedal and developed large body size. Their major evolutionary advantage was the progressive development of a chewing apparatus that became the most sophisticated ever developed by a non-avian dinosaur, rivaling that of modern mammals such as cows. They reached their apex of diversity and ecological dominance in the hadrosaurids. Gasparinisaura had a rounded head that was moderately elongated. The eye sockets were very large and placed in a high position. The rather long back of the head was pendant. Gastroliths discovered formed clusters of up to 140 rounded and polished stones in the abdomen with an average stone diameter of about 8 mm, representing about 0.3% of total body weight. They were voluminous enough to function as a gastric mill, a function sometimes denied for sauropod gastroliths because of their insufficient relative mass, being an order of magnitude lower. The hindlimb anatomy of Morosaurus and other elasmarians, including a slim metatarsus, suggests they were adept runners, differentiating them from other herbivorous dinosaurs of their time. Features in their relatives, like expanded chevrons and bony intercostal plates, likely enhanced their running ability by improving tail balance, musculature control, and breathing efficiency. A 2020 study on the growth rate of Morosaurus and Tyrannosaura revealed that, unlike their northern hemisphere counterparts, these Antarctic dinosaurs showed rapid growth with periodic interruptions, similar to South American relatives. This suggests that elasmarians thrived in cold southern environments due to existing adaptations rather than developing new ones. The discovery of Morosaurus, along with evidence of a related clade in Gondwana, supports the idea of faunal connections between Antarctica, South America, and other southern continents during the dinosaur era. This discovery also aligns with previously recognized links between the flora and marine invertebrate fauna of these regions, known as the Vedelian bioprovince. Tyrannosaura has been classified as a basal member of the clade Ornithopoda along with other ornithischians that had lived in the former supercontinent of Gondwana, which lived during the Cretaceous. Its only known skeleton comes from a subadult. With a small size of 1.5 meters, it was very lightly built and bipedal, with long legs built for running and a rigid tail to aid in balance during locomotion. Tyrannosaura is distinct from its relatives in a variety of ways, such as the shape of the ischium, back pelvic bone, and a large deltopectoral crest on the humerus, upper arm bone. It is also noted to have a slower growth rate than genera that lived in warmer climates, an adaptation to colder temperatures of the Antarctic. Haytag Island was home to quite a few unique species right at the end of the Cretaceous. Zalmoxes was a member of the Rhabdodontids, a group of herbivorous ornithopod dinosaurs related to well-known names like Iguanodon. It had a chunkier build than its closest relatives, with a deep skull, a large beak and a rotund body. Like other rhabdodontids, it would have had powerful jaw muscles and ridged cheek teeth specialized for scissoring, adaptations for cutting up particularly tough plant matter. It was also quite small, about 2.4 meters long, although since the largest known fossils represent subadults, this may not have been its full size. A second species in the same genus lived on the same island and was actually slightly bigger. Nopcsa proposed that the type species, which were smaller than their relatives elsewhere, adapted through insular dwarfism. A scientific paper from 2003 found that Zalmoxes most likely had a diet that consisted of tough fibrous plants like soft shoots, horsetails, angiosperms and ferns. Tenontosaurus was a medium-sized ornithopod dinosaur, with adults weighing around 1,000 kilograms and reaching lengths of 7 to 8 meters. It was a facultative quadruped, capable of both bipedal and quadrupedal movement, though likely more comfortable walking on all fours. Its diet consisted of low-growing vegetation, such as ferns and shrubs, and it had a powerful beak suitable for consuming various plant parts. Fossil evidence suggests Tenontosaurus was frequently preyed upon by Deinonychus, particularly juveniles. The species lived in diverse environments, ranging from arid to tropical, and showed a remarkable ability to adapt to changing climates. Fossils of Tenontosaurus are abundant in formations across North America, indicating its widespread presence and ecological success during the early Cretaceous period. Draconix is a member of the Iguanodontia, a diverse group of herbivorous dinosaurs. It shows transitional features between earlier, more primitive ornithopods and later, more derived iguanodontians. This makes it an important genus for understanding the evolution of this group. It is known primarily from a partial skeleton, including a well-preserved hand with a large, curved thumb spike, which is characteristic of iguanodontians. This thumb spike may have been used for defense or foraging, similar to its relative, Iguanodon. Draconix lived in what is now Portugal during the late Jurassic. The environment it inhabited was likely a lush, coastal region with abundant plant life, supporting a variety of herbivorous dinosaurs. Muttaburrasaurus was a large ornithopod dinosaur, measuring around 8 meters in length and weighing approximately 2.8 tons. Initially thought to be an iguanodontid, recent studies suggest it may belong to the rhabdodont group, which implies it was likely incapable of quadrupedal movement. Early reconstructions included a thumb spike, but this feature is now considered unlikely. It had a broad, flat skull with a pointed snout and a distinctive, hollow nasal bulge, possibly used for vocalization or display, although this remains speculative due to the lack of fossilized nasal tissue. The dinosaur's feet were long and broad, with 4 toes, supporting a robust build. Its powerful jaws were equipped with shearing teeth, but unlike more advanced ornithopods, Muttaburrasaurus lacked a tooth battery, limiting its ability to chew. The teeth grew directly beneath the existing ones, allowing only one generation of teeth to erupt at a time. This, along with the absence of a primary ridge on the teeth, led to the initial speculation that Muttaburrasaurus might have been omnivorous, possibly consuming carrion. However, later studies suggested that its dental structure was more likely adapted for eating tough vegetation, such as cycads, similar to the shearing teeth of ceratopsians. Valdosaurus is a dryasaurid known from the Isle of Wight in England, as well as the Hastings beds of West Sussex. It lived in the early Cretaceous, so sometime between 145 and 120 million years ago. Though it has had other species assigned to the genus, one was never formally described, and the other has been given its own genus from other locations in Europe. It would have been around 1.2 meters long, and it's known from fairly fragmentary remains. Having a close European relative of the American form Dryosaurus named led to most of the dryasaurid fossil material of Europe being referred to Valdosaurus. Dryosaurus had a long neck, long, slender legs and a long, stiff tail. Their arms, however, with 5 fingers on each hand, were short. They had a horny beak and cheek teeth. Some scientists suggest that it had cheek-like structures to prevent the loss of food while the animal processed it in the mouth. The teeth were characterized by a strong median ridge on the lateral surface. Dryosaurus subsisted primarily on low-growing vegetation in ancient floodplains. A quick and agile runner with strong legs, it used its stiff tail as a counterbalance. It probably relied on its speed as a main defense against carnivorous dinosaurs. A Dryosaurus hatchling found at Dinosaur National Monument in Utah confirmed that it followed similar patterns of craniofacial development to other vertebrates. The eyes were proportionally large while young and the muzzle proportionally short. As the animal grew, its eyes became proportionally smaller and its snout proportionally longer. Ankylopolexians would in the Cretaceous become one of the most successful groups on the planet, being both widespread and numerous in nature. Around this time, Ankylopolexians spread to Asia and Europe. Based on the holotype and the related genus Camptosaurus, when fully grown, Eudiodon would have grown up to around 6 meters long and would probably have weighed no more than around 400 kilograms. Studies suggest that the paleo-environment of the section of the Morrison Formation where it lived included rivers that flowed from the west into a basin that contained a giant, saline alkaline lake, and there were extensive wetlands in the vicinity. Camptosaurus is a relatively heavily built form, with robust hind limbs and broad feet, still having 4 toes. Due to the separate status of Eudiodon, it has become problematic which material from the Morrison Formation belongs to Camptosaurus. The specimens with certainty belonging to Camptosaurus dispar, from Quarry 13, have been recovered from very deep layers. The largest fragments from later strata indicate adult individuals around 6.8 meters long. The skull was triangular with a pointed snout, equipped with a beak. Its teeth were more tightly packed in the jaw compared to other Morrison euornithopods. Its teeth frequently exhibit extensive wear, which indicates that individuals in the genus had a diet of relatively tough vegetation. Based on studies of other iguanodonts, scientists believe they may have been able to achieve running speeds of 25 km per hour. A tiny fossilized embryo, referred to Camptosaurus, was retrieved from Morrison Formation strata at Dinosaur National Monument in Utah. Lurtosaurus, an unusual ornithopod dinosaur from the early Cretaceous, was estimated to have reached up to 9 meters long. It was proportioned very differently from its close relatives, with short stocky limbs, a wide barrel-shaped body, and a long neck. The bones of its hind feet also suggest the presence of a large fleshy pad to help support its weight. Basically, it looked an awful lot like an iguanodont trying to mimic a sauropod. Sometimes it's also interpreted as a semi-aquatic hippo-like animal, wading around the extensive waterways that stretched across North Africa at the time. There's currently no fossil evidence for this, however, so until somebody does a detailed study of its anatomy, we can only speculate what Lurtosaurus was actually doing. Lanzhusaurus lived in the Gansu region of what is now China during the early Cretaceous. A partial skeleton has been recovered from the Hiku group. It's been estimated to be about 10 meters in length and 6 tons in weight. The genus has been described as having astonishingly huge teeth, among the largest for any herbivorous creature ever, which indicate it was a Styracosternan iguanodont. The mandible, longer than 1 meter, suggests a very large size for the animal. Tooth enamel of this dinosaur was growing very rapidly. The study of ankylopolexian neurobiology dates back to 1871, beginning with the examination of a well-preserved cranium, initially attributed to Iguanodon. Early researchers, like John Hulke, noted the challenges in accurately determining brain shape from the cranial cavity in reptiles. These early analyses revealed the small size of the brain, but detailed interpretations were limited. Hadrosaurs have since been recognized as having the most complex brains among ornithischian dinosaurs. John Ostrom's works in 1961 highlighted that hadrosaur brains likely only filled part of the cranial cavity, making endocasts useful but limited in revealing brain details. Later studies, including James Hobson's 1977 work on encephalization quotients, found that hadrosaur quotients were higher than many other dinosaurs, suggesting relatively advanced intelligence. In a groundbreaking discovery, 2017 research reported mineralized brain tissues from an iguanodontian dinosaur, indicating tightly packed neural tissues, possibly indicating higher intelligence than previously thought. Fuquosaurus was a relatively small ornithopod. In 2010 Gregory Paul estimated its length at 4.5 meters and its weight at 400 kilograms. Being a bipedal, optionally quadrupedal animal, it was similar in general build to Iguanodon. According to the describers, Fuquosaurus was exceptional in that its skull was not kinetic. The tooth-bearing maxilla would be so strongly fused to the vomer that a sideways chewing motion would have been impossible. It was assigned by its describers to Iguanodontia, although the presence of a posterolateral process of the sternum indicated that it likely also belongs to Styracosterna. Their cladistic analysis showed that Fuquosaurus was more derived than Iguanodon and Uranosaurus, but less derived than Altarinus. Iguanocolossus is a large, robust iguanodontid, probably reaching 9 meters long and weighing 5 tons in body mass. According to MacDonald and colleagues, it differs from other iguanodontians in having a contact surface for supraoccipital on caudomedial process of squamosal curved in caudal view, cranial pubic process with concave dorsal margin but little expansion of its cranial end, postorbital process of the squamosal mediolaterally compressed and blade-like, pubis tapers to a blunt point, cranial extremity of preacetabular process of ilium modified into horizontal boot, axial neural spine blade-like and semicircular in profile, and the dorsal margin of ilium straight. It had stock metatarsals and a prominent left fibula measuring 63 cm. The maxilla preserves 14 alveoli. The presence of two concave surfaces suggests an elliptical and elongate antorbital fossa. Dinosaurus has a length of about 7 meters and its skull is about half a meter long. Its snout was elongated with large nares and lacking an antorbital fenestra. The back of the skull was uncommonly wide with a small crest on top. The dentary of the lower jaw has at least 17 tooth positions. Its fossil was found in Yixian County in the Duangzhengzi beds of the Yixian Formation in Liaoning, in China, having an oldest determinable age of 122 million years, during the early Aptian stage of the early Cretaceous period. It consists of a nearly complete skeleton, compressed on a slab. Dinosaurus shows a mix of basal and derived features. Originally assigned to Iguanodontidae, later authors have referred it to the more general Iguanodontoidea. In 2010 a study concluded it was within this group a basal member of the more derived, Hadrosauroidea. Magnanimous is a large ornithopod measuring 9 to 10 meters long and weighing around 3 tons, a similar size to Iguanodon. The hand is broad and similar to other basal members of Iguanodontia, with a protruding thumb spine and a fifth finger. The descriptors established 9 distinctive features for this taxon, all autapomorphies. The dentary contributes to the front coronoid process of the lower jaw so that the last dentary tooth is located on the slope of the protrusion, instead of on the basis of it. The length of the shoulder amounts to 6 times the upper width, and 7 times the minimum width. In the shoulder the front processus acromion is facing on the other side of the rear projection. The straight processus prepubicus lacks end widening or grooves, with a partially covered obturator foramen. Iguanodon was one of the first dinosaurs ever discovered and scientifically described. Its name was given in 1825 by Gideon Mantell based on its tooth's resemblance to those of modern iguanas. Early depictions of Iguanodon showed it in a kangaroo-like pose with a spike on its nose. These interpretations were based on incomplete fossils and have since been corrected with more accurate reconstructions. It actually could walk both on 2 legs and 4 legs. It likely walked on all fours when grazing and switched to 2 legs for running or when it needed to survey its surroundings. One of Iguanodon's most distinctive features is its large thumb spike. Initially thought to be a nose horn, this spike was later correctly identified as a defensive weapon or a tool for foraging. Besides the thumb spike, it had a unique hand structure. It had 3 central fingers that were likely used for walking and a 5th finger that may have been opposable, possibly aiding in grasping food or manipulating objects. Fossil evidence suggests that it may have lived in herds, as large groups of Iguanodon fossils have been found together, indicating they may have moved in packs for protection or migration. It had a complex chewing mechanism, where its upper jaw could move slightly outward while chewing, allowing it to grind plant material more efficiently. This was an advanced feature for an herbivorous dinosaur of its time. Unlike many other dinosaurs of the same period, Iguanodon did not have crests or frills on its head. Its head was relatively flat, with a beak at the front used for cropping vegetation. Iguanodon has played a significant role in popularizing dinosaurs in culture and science. It has been featured in numerous books, movies, and exhibits, making it one of the most recognized dinosaurs worldwide. One of the most distinctive features of Uranosaurus is its sail-like structure on its back, formed by elongated neural spines. Recent studies suggest that this sail might have been used for thermoregulation, allowing the dinosaur to control its body temperature, or for display purposes, possibly for attracting mates or intimidating rivals. Some scientists propose that the sail could have served as a storage area for fat reserves, similar to how some modern mammals like camels store fat in their humps. Ouranosaurus had a broad, flat beak and batteries of teeth that suggest it was adapted to feeding on tough, fibrous plants. Its jaws were capable of a grinding motion, which allowed it to process a variety of vegetation. The environment where it lived was likely a mix of river deltas, floodplains and coastal areas, suggesting that it could have been semi-aquatic. Recent interpretations of fossil evidence suggest that it may have been a social animal, living in herds. This behavior would have provided protection against predators and facilitated complex social interactions within the group. Ouranosaurus shows some convergent evolutionary features with hadrosaurs, such as its specialized dental arrangement and beak. This suggests that despite being an earlier relative, it had already developed some of the key adaptations seen in its later, more derived relatives. Alturinus was herbivorous and bipedal when walking or running, but probably became quadrupedal when feeding from the ground. According to the original description, the entire body probably extended 8 meters from snout to tail tip. The skull alone is about 76 centimeters long, with a wide mouth and a distinctive tall arch on top of its snout, from which this dinosaur derives its name. The characteristic arched snout of Alturinus was formed primarily by the nasal bones, and a similar structure is seen on the snout of the Australian Muttaburrasaurus. Many different functions have been proposed for the nasal arch. It may have housed tissues to cool the blood, conserve water, or enhance the sense of smell. Alternatively, it may have facilitated communication through vocalization or visual display. As only 2 skulls have been located, it is entirely possible that the arched snout is only found in one sex, in which case it may have been used for sexual display, like in modern-day elephant seals. Like all ornithopods, Probactrosaurus was an herbivorous dinosaur. In 2010, Gregory Paul estimated its length at 5.5 meters and its weight at 1 ton. It was lightly built, with relatively long and slender arms and hands and only a small thumb spike. It had a narrow snout, an elongated lower jaw and tooth batteries, each consisting of a superimposed double row of flattened cheek teeth. A third row of replacement teeth was incipient. Probably predominantly quadrupedal, it shared some common features with the later duck-billed dinosaurs. The generic name refers to Rozdestvinsky's hypothesis that Probactrosaurus would be the direct ancestor of Bactrosaurus, a notion now discarded. A typical Bactrosaurus would have been 6 meters long and weighed 1.2 tons. It was an early relative of Lambeosaurus and shows a number of iguanodont-like features, including 3 stacked teeth for each visible tooth, small maxillary teeth, and an unusually powerful build for a hadrosaur. It shows features intermediate between those of the 2 main hadrosaurid groups. Its femur measured 80 centimeters long. In 2003, evidence of tumors, including hemangiomas, desmoplastic fibroma, metastatic cancer and osteoblastoma was discovered in fossilized Bactrosaurus skeletons. Rothschild tested dinosaur vertebrae for tumors using computerized tomography and fluoroscope screening. The tumors may have been caused by environmental factors or genetic propensity. Gongpoquansaurus is an extinct genus of basal hadrosauroid dinosaur that was not formally named until 2014, while the name was a nomen nudum for many years previously. It was collected in 1992 at Zhongguo Formation, in Mazongshan, Gansu Province. The specimen was first described and named by Lu Junchang in 1997 as the 3rd species of Probactrosaurus. Following its description, several studies found it to be less derived than the type species of Probactrosaurus in relation to hadrosauridae. Therefore, Gongpoquansaurus had been suggested, yet informally, as a replacement generic name. Telmatosaurus was a relatively small hadrosaur, measuring approximately 5 meters in length and 600 kilograms in body mass, which has been explained as an instance of insular dwarfism. A juvenile Telmatosaurus examined by Dumbrava bears a large non-cancerous tumor called an amyloblastoma on its lower jaw. The presence of this benign tumor in a dinosaur is a first, as before the discovery, amyloblastomas were known only from modern mammals and reptiles. The discovery of an amyloblastoma in a dinosaur gives evidence that the development of benign tumors is a basal characteristic, not just a relatively modern condition. It is unlikely that the tumor caused the dinosaur any serious pain during its early stages of development, just as in humans with the same condition, but researchers can tell from its size that this particular dinosaur died before it reached adulthood. Since its preserved remains consist of only the two lower jaws, no one can ascertain its cause of death. The researchers were left wondering whether the presence of the amyloblastoma could have contributed to its death. During the late Cretaceous, one of the larger islands in the European archipelago was located around the northeast coast of the modern Adriatic Sea and the Dinaric Alps. And towards the very end of the Cretaceous, this Adriatic Dinaric island was home to the hadrosauroid dinosaur Tethyschodros. Surprisingly, it wasn't very closely related to earlier European hadrosauroids, and its ancestors seem to have actually originated in Asia, island hopping their way westward over to the Adriatic Dinaric. At around 4 meters long, it was much smaller than most of its close relatives and was another example of insular dwarfism. But it had some odd body proportions. Its head was relatively large, its neck and tail were fairly short, its limbs were long and gracile, and it had a reduced number of fingers in its hands. It appears to have been specialized for running, sort of like a dinosaur mimicking a horse. It also had a weird, highly serrated edge to its beak, which in life would have been even more pronounced and spiky looking. The purpose of this is unknown for certain, but it may have been an adaptation for a specific food source, and since some hadrosaurs seem to have occasionally snacked on shellfish for extra protein, it's possible Tethyschodros was also doing something more omnivorous along the shores of its island home. The basal hadrosaurs laid the foundation for the evolutionary advancements observed in later hadrosaurids. These early hadrosaurs featured relatively simple dental structures and body plans, which gradually evolved into more specialized forms. As hadrosaurs diversified towards the end of the Cretaceous, they developed complex dental batteries and larger body sizes. This evolutionary trajectory allowed hadrosaurs to exploit a wider range of ecological niches and become highly successful, with their diverse adaptations contributing to their prominence in late Cretaceous ecosystems. The transition from basal hadrosaurs to these more derived forms reflects a remarkable example of evolutionary innovation and ecological diversification. Hadrosaur is a group known as the duck-billed dinosaurs for the flat duck-bill appearance of the bones in their snouts. They are descendants of the early Cretaceous iguanodontian and had a similar body layout. They were among the most dominant herbivores during the late Cretaceous in Asia and North America, and during the close of the Cretaceous several lineages dispersed into Europe, Africa and South America. Like other ornithischians, they had a predentary bone and a pubic bone which was positioned backwards in the pelvis. Unlike more primitive iguanodonts, the teeth of hadrosaurids are stacked into complex structures known as dental batteries, which acted as effective grinding surfaces. Hadrosauridae is divided into two principal subfamilies, the Lambiosaurines, which had hollow cranial crests or tubes, and the Saurolophines, which lacked hollow cranial crests. Hadrosaurids were facultative bipeds, with the young of some species walking mostly on 2 legs and the adults walking mostly on 4. Aquilorinus was an early hadrosaurid dinosaur known from the late Cretaceous of Texas, living about 80 million years ago. Around 5 meters long, it had a prominent humped nose that seems to have been an evolutionary prelude to the larger and much more elaborate crests found in later hadrosaurs. It also had an unusually wide and shovel-like beak, unlike any other known hadrosaur, which was probably a specialization for a different diet than its relatives. Since it lived along coastal marshlands, it may have used its broad jaws to scoop up large mouthfuls of soft vegetation, or, much like the shovel-tusker proboscideans that were once thought to have a similar lifestyle, it may actually have been doing something else entirely with that beak. As a hadrosauroid only known from 2 individuals, it seems unlikely that Zhanghenglong was a herding animal. Herding had lost its appeal in the Middle Cretaceous ornithopod group, before reappearing in the hadrosaurs of the later Cretaceous. Instead, it would have kept more to itself, foraging on plant material in its environment only in smaller family groups or on its own. Still, as a dinosaur, it probably took care of its young, though fossils of juveniles and babies are needed to better understand the behavior of Zhanghenglong on that front. Being found in a fossil bone bed where many eggshells have been recovered, it seems possible that we might know more about its breeding behavior before long. It probably would have been very territorial over nests and young, given the presence of small predators in the area, but it might not have been very skittish overall, as there were few large predators present. Acrostavis is known from multiple skeletons, including an almost complete skull, as well as other skeletal elements. It didn't have a crest, and its discovery was important in supporting the idea that the earliest hadrosaurids did not have crests, and that these were developed independently in Lambeosaurines. It was closely related to such animals as Maiasaura and Brachylophosaurus, and was a fairly early derived saurolophine. It had a rather squarish skull, giving it a fairly distinct appearance, and it lived in a very wet floodplain area with many lakes and rivers, and seasonal rainfall. Barsboldia was a large hadrosaur, previously measured 10 meters in length and 5 tons in body mass. Its most distinctive features are found in the neural spines. These are very tall, particularly over the hips, and were described as second only to those of Hypacrosaurus, and the tips of those found in the first few vertebrae of the tail are club-shaped, possibly a sign of old age. As a hadrosaurid, Barsboldia would have been a bipedal quadrupedal herbivore, eating plants with a sophisticated skull that permitted a grinding motion analogous to chewing, and was furnished with hundreds of continually replaced teeth. If it was a Lambeosaurine, it would have had a hollow crest formed out of expanded skull bones containing the nasal passages, with a function relating to identification by sight and sound. It lived alongside many other herbivorous dinosaurs, so it would have had a lot of competition for food. Maiasaura lived in herds and raised its young in nesting colonies. The nests were closely packed together, similar to modern seabirds, with about 7 meters between them. The nests were made of earth and contained 30 to 40 eggs, arranged in a circular or spiral pattern. The eggs were oval-shaped, similar in size to ostrich eggs, and had high, prominent ridges on their black fossilized surfaces. Instead of sitting on the nest, parents used rotting vegetation to incubate the eggs. Fossil evidence suggests that baby Maiasaura could not walk upon hatching and that adults brought food to the nest. The hatchlings grew rapidly, from 40 to 150 centimeters in their first year, likely leaving the nest after 1 or 2 years. Their fast growth rate might indicate warm-bloodedness, and they had larger eyes and shorter snouts compared to adults. Research led by Holly Woodward and others revealed a detailed life history of Maiasaura, including a high mortality rate of 90% in the first year. If they survived, the mortality rate dropped to 12% in the second year, and they reached sexual maturity in the third year. Maiasaura matured skeletally at 8 years and switched from bipedal to quadrupedal as they aged. Their diet included rotting wood, and they lived in an environment with a long, dry season prone to drought. Brachylophosaurus is known for its distinctive, flat, paddle-like crest on top of its skull. Unlike the hollow crests of some other hadrosaurs, this solid crest may have been used for species recognition or display purposes. One of its most famous fossils is nicknamed Leonardo. This specimen is one of the best preserved dinosaur mummies ever discovered, showing detailed impressions of skin and even stomach contents, giving a glimpse into the diet and appearance of these ancient creatures. The discovery of soft tissue in a fossilized dinosaur is extremely rare and has provided invaluable insights into dinosaur biology. Analysis of the stomach contents of the mummy suggests a diet that included ferns, leaves and possibly other vegetation, giving scientists a clearer picture of its feeding habits. Fossils are part of the famous dueling dinosaurs specimen, where two dinosaurs were preserved together, seemingly locked in combat. Hadrosaurs are noted for having the most complex brains among ornithopods and ornithischian dinosaurs. Early studies, including those by Marsh and Ostrom, suggested that while hadrosaur brains were small, they were more developed than initially thought. In 1977, James Hobson introduced the idea of encephalization quotients to estimate dinosaur intelligence, finding that hadrosaurs had relatively high quotients, indicating advanced senses and behaviors. Modern CT scanning has allowed detailed studies of hadrosaur brains, revealing that their brain structure, especially the cerebral hemispheres, was more developed than in other ornithischians. Overall, these findings suggest that hadrosaurs had relatively high intelligence and complex behaviors among non-avian dinosaurs. Kerberosaurus is an interesting hadrosaur with some confusion surrounding its phylogenetic placement. It could be either a saurolophone or an edmontosauran, and not much research has been done on the subject either way. It was found in the Tsigaian Formation, in Russia, living in the Maastrichtian age of the late Cretaceous. It was found alongside Amurasaurus, many turtles, crocodilians and theropods. It is known from some skull material, leading to the naming of the new genus. However, they did not attempt to reconstruct the animal, and if it was a saurolophone, it would have fairly unlikely implications for biogeography. Shantungosaurus is largest known hadrosaurs, measuring up to 17 meters in length and potentially weighing over 15 tons. Its immense size rivals that of some medium-sized theropods and even some sauropods, making it the largest non-sauropod dinosaur known. The skull is particularly large, measuring up to 1.60 meters long. It had a wide, flat beak, ideal for cropping large amounts of vegetation. It had a complex dental battery consisting of hundreds of tightly packed teeth. It had relatively robust limbs, with forelimbs that were strong enough to support its weight. It probably walked only on all four. The sheer size of Shantungosaurus has sparked scientific interest in understanding the factors that allowed some dinosaurs to achieve such gigantism. Its large body size might have helped it deter predators and cover large distances in search of food. There are two recognized species of Edmontosaurus, Anectens and Regulus. The first one was slightly smaller, while the other one was more robust with a small crest on its head. It was one of the larger hadrosaurs, with some individuals reaching lengths of up to 12 meters. Its size would have made it a formidable presence in its ecosystem. Like other hadrosaurs, it had a sophisticated dental battery, with hundreds of teeth that were continuously replaced. This adaptation allowed it to efficiently chew tough plant material, including conifers and cycads. Fossils have been found in large bone beds, indicating that it likely lived in herds. This social behavior would have provided protection against predators and facilitated migration to find food. There is evidence to suggest that it may have engaged in seasonal migrations, traveling long distances in search of food and more favorable climates. This behavior is inferred from the wide geographic distribution and the presence of Edmontosaurus fossils in different environmental contexts. While not the most intelligent of dinosaurs, it had a relatively well-developed brain among hadrosaurs, suggesting it had good sensory capabilities, likely aiding in navigation, foraging, and avoiding predators. Some paleontologists believe that it could produce a variety of sounds using its nasal passages. While it lacked the elaborate crests seen in other hadrosaurs that might have been used for sound resonance, it likely still communicated through vocalizations. The ability of Edmontosaurus to thrive in both cooler, northern latitudes and more temperate regions suggests it had adaptations for surviving in a range of climatic conditions, potentially including seasonal changes in food availability. Chelomepucera is an addition to the growing number of South American hadrosaurs, a radiation of this group that was previously considered unlikely but appears to have happened towards the very end of the Cretaceous period, thus showing that hadrosaurs reached almost every continent, except perhaps Australia. It was an average-sized hadrosaur, reaching about 9 meters long, and as a member of the Cretaceous it probably had enlarged nasal passages for sound production and communication. It would have lived in social groups, like other hadrosaurs. In the Allen Formation, Chelomepucera lived in a coastal environment of fluvial plains, ephemeral lakes and estuaries with extreme semi-arid seasonality. Evaporites would accumulate in the arid seasons, only to be washed away as the wet season returned. As a hadrosaurid, Prosaurolophus would have been a large herbivore, eating plants with a sophisticated skull that permitted a grinding motion analogous to chewing. Plant material would have been cropped by its broad beak, and held in the jaws by a cheek-like structure. Feeding would have been from the ground up to around 4 meters above. It lived in coastal floodplains and dined on conifer trees, implying that it was more likely a browser rather than a grazer. Comparisons between the scleral rings of Prosaurolophus and modern birds and reptiles suggest that it may have been cathemeral, active throughout the day at short intervals. It had several potential methods for display in a social setting. The bony facial crest is an obvious candidate, and nasal diverticula may also have been present. These postulated diverticula would have taken the form of inflatable soft tissue sacs housed in the deep excavations flanking the crest and elongate holes for the nostrils. The spike-like crest of Saurolophus has been interpreted in various ways, potentially serving multiple functions. It may have provided muscle attachment points or supported a back frill. Dodson proposed it could be used for sexual identification, while Osmalska speculated it aided in thermoregulation. Hobson suggested the crest might have acted as a visual signal, possibly enhanced by inflatable skin flaps over the nostrils that also served as resonators. In 2015, Duell and colleagues described a partial nest containing several perinate juveniles from the dragon's tomb assemblage. These juveniles, with skulls less than 5% the size of adult skulls, were in the earliest developmental stage, showing that the distinct adult crest was underdeveloped in infancy. The study revealed that as the juveniles grew, their snouts lengthened, eye orbits became more oval-shaped, and other skull features evolved significantly. Paleopathology studies have found Saurolophus bones with bite marks likely made by scavenging Tarbosaurus, indicating selective feeding behavior. Bonapartosaurus is distinguished by a combination of unique features, including extremely long neural spines on the anterior caudal vertebrae and a slightly ventrally flexed preacetabular process. The proportions of various bones, such as the neural, sacral, and centrum spines, are notable, as is the expanded nemial crest on the tibia. The iliac lamina has a height-to-length ratio of 0.8 or higher, and the lateral profile of the supraacetabular process is asymmetric. In 2021, scans of the holotype revealed 3 paleopathologies: fractures on 2 caudal vertebrae and a malignant bone tumor in the left metatarsal 2. The fractures showed signs of post-traumatic infection, and the tumor was likely osteosarcoma. These conditions likely caused the dinosaur pain and limited its mobility but were not the direct cause of its death. The type specimen of Cretasaurus is represented by a partial skull, lower jaws, and some postcranial remains, suggesting a large dinosaur about 9 meters long and weighing 4 tons. The skull, estimated to be 90 centimeters long, is missing much of the muzzle and upper beak, but still displays a unique tab-like crest formed by the nasal bones that folds back over itself. This crest helps distinguish Cretasaurus from similar hadrosaurs like Gryposaurus. Notable features include a smooth-edged predentary, a sharp downward curve in the lower jaws near the beak, and a robust, somewhat rectangular maxilla. The frontal bone participates in the orbital margin, and paired processes of the nasals rest over the frontal bones. The nasal crest of Cretasaurus, whatever its true form, may have been used for a variety of social functions, such as identification of sexes or species and social ranking. There may have been inflatable air sacs flanking it for both visual and auditory signaling. Caesarosaurus may have been small for a hadrosaurid. The type specimen pertains to an individual approximately 4 to 5 meters long, which was initially suggested to be a subadult, but has been suggested that it may have been more mature than previously thought. The geological layers of the Lago Caleuhuapi Formation, where Caesarosaurus is found, have had a complicated history of classification, initially being assigned to various formations before being recognized as part of the Chubut group dating to the Maastrichtian. The exact geological provenance of Caesarosaurus has been uncertain, complicating the understanding of its ecosystem. A 2016 study by Casal Gabriel and colleagues explored the region's climate, revealing evidence of significant climate change over time. The formation showed signs of a floodplain environment with fluvial systems, but the lower layers indicated semi-arid conditions with gypsum deposits and desiccation cracks, reflecting a more arid climate compared to the humid Bajo Barrial Formation. However, palynological data from the upper layers, dating to the end of the Cretaceous and the Paleocene, indicate a return to a more balanced climate with wet and dry seasons. Caesarosaurus is from this uppermost part of the formation. Recent discoveries of hadrosaur remains in other parts of the formation might suggest a broader range for hadrosaur distribution within it, though these remains have yet to be thoroughly studied. Gryposaurus is a hadrosaur known for its distinctive nasal hump, likely used for display, species identification, or possibly combat among individuals. It measured about 8 meters long and featured detailed skin impressions, with varying scales on its body. For named species include Notabilis from Alberta, Latidens from Montana, Monumentensis from Utah, and Alsadii, which is tentatively assigned to the genus and found in Texas. The genus has experienced taxonomic confusion, with specimens frequently reassigned to other genera like Hadrosaurus and Cretasaurus. Although often considered the same genus as Cretasaurus, they are currently separated. Gryposaurus was a common presence in the late Cretaceous of North America, thriving in diverse environments, particularly wetland peat swamps and highland areas. It served as a mid-level browser, feeding about 4 meters above the ground in generally wet and humid climates. Aralosaurus had a distinctive arch on its snout which leads scientists to believe that it was a saurolophine hadrosaur. However, later research found that it was one of the most early derived Lambiosaurines, and that this nasal horn was one of the earlier Lambiosaurine crests. It is known from an incomplete skull, though it is estimated to have been approximately 8 meters long and 2.6 meters high at the hips. It had nearly 1,000 teeth, allowing for complex chewing as in other hadrosaurs. Its crest may have been used for ramming, such as in today's rams and goats, or just for visual display. It had a thick tail and bulky body, like other hadrosaurs, making it a very powerful animal. Laterinus is a relatively recently described genus of Cretasaurine known from the Cerro del Pueblo Formation in Mexico, increasing the number of Mexican non-avian dinosaurs. It lived about 72 million years ago, in the Campanian age of the late Cretaceous. Having a large, arched nasal bone above the snout and enlarged nasal openings, it is clearly a relative of Cretasaurus and Gryposaurus. It was probably most closely related to Gryposaurus due to the similarity of the widened nasal structure to that of Gryposaurus, more so than other members of the clade. It is one of the most southern saurolophines known and increases the prevalence of cretasaurines in the southern part of Laramidia during the Campanian. It did not live in a particularly diverse formation, living alongside the hadrosaurs Cretasaurus and the ceratopsian Coahuilaceratops. The fossilized remains suggest that Nippanosaurus was a relatively small hadrosaurid, possibly reaching about 4 to 5 meters in length. The specimen found is thought to be a juvenile, so adult sizes might have been larger. There has been considerable debate about whether Nippanosaurus is a valid genus or if it should be classified under a different genus of hadrosaurids. Some paleontologists have suggested it might be a juvenile of another hadrosaur species. However, distinctive features in the bones have led many to retain its status as a separate genus. The discovery of Nippanosaurus in what is now northern Japan and Sakhalin provides evidence for the distribution of hadrosaurids in Asia. It also offers insights into how dinosaurs might have migrated between Asia and North America, as similar species have been found on both continents. Bell and Brink suggested that Cazaclambia is morphologically distinct from other Eurasian taxa and known juvenile Lambiosaurines at a similar ontogenetic stage in having a prefrontal process of the postorbital with a thickened dome lateral to the frontal dome, doming of the nasal above and in front of the orbit, and a frontal length-width ratio of less than 1. It is known from a nearly complete skeleton of a juvenile, which only misses part of the snout, jaws, and end of the tail. Its nose was more domed than other Lambiosaurines and its snout was fairly narrow, indicating a difference either in auditory sounds from other Lambiosaurines or in feeding habits. It was probably a fairly early derived Lambiosaurine. Syntosaurus was initially reconstructed with a unicorn-like crest on its skull, a unique feature not seen in related species. However, in 1990, researchers Weishampel and Horner questioned the validity of this crest, suggesting it might be a distorted nasal bone and proposing that Syntosaurus might be synonymous with the crestless hadrosaur Taenius. Later, Bufftot and colleagues reaffirmed the crest's authenticity after finding a second specimen with a similar structure. In 2013, Prieto Marquez and Wagner reinterpreted the crest as part of a larger structure starting from the snout, rather than a unicorn-like projection. They also proposed a new hypothesis regarding the air passages within the crest, suggesting a complex airflow system different from previous assumptions. Their study highlighted Syntosaurus's unique anatomy, confirming it as a distinct genus with several distinctive skeletal traits beyond its crest. Caranosaurus is closely related to the well-known Parasaurolophus, and, like these dinosaurs, Caranosaurus is believed to have had a large, hollow crest, although no complete crest has been found in fossils. This crest might have been used for vocalization, display, or species recognition. It was a large hadrosaur, with estimates suggesting it could grow up to 10 to 13 meters in length. This makes it one of the largest known hadrosaurids, comparable in size to other massive dinosaurs like Edmontosaurus and Shantungosaurus. It lived during the late Cretaceous period, right before the mass extinction event. It was among the last of the non-avian dinosaurs. The known fossils are incomplete, primarily consisting of skull fragments and parts of the skeleton. This has made it challenging to fully reconstruct its appearance and behavior, but enough has been found to establish it as a distinct genus. Based on comparisons with other hadrosaurids, Caranosaurus likely lived in herds. These social groups would have provided protection from predators and may have been important for migration, mating, and raising young. The discovery of Caranosaurus has provided valuable insights into the evolution and diversity of hadrosaurids in Asia. Its close relationship with North American species like Parasaurolophus suggests there were land connections between these continents during the late Cretaceous. Parasaurolophus was large-sized hadrosaur, growing up to around 10 meters long, and is known from western North America during the late Cretaceous. Its crest was intermediate in size and shape between the other two known species. The larger Parasaurolophus tubusan had a longer and slightly straighter crest, while the smaller Parasaurolophus surdocristus had a shorter, more strongly curved one. Juveniles developed these crests as they matured, starting off with much smaller bumps on their snouts that gradually grew backwards and upwards. Some hadrosaur crests were purely for visual display, but in the Lambeosaurine lineage that Parasaurolophus belonged to, they also incorporated complex looping nasal passages that were probably used as resonating chambers, allowing each species to make a unique-sounding loud bellowing call to communicate with each other. There are also rumors of a currently undescribed specimen of Parasaurolophus that has preserved soft tissue around its crest, possibly a keratinous covering or skin flaps that made it appear even larger and more flamboyant in life than the underlying bone. Olorodoton is notable for being based on the most complete Lambeosaurine skeleton found outside North America. This large hadrosaurid could reach up to 8 meters in length and 3.5 meters in height, with an estimated weight of 3 tons. It is distinguished by a unique, hatchet-like hollow crest on its skull, unlike the crests of its North American relatives. It had an elongated neck with 18 vertebrae, surpassing the usual 15 in other hadrosaurids, and its sacrum had 15 or 16 vertebrae, more than most others in its family. The rigidity observed in part of its tail is likely a natural feature rather than a pathological condition. As a hadrosaurid, Olorodoton was a bipedal quadrupedal herbivore with a sophisticated chewing mechanism, and its crest likely played a role in visual and auditory identification. The presence of diverse and common Lambeosaurines in Asia during the late Maastrichtian contrasts with their near absence in North America at that time, hinting at possible climatic or ecological differences between the continents. The generic name Olorodoton means titanic swan, because its neck is longer when compared with other hadrosaurs, while the specific descriptor arharensis refers to Arhara County where the fossil was found. Amaurosaurus was found in the Yudurchican Formation, a part of the Tsigaian group in eastern Russia and northern China. It lived in the Maastrichtian age of the late Cretaceous, near a floodplain and river environment. It is known from a substantial number of remains from a fairly expansive bone bed, which had many juveniles of Amaurosaurus and then other hadrosaurs such as Kerberosaurus. Theropod teeth are also present there, which were probably predators of the Amaurosaurus and the like. Though the original specimen was just a portion of the lower jaw, other skeletons, and plenty of them were found in the bone bed. In fact, Amaurosaurus is one of the most abundant and completely known Russian dinosaurs. Though the crest it probably had, given its derived position in the Lambeosaurines, is not preserved, it may have served both visual display and auditory communication roles. Lambeosaurus is famous for its large, hollow, hatchet-shaped crest on its head, which contained elongated nasal passages. The shape and size of the crest varied between species and even between individuals of the same species. This crest likely played roles in communication, species recognition, and possibly even thermoregulation. The crests exhibit sexual dimorphism. Males generally had larger and more elaborate crests, which might have been used to attract mates or assert dominance within a group. The hollow crest is believed to have functioned as a resonating chamber, allowing the dinosaur to produce loud, low-frequency sounds. These sounds could have been used for communication within herds or to warn others of potential danger. It likely walked on all fours while foraging but could rear up on its hind legs when needed, such as to reach higher vegetation or to run quickly. The complex nasal passages within the crest might have contributed to an advanced respiratory system, potentially allowing Lambeosaurus to regulate its body temperature or even filter the air it breathed. Corythosaurus is known from many complete specimens, including the nearly complete holotype found by Brown in 1911. The holotype skeleton is only missing the last section of the tail and part of the front legs, but was preserved with impressions of polygonal scales. It is known from many skulls with tall crests that resemble those of the cassowary and a Corinthian helmet. The most likely function of the crest is thought to be vocalization. As in a trombone, sound waves would travel through many chambers in the crest and then get amplified when Corythosaurus exhaled. One specimen has even been preserved with its last meal in its chest cavity. Inside the cavity were remains of conifer needles, seeds, twigs and fruits, suggesting that Corythosaurus probably fed on all of these. Large herbivores like the hadrosaurs living in North America during the late Cretaceous had remarkably small geographic ranges despite their large body size and high mobility. This restricted distribution strongly contrasts with modern mammalian faunas whose large herbivores ranges typically span much of a continent. Hypacrosaurus had notable neural spines on its back, giving it a distinctive back shape. In addition, it had a distinctive, rounded crest on its head. It also doesn't have distinct S-shaped airway passages in the crest, indicating that it may have made very distinctly different sounds than other lambeosaurines. In addition, it was probably endothermic, as determined by examining oxygen isotope levels in the bones that are similar to those of warm-blooded animals. It would have been about 9 meters long and 4 tons in weight, and would have been facultatively bipedal and quadrupedal like other hadrosaurs. The animals would have grown as fast as modern ratites based on bone histology, reaching sexual maturity at ages of 2 to 3 years old, and full size between 10 and 12 years of age. This would allow for Hypacrosaurus to reach sizes that allowed for better defense against predators faster. Magnapolia is noted for its great size and the tall profile of its tail, which had elongated chevrons and vertebral spines like those of Hypacrosaurus. Its size was estimated by its original describer as between 15 meters and 16 meters long, with a body mass of up to 8 tons. The redecryption of 2012 established 2 autapomorphies, unique derived traits, the presence of chevrons at the tail base that were 4 times as long as the vertebral centra, and the possession at the tail base vertebrae of front joint processes, presagopophyses, the inner bases of which formed a bowl-shaped depression that extended upwards into a deep trough on the front surface of the spine. On the vertebral column, from at least the middle of the back to over the middle of the tail, a tall crest of almost continuous height was present formed by spines that were about 4 times as high as the vertebral centra. Mincaria lived in Morocco at the very end of the Cretaceous. Only known from a partial skull, its full appearance and body size is unknown, but it probably measured around 3.5 meters long, slightly larger than its previously discovered relative, but still very small for a hadrosaur. It might represent a case of insular dwarfism, since at the time Morocco may have been an island isolated from the rest of northwest Africa. Along with its close relative Ajnabia, and at least one other currently unnamed larger hadrosaur species, Mincaria seems to be part of a rapid diversification of hadrosaurs following their arrival in Morocco, adapting into new ecological niches in their new habitat where the only other herbivorous dinosaur competition was titanosaurian sauropods, and the only large predators were abelisaurs. Platylophus was a lambeosaur, so another crested hadrosaur, from Mexico. The most complete lambeosaur known from Mexico, the skull and large portions of the skeleton are known, including the tail. At about 8 meters long, it had a tall skull and thick tail, and the usual hooved front feet of hadrosaurs. Its crest was long, low, and angled backwards, much like the glyph for word in Aztec writings, hence its name. Given the unique shape, it probably made a unique sound, different from other hadrosaurs. Interestingly, it actually seems to have been closely related to Parasaurolophus and its relatives, making it another member of the Parasaurolophini group. As a hadrosaur, it would have been a social animal, with behaviors such as communal nature and communication. Theropod is an extant dinosaur clade that is characterized by hollow bones and 3 toes and claws on each limb. They first appeared during the late Triassic period and included the majority of large terrestrial carnivores from the early Jurassic until at least the close of the Cretaceous. In the Jurassic, birds evolved from small specialized coelurosaurian theropods, and are today represented by about 11,000 living species. Eodromius was a relatively small dinosaur, like most Carnian dinosaurs apart from Herrerasaurids. A press release estimated that its total length reaches about 1.2 meters from nose to tail. With a weight of about 5 kilograms, it was argued to be one of the oldest true theropods, supplanting its contemporary Eoraptor, which was reinterpreted as a basal sauropodomorph. Gojirasaurus is one of the largest theropods known from the Triassic period, with an estimate total length of 6 meters long and a weight of at least 150 kilograms. It can be distinguished based on the fact that its tibia is more robust than that of its relative Coelophysis. The fossils are fragmentary, consisting mainly of partial bones and teeth. Because of this, there has been some debate among paleontologists about its exact classification and relationships to other theropods. It was likely a carnivore, preying on smaller animals in its environment. Its large size compared to other contemporaneous predators suggests it may have been a top predator in its ecosystem. Zooposaurus lived during the late Triassic period. This places it among some of the earliest known theropod dinosaurs. The fossils were discovered in the Los Colorados Formation in the La Rioja province of Argentina. This region is known for its well-preserved Triassic fossils, offering valuable insights into early dinosaur evolution. Zooposaurus had a distinctive double crest running along the top of its skull, similar to some later theropods like Dilophosaurus. These crests were likely used for display, possibly for attracting mates or intimidating rivals. It is classified as a basal theropod, meaning it was part of the early evolutionary branches of theropods. It shares features with both more primitive and more derived theropods, providing important clues about the early diversification of this group. Cryolophosaurus was a large theropod from the early Jurassic, estimated to be 6 to 7 meters long and weighing between 400 kilograms. Its skull, about 65 centimeters long, features a unique nasal crest that rises over the eyes, resembling a pompadour, earning it the nickname Elvisaurus. This crest, unlike those of other theropods, runs across the skull, possibly for social display or species recognition. An unpublished study in 2013 revealed that Cryolophosaurus had a well-preserved cranial cavity, supporting its basal position in Theropoda. The crest was likely not used as a weapon but served in socio-sexual displays, possibly for mating purposes. Initially, it was thought that it choked to death on the ribs of a prosauropod, but later studies suggest these remains belonged to the Cryolophosaurus itself. All known specimens have been recovered in the Hansen Formation, which is one of only 2 major dinosaur-bearing rock formations found on the continent of Antarctica. In the early Jurassic, Antarctica was closer to the equator and the world was considerably warmer than today, but the climate was still cool temperate similar to that of modern southern Chile, and humid, with a temperature interval of 17 degrees. Models of Jurassic air flow indicate that coastal areas probably never dropped much below freezing, although more extreme conditions existed inland. Dilophosaurus is famous for the pair of thin, curved crests on its head. These crests likely played a role in display behaviors, possibly for attracting mates or signaling to other members of its species. It was a top predator in its ecosystem, preying on smaller dinosaurs and other animals. Unlike some later theropods with robust jaws, Dilophosaurus had a relatively slender and lightly built skull. This suggests it may have had a more specialized feeding strategy, possibly focusing on smaller prey or scavenging. Contrary to its portrayal in the movie Jurassic Park, there is no evidence that it was venomous or had a frill. These features were fictional additions and are not supported by the fossil record. However, fossilized trackways attributed to it suggest it was a fast and agile runner. Its long legs and lightweight build would have allowed it to chase down prey with speed and precision. It lived in a semi-arid environment with seasonal rivers and a warm climate. Despite inaccuracies, Dilophosaurus gained widespread recognition and popularity due to its portrayal in Jurassic Park, making it one of the most famous dinosaurs in popular culture. Coelophysis was a small, lightweight theropod, measuring around 2.5 to 3 meters in length and weighing about 15 to 20 kilograms. Its slender build and long legs suggest it was a fast and agile runner, likely capable of quick bursts of speed to catch prey or evade predators. As a carnivore, it likely fed on small reptiles, amphibians and possibly early mammals. Its sharp teeth and clawed hands were well adapted for catching and eating small prey. Fossils have been found in large numbers at several sites, particularly in Ghost Ranch. These mass death assemblages suggest that Coelophysis may have lived in groups or herds, which could have provided protection against predators. Early studies suggested that it may have practiced cannibalism, based on the discovery of smaller Coelophysis bones inside the body cavities of larger individuals. However, later research indicated that these bones likely belonged to small reptiles rather than juvenile Coelophysis, casting doubt on the cannibalism theory. The discovery of multiple individuals together suggests that it may have been social, possibly living and hunting in packs, which would be unusual for early theropods. Some researchers have proposed that it might have been nocturnal or crepuscular, based on the structure of its eye sockets and the large size of its orbits, which would have given it good night vision. Megapnosaurus was a lean, elongated species of theropod dinosaur with an S-shaped neck, long hind limbs that resembled the legs of large birds such as the secretary bird, shorter forelimbs with 4 digits on each hand unlike later theropods, and a long tail. While still lean, it sported a more robust frame than other members of Coelophysoidea. Its lithe and superficially bird-like body lead to Megapnosaurus being one of the first dinosaurs to be portrayed with feathers, though there is no direct evidence that it actually had feathers. Age determination studies using growth ring counts suggest that the longevity was approximately 7 years. Recent research has found that it had highly variable growth between individuals. This highly variable growth was likely ancestral to dinosaurs but later lost, and may have given such early dinosaurs an evolutionary advantage in surviving harsh environmental challenges. Deltadromeus was a large, basal ceratosaurian from the late Cretaceous, showing again the trend of the ceratosaurian clade to be most prevalent in the late Jurassic and mid-Cretaceous. It lived in North Africa, in the Baria Formation and Kem beds of Morocco. It was about 8 meters long, and its femur was lightly built, suggesting that it was an agile predator. A skull has not been found, but its teeth have been found, so guesses at the skull shape have been made. Its agility probably aided it in running away from the larger predatory dinosaurs that lived in the area at the time, such as Carcharodontosaurus and Spinosaurus. Its overall shape, from the fragmentary remains found, suggests that it looked like, and probably acted like, a very big Humaniraptora. Ceratosaurs are a weird and strangely diverse group of theropods that are often considered primitive, though they share many features with later theropods and became very diverse and derived in their own right. The name Spinostropheus refers to the distinctive features of its vertebrae. It had elongated neural spines on its back, which are believed to have supported a sail or hump. This spinal structure is reminiscent of other dinosaurs with similar features, though its exact function remains uncertain. Although not as famous as other theropods, Spinostropheus adds to our understanding of the diversity of predatory dinosaurs and their adaptations. Its discovery helps paleontologists piece together the puzzle of dinosaur evolution in Africa during the Jurassic period. Saltriovenator is one of the earliest known ceratosaurs, dating back to the early Jurassic period, much earlier than most other members of this group. As a basal theropod, it provides crucial insights into the origins of ceratosaurs during the Triassic-Jurassic transition. The only known specimen is a subadult, suggesting it could have grown larger than its current estimated length of 7 meters, making it one of the largest predators of its time. It had a delicate skull, narrow lower jaw, and long, narrow teeth, resembling Allosaurus more than its closer relative, Ceratosaurus. It likely fed on small to medium-sized prey and may have retained some feathers for thermoregulation. The fossil was found in an aquatic formation, but Saltriovenator likely lived near the coast, possibly feeding on small animals and fish, including sharks. Geniodectes was an early Cretaceous ceratosaurian from the Aptian Age, around 112 million years ago. It was found in the Canadon Grande in the Chubut province of Argentina. It's not known from many remains, mainly just the front of the jaw and upper mandible and many teeth. However, given the arrangement of the teeth, it seems to resemble Ceratosaurus more than other theropods. Given that, it was only recently that it was classified as such, and has been named everything from a megalosaurid to a tyrannosaurid. However, recent removal from its display matrix has allowed it to be classified as a ceratosaur. It was also one of the earliest dinosaurs found in South America. Ceratosaurus is easily recognized by the prominent horn on its nose, which is unique among theropods. This horn, made of bone, likely served a display function, possibly for attracting mates or intimidating rivals, rather than for combat. It had a mix of both primitive and advanced features, making it an important species for understanding theropod evolution. While it had characteristics typical of early theropods, like a more primitive pelvis, it also possessed features found in more advanced theropods, such as the fusion of certain skull bones. It had long, blade-like teeth that were well suited for slicing through the flesh of its prey. These teeth were serrated, making them highly effective for cutting and tearing meat. Some paleontologists believe Ceratosaurus might have had semi-aquatic tendencies, similar to modern crocodiles. This is based on the structure of its teeth and the discovery of fossils in areas that were once river or lake environments, suggesting it may have hunted fish and other aquatic prey in addition to land animals. Fossilized skin impressions of Ceratosaurus show that it had a pebbly texture, similar to that of modern reptiles. These impressions provide rare insights into the skin and potential coloration of this dinosaur. Some evidence suggests that Ceratosaurus may have been more of an opportunistic feeder, possibly scavenging and eating a wider variety of prey than just large animals, including small vertebrates, fish, and possibly even plants if the opportunity arose. Mesiocasaurus is most famous for its forward-projecting teeth, which are unlike those of any other known theropod. These teeth were likely adapted for catching and holding onto slippery prey like fish or small animals, making Mesiocasaurus a specialized predator. Its teeth were not well suited for tearing flesh like those of larger theropods but were ideal for grasping and swallowing prey whole. It was relatively small compared to many other theropods, measuring about 2 meters in length. Despite its small size, it was a nimble and agile hunter, well suited to its environment. It belongs to the group known as Noasauridae, a family of small to medium-sized theropods. Nosaurids are relatively rare compared to other theropod groups, and Mesiocasaurus is one of the most well-known members of this family. It lived in a diverse ecosystem in Madagascar, alongside other dinosaurs, crocodiles, and various prehistoric reptiles. The environment was likely warm and tropical, with a variety of habitats that supported a rich array of life. Its discovery has provided valuable insights into the paleoecology of late Cretaceous Madagascar. Its specialized feeding adaptations suggest that it filled a unique ecological niche, helping scientists understand how different species coexisted and interacted in this ancient ecosystem. Noasaurus was a small theropod, estimated to be about 1.5 meters long and weighing around 15 kilograms. Its maxilla had at least 11 recurved teeth with serrations on both the front and rear edges. The neck was likely long, supported by elongated, vertically compressed vertebrae, a characteristic trait of abelisaurids. Initially, it was believed that Noasaurus had a sickle-like claw on its foot, similar to dromaeosaurids, which led to the theory that it used the claw for disemboweling prey. However, later studies revealed that this claw was actually part of the hand, not the foot. This finding refuted earlier assumptions about its hunting techniques and its evolutionary convergence with dromaeosaurids. Elaphrosaurus was a long and slender theropod with a long neck, distinguished by its relatively short legs for its body length. It measured about 6 meters in length and weighed around 200 kilograms. The dinosaur is known primarily from a nearly complete skeleton, though no skull has been found. Its tibia was longer than its femur, suggesting it was adapted for running, and it had a long tail with a rare downward bend. It was too small to prey on the sauropods and stegosaurs present in its paleo environment, and instead, it likely hunted the small and swift ornithopod herbivores. However, newer studies support the idea that Elaphrosaurus was an herbivore or omnivore, owing to its close relation with Limosaurus and a neck which is much less flexible than those characteristic of carnivorous theropods. Limosaurus was a small, slender animal, about 1.7 meters in length and 15 kilograms in weight, which had a long neck and legs but very small forelimbs. It underwent a drastic morphological transformation as it aged. While juveniles were toothed, these teeth were completely lost and replaced by a beak with age. Several of these features were convergently similar to the later ornithomimid theropods as well as the earlier non-dinosaurian Shuvosaurids. It was the first known member of the group Ceratosauria from Asia. The pattern of digit reduction in Limosaurus has been used to support the hypothesis that the three-fingered hand of tetaneuran theropods is the result of the loss of the first and fifth digits from the ancestral five-fingered theropod hand, a contested hypothesis which is relevant to the evolution of birds. The change to toothlessness in adults probably corresponded to a dietary shift from omnivory to herbivory, which is confirmed by the presence of gastroliths in adults. Vespersaurus was fairly lightly built with legs proportioned for running, and its feet were absolutely unique. Although it had the standard 3 main toes of a theropod, it bore its weight entirely on the middle toe and held the other digits off the ground. The 2 raised toes on each foot also had large knife-like claws which may have been used during hunting, vaguely similar to the sickle claws on the feet of dromaeosaurs. But unlike dromaeosaurs, these claws weren't highly curved or pointed, suggesting Vespersaurus used more of a scratching and slashing technique rather than the raptor's puncture and restraint strategy. Much like ancient horses, it may have developed its single-toed stance as an adaptation for more efficient fast running, possibly to avoid larger predators or to chase down small fast-moving prey like hopping desert mammals. Spectrovenator was an early member of the abelisaurid lineage, living in southeastern Brazil during the early Cretaceous, about 120 million years ago. It was one of the smallest known abelisaurids, measuring just 2 meters long, and lacked a lot of the skull specializations seen in larger-bodied late Cretaceous forms like Carnotaurus, suggesting it was more of a generalist predator. Its genus name translates to ghost hunter, due to it being found underneath the fossil remains of another dinosaur entirely, the ghost unexpectedly appearing when the specimen was being prepared, but it's extra appropriate since it also helps to fill in a rather sizable ghost lineage in the fossil record of abelisaurids. Abelisauroids were characterized by stocky hind limbs and extensive ornamentation of the skull bones, with grooves and pits. In many abelisauroids, the forelimbs are vestigial, the skull is shorter, and bony crests grow above the eyes. Cryptops is one of the earliest known of this group, and pits and impressions of blood vessels on the skull have led to the implication that it may have had a covering of keratin on its face. It isn't, unfortunately, known from much material, mainly part of the upper jaw, vertebrae, and part of the pelvis. It had a broad snout and tall vertebral spines, giving it a ridge along its back. It was a carnivore and probably preyed upon the smaller animals in the area. In 2012, Matthew Carano and colleagues, however, considered Cryptops to be a chimera, and state that its postcranial remains, found some 15 meters from the holotypic maxilla, actually belonged to a carcharodontosaurid, possibly to Eocarcharia. Rugops' name refers to the rough texture of the skull, which had numerous pits and grooves, possibly for attaching some form of ornamental structure like a crest or a display of soft tissue. Despite its fearsome appearance, it was relatively small compared to other theropods, measuring about 6 meters in length. Its size suggests it was likely a scavenger or a predator of smaller prey, rather than a top predator. It had a lightweight skull with many small holes, or foramina, which likely made it less suited for delivering powerful bites compared to other large theropods. This feature supports the idea that Rugops might have been more of a scavenger, relying on an easier meal rather than active hunting. The numerous pits and grooves on its skull suggest it might have supported a crest, horns, or other soft tissue structures used for display, either for mating or for species recognition. This makes Rugops an interesting example of the diverse ways in which dinosaurs might have used physical features for social interaction. Majungasaurus was a medium-sized theropod dinosaur from Madagascar, typically reaching 5 to 7 meters in length and weighing between 750 and 1,000 kilograms. Some larger individuals may have exceeded 8 meters. The skull was well preserved and exhibited typical abelisaurid features, such as being short but tall and robust, with a distinctive dome-like horn on its forehead. Its nasal bones were particularly thick and fused, likely covered with keratin in life. The postcranial skeleton was strong and muscular, especially in the neck, which was adapted for a powerful bite-and-hold strategy, potentially for hunting large prey like sauropods. Majungasaurus also had very short forelimbs, with reduced, immobile fingers. Notably, it displayed evidence of cannibalism, with tooth marks found on the bones of its species, making it the only confirmed cannibal among non-avian theropods. Its respiratory system showed similarities to modern birds, indicating an efficient air sac-based breathing system. Scans of its brain revealed that it was relatively small and more similar to crocodilians than birds, with a reduced flocculus, suggesting it did not rely on quick head movements for hunting. As is typical for ceratosaurs, the abelisaurid hand had 4 basic digits, but any similarity ends there. No wrist bones existed, with the 4 palm bones attaching directly to the forearm. No phalanges were on the 1st or 4th digits, only 1 on the 2nd digit and 2 on the 3rd digit. These 2 external fingers were extremely short and immobile. Indosaurus was another abelisaur, living about 69 million years ago in the Maastrichtian stage of the late Cretaceous. It was found in the Lamita Formation in India, but the first fossil found has been lost. It probably had horns above its eyes, and may have been related to the South American Carnotaurus. This is groundbreaking as it indicates that India might not have been a separate continent for as long as paleontologists think, and that South America and India might have been connected at times through land bridges. There is speculation that it is the same as the abelisaurs Indosuchus and Compsognathus, given that they were all found in similar places by the same paleontologists. This is especially interesting in light of the fact that another Carnotauran abelisaur was found in India, Rajasaurus. Rajasaurus lived in what is now western India during the late Cretaceous, about 67 million years ago. Around 7 meters long, it had very rough textured thickened bone on the top of its snout, along with a short rounded horn on its forehead that was probably used for display or head-butting behaviors. India at this time was an isolated island continent located off the east coast of Africa, and Rajasaurus ancestors probably island-hopped across from then nearby Madagascar, where its closest known relative lived, the very similar-looking Majungasaurus. The horn of Rajasaurus could have been used for display or head-butting with other individuals. Head-butting, inferred from the lack of shock-absorbing cancellous bone in the skull, could have been both or either low-motion shoving matches like modern-day marine iguanas, or focused on the neck and the flank like giraffes. The neck muscles, though, in abelosaurids were adapted for withstanding high stress. The horn could have been used for defending territory or for mating matches. Abelosaurids may have been ambush predators, using a bite-and-hold tactic to hunt large prey. The leg bones of Majungasaurus are comparatively short to other similarly sized theropods, suggesting the dinosaur was comparatively slower. This same condition is seen in Rajasaurus. However, ceratosaurs may have been able to rapidly accelerate. The preserved length of the excavated Scorpiovenitor skeleton from the premaxilla to the 12th caudal vertebra is over 4 meters. It was estimated to have grown up to 6 meters long and weighed up to 900 kilograms. It had short, stubby, near-useless arms, but strong legs with powerful thighs and sturdy shins over which its large body was balanced. Its skull was short, stout and covered in the ridges, furrows, tubercles and bumpy nodules that are scattered over the heads of most abelosaurid theropods. It is craniocaudally short and is shorter and deeper than the skulls of Abelosaurus. Notably, the maxilla and lacrimal of Scorpiovenitor are wider than in the corresponding bones of the remaining abelosaurids. It had 19 maxillary teeth, which is more than any other known abelosaurid. The shape of the crowns of the teeth is similar to other abelosaurids, and exhibit enamel wrinkles and marginal serrations. The type species of the abelosaur group, Abelosaurus, is unfortunately only known from a very damaged skull. It was estimated to be between 7 and 9 meters long, though it's hard to estimate given the lack of fossil material. Its skull has no clear signs of ornamentation, but it could have had crests made of keratin or another kind of non-fossilizable material. So, its full body has been estimated from other abelosaurid dinosaurs. It was bipedal, probably had very small and underdeveloped arms, though based on the skull Abelosaurus was a basal member of the group. It is very closely related to Carnotaurus and probably greatly resembled it. It lived in a rich dinosaur community in Patagonia. Kurupi has been named after a god of fertility and sex from Guarani mythology. According to the authors, the choice of the name is due to the fact that the fossils were found in the region of Motel Paraiso, a place intended for intimate encounters. The specific name is derived from the Tupi language and has two roots, Ita, meaning hard, and Ata, meaning rock. This name is in reference to the cemented rocks of the Monte Alto region. Together, the generic and specific name can be translated as Rockhard Kurupi, or Rockhard god of sex. The holotype consists of 3 caudal vertebrae and a partial pelvic girdle. The authors estimate that the animal was 5 meters long. It would have been a cursorial, stiff-tailed hunter. Aucasaurus was a medium-sized theropod, estimated to be about 6 meters long. It had a robust build with a relatively short, deep skull and a strong, muscular neck. The skull was notable for its high, narrow shape and rough texture, which is typical of abelosaurids. It had a distinctive bony ridge on its nasal bones, a feature not commonly seen in other theropods. This ridge, along with the overall skull morphology, suggests that Aucasaurus had a prominent and unique cranial ornamentation. Like other abelosaurids, it had very short forelimbs with reduced, almost vestigial hands. Its hind limbs were more robust and powerful, adapted for a predatory lifestyle. Its robust build and strong jaws suggest it could have been a formidable predator. Aucasaurus offers unique data due to its distinct cranial features and the specific adaptations seen in its fossil remains. The fossils were found in sedimentary rocks that have provided a relatively complete skeleton, allowing for detailed anatomical studies and comparisons with other theropods. Leucocan is very similar to Viavinator, except that it is smaller and the holes in the skull through which the veins pass are larger and more widely separated from the supraoccipital crest, among other differences. It also has a small posterior air-filled sinus in the middle ear zone, a recessus tympanicus caudalis, that has not been found in any other abelisaurids and thus is an autapomorphy. On account of its unusual ear, it has been theorized that Leucocan had a keener sense of hearing than other abelisaurids, almost like a crocodile's. The generic name is Mapuche for one who scares or one who causes fear, and the specific name is Latin for different skull. Studies of the abelisaurid Pycnonomosaurus indicate that it was a much slower-growing dinosaur than other theropods, taking nearly 20 years to reach adult size. Similar studies on other abelisaurid genera indicate that this slow maturation may have been a common trait to the whole of the Abelisauridae. Pycnonomosaurus was a predator, probably preying on titanosaurs found in the same locality. Its teeth were small yet sharp, and were used to get a hold of struggling prey as the abelisaur shook and tore them apart. The type specimen belongs to an immature individual of uncertain ontogenetic stage, probably a subadult. Initial size estimates of this specimen put the animal at 6 meters in length, but later analyses have found that it was likely larger, being about 9 meters long. This new size estimate currently makes Pycnonomosaurus the largest formally described member of the Abelisauridae thus far. Carnotaurus is famous for its pair of prominent, curved horns above its eyes. These horns, which give it its name, are unique among theropods and suggest that it used them in display or combat, possibly for intraspecific competition. The skull is notable for its deep, narrow shape and heavily ornamented surface. It had a robust, low-slung skull with a pronounced ridge running down the center and a rough, bumpy texture. This structure may have been covered with a keratinous sheath. Like other abelisaurids, it had very short, almost vestigial forelimbs. These limbs were much reduced compared to those of other theropods and had very small, non-functional hands with limited mobility. Fossil evidence suggests that it had a distinctive skin texture with bony, bead-like structures. These osteoderms were embedded in the skin and possibly provided extra protection or played a role in display. Carnotaurus was a medium to large-sized theropod, estimated to be around 7 to 9 meters long and weighing approximately 2 tons. Its teeth were short, conical, and slightly curved, adapted for gripping and slicing rather than chewing. This dental structure indicates that Carnotaurus likely had a feeding strategy similar to other abelisaurids, involving strong, crushing bites. Despite its robust build, it was adapted for a certain degree of speed. Its long, slender legs and streamlined body suggest it could have been a relatively fast runner, capable of chasing down prey. Its combination of cranial ornamentation, reduced forelimbs, and specialized teeth makes it a key species for studying the evolution and diversity of abelisaurids. Its unique features help scientists understand how different lineages of theropods adapted to their environments. Tetanurans are defined as all theropods more closely related to modern birds than to Ceratosaurus and contain the majority of predatory dinosaur diversity. They likely diverged from its sister group, Ceratosauria, during the late Triassic. Tetanuri first appeared in the fossil record by the early Jurassic about 190 million years and by the middle Jurassic had become globally distributed. Bahariosaurus was one of the giant theropods known from the Baharia Formation, alongside Carcharodontosaurus and Spinosaurids. It is likely the predators in the formation exhibited niche partitioning in order to avoid competition so that they could coexist in the same environment. The aforementioned estimations tend to put it at around 12 meters in length and 4 tons in overall weight. Monolophosaurus was approximately 5 meters long and weighed around 470 kilograms. It had a distinctive large crest on its snout, formed mainly by the nasal bones, which extended over much of the skull length. The skull, about 80 centimeters long, featured a triangular cross-sectioned crest with a flat upper surface. The skull and jaw bones displayed various pneumatic openings and grooves, indicating air-filled chambers. The lower jaw had unique features, including asymmetrical tooth counts and a distinct pattern of foramina and grooves. A Monolophosaurus specimen had its 10th and possibly 11th neural spines fractured. They are fused together. A series of parallel ridges on one of the specimen's dentaries may represent tooth marks. It is known from a nearly complete skeleton and was originally named a megalosaur, but it has also been described as many different groups. It also has been described as a basal tetaneuron. A phylogenetic analysis suggested that Wierum may have been a primitive member of the Megalosauroidea, making it the most basal known feathered theropod. This classification was supported by one of 3 initial analyses conducted by the scientists who described it. The exact position in the various analyses was difficult to determine due to the fact that the only known specimen is a very young juvenile. Wierum is known from a single, exceptionally well-preserved holotype fossil, including a complete skeleton with fine soft tissue details. It is similar in size and proportions to the juvenile Juravinator but differs in several anatomical features. The skull is proportionally large, measuring 156% of the femur's length and longer than the cervical vertebrae. Its body proportions, short forelimbs, and regular tooth morphology suggest that the specimen is a very young, likely early post-hatchling individual. The skeleton shows no signs of fusion, further indicating its juvenile status. Piatnitskosaurus is known from 2 partial skeletons, making it the most well-known theropod from the Middle-Late Jurassic of the Southern Hemisphere. It was a lightly built, medium-sized bipedal carnivore, around 4 meters long and 450 kilograms in weight, with robust arms and powerful hind legs. Its brain case resembles that of the megalosaurid Pivotosaurus, and it shares some primitive features with basal theropods, such as longer forelimbs and a wide pubis ischium contact. There are similarities between Piatnitskosaurus and the theropod Allosaurus, though they differ in scapular blade length and other features. The brain case has been studied in detail, revealing unique features like the parasphenoid recess, which is an autapomorphy of Piatnitskosaurus. Eustreptospondylus, like many other theropods, fed on smaller dinosaurs and pterosaurs, or scavenged the carcasses of fishes and marine reptiles. It might have foraged on shorelines for carcasses and marine life. It is known from a fossil from what was an island, at a time when Europe consisted mostly of archipelagos. This suggests that it might have been able to swim short distances. It has been considered a good swimmer, strong enough to swim from island to island like the modern-day Komodo dragon. Not all paleontologists agree with the swimming hypothesis. The opposing theories hold that the fossil of Eustreptospondylus was either swept out to sea during a flood after the animal died on the mainland, or it was carried to the ocean after it died in a river. It has been portrayed as a genus that evolved insular dwarfism. In 2000, David Martill and Darren Naish pointed out that the portrayal of the animal as an island-dwelling dwarf species was caused by not realizing that the holotype specimen represented a subadult. The main specimen was not fully grown, and was about 4.60 meters long and weighed about 200 kilograms. Various estimates suggest that Eustreptospondylus was an average-sized theropod, with a hypothetical adult length of around 6 meters. The family Megalosauridae, first defined by Thomas Huxley in 1869, has been controversial due to its history as a wastebasket for many poorly described or unidentified dinosaur remains. Initially, many large theropods were grouped in Megalosauria, but over time, most were reassigned, significantly narrowing the group's definition. Debate continues over whether Megalosauridae should be recognized as a distinct group, with some paleontologists, like Paul Sereno, dismissing it due to its uncertain phylogeny. However, recent research by Carano, Benson and Sampson support Megalosauridae as a valid family, closely related to Spinosauridae. Because the remains are sparse and fragmentary, most details about Magnosaurus' anatomical features are unknown. It would have been a bipedal carnivore of moderate size for a dinosaur. A Frovinator was a megalosaurid predator that is unique in that it came from Africa, not Europe. Specifically, it was found in the Tayuren Formation of Niger. It is known from one skeleton, and was about 7 to 8 meters long, and was a gracile predator. It had a rather flat and elongated skull. It is possible that a Frovinator is a basal spinosaurid, or related to the ancestor of that clade. It also had a very long humerus, giving it longer arms and a longer reach. There is a small maxillary fenestra, which does not reach the edge of the antorbital depression and is located behind a promaxillary fenestra. The lacrimal bone has a distinctive rounded horn on top. The jugal bone is short, deep and pneumatized. The teeth wear distinctive proximodistally subrectangular distocentral denticles and a sigmoidal shape in distal view, seen also on Torvosaurus. Dubrullosaurus was yet another megalosaurid, found in the conformation in France. It had a very long and narrow skull, the length 3 times the height of the skull. It lacked any sort of crest or horns, and though uncovered at an island it did not show the effects of insular dwarfism. Like with Eustreptospondylus, its small size is due to its being a subadult. It lived on a cluster of islands, like all European theropods, and it might have hunted fish and other marine prey as it was found in sediments that indicate it lived in coastal mangrove swamps. It also was found with fish remains. Its long skull would have allowed it to catch fish in the water easier, giving it extra reach. Megalosaurus was the first dinosaur to be scientifically described and named. In 1824, William Buckland, a British geologist, formally described the genus, making it the first dinosaur recognized by science. This discovery laid the groundwork for the entire field of paleontology. The term dinosaur didn't exist when Megalosaurus was first discovered. It was coined later in 1842 by Richard Owen, who used Megalosaurus, along with Iguanodon and Hylaeosaurus, as examples of this new group of terrible lizards. Early reconstructions of Megalosaurus were based on limited fossil evidence, leading to some imaginative and often inaccurate depictions. Initially, it was reconstructed as a quadruped with a body resembling a giant lizard, a far cry from the bipedal, predatory dinosaur we understand today. In the 1850s, life-sized models of Megalosaurus were built by sculptor Benjamin Waterhouse Hawkins for the Crystal Palace Park in London. These reconstructions, though outdated by modern standards, were among the first attempts to visualize dinosaurs and captured the public's imagination, contributing to the early popularity of paleontology. Modern scientists were able to obtain a more accurate picture by comparing Megalosaurus with its direct relatives in the Megalosauridae. It was about 6 meters long, weighing about 700 kilograms. It was bipedal, walking on stout hind limbs, its horizontal torso balanced by a horizontal tail. Its forelimbs were short, though very robust. Megalosaurus had a rather large head, equipped with long curved teeth. It was generally a robust and heavily muscled animal. Living in what is now Europe, during the Jurassic period, Megalosaurus may have hunted stegosaurs and medium-sized sauropods. Repeated descriptions during the 19th and early 20th century of Megalosaurus hunting iguanodon through the forests that then covered the continent are now known to be inaccurate, because iguanodon skeletons are found in much younger early Cretaceous formations. The study of fossilized Torvosaurus embryos offers insights into dinosaur embryonic development, reproductive behavior, and potential parental care. In 2013, a clutch of eggs and embryonic material attributed to Torvosaurus was discovered in Portugal, supporting the idea that large theropods were oviparous, laying eggs that developed outside the body. These fossils are significant as they represent the most primitive and only known basal theropod embryos, and they provide the first evidence of a one-layered eggshell for theropods. The eggs were likely buried for incubation, similar to modern sea turtles, as suggested by their porous shells and the geological context. Torvosaurus was one of the largest predators of the late Jurassic and the largest known theropod from Europe. It was estimated to be 10 meters long and 5 tons in weight, and it is possible that it was even larger. It had short, strong forelimbs, and a fairly elongated and narrow snout. Torvosaurus coexisted with other large theropods such as Allosaurus or Ceratosaurus. These species appear to have had different ecological niches, based on anatomy and the location of fossils. Torvosaurus and Ceratosaurus may have preferred to be active around waterways and had lower, more sinuous, bodies that would have given them an advantage in forest and underbrush terrains, whereas Allosaurus had shorter bodies, longer legs, were faster and less maneuverable, and seem to have preferred dry floodplains. Wierum is a megalosaurine that was actually in the public eye long before it was officially described, known as Monster von Minden. It was excavated from the Ornitenten Formation in Germany from 1998 to 2001, and its discovery sent a flurry of interest through the paleontological community. The reason for this being its size: it was speculated to be as long as 15 meters in length, making it one of the larger known carnivores from the Jurassic. However, upon its description, that size has been majorly rolled back to somewhere around 9 meters in length. Still, it is one of the largest known European theropods, which is especially interesting given the archipelago status of Europe at the time it was alive. Most of the time, insular conditions force dwarfism for animals. It is known from portions of the skull and skeleton, and it may have been a subadult, indicating that as an adult it would have grown even larger. Spinosaurids were large bipedal carnivores characterized by their crocodile-like skulls, which were long, low and narrow, with conical teeth that had reduced or absent serrations. Their jaws featured a distinctive spoon-shaped tip with a notch for the lower jaw, and their nostrils were positioned further back on the head than in most other theropods. They had bony crests along the midline of their skulls and robust shoulders with stocky forelimbs, featuring an enlarged claw on the first digit. Some spinosaurids had elongated neural spines on their vertebrae, forming a sail or fatty hump on their backs. Iberospinus represents one of 5 known spinosaurid taxa from the Iberian Peninsula. It is important for its implications of the geographical origin of Spinosauridae and the suggested presence of potentially semi-aquatic lifestyle earlier in the evolution of this clade. Almost all toothed theropod dinosaurs had exactly 4 teeth on each of their premaxillary bones, the paired bones at the very tip of the upper snout. The semi-aquatic spinosaurids were an unusual exception to this, with 6 or 7 teeth per premaxilla, and one particular member of this lineage seems to have been just a little bit weirder. Baryonyx had distinctive enlarged curving claws on the first fingers of its hands, along with a long narrow snout with a rosette at the tip followed by a notch, a shape convergent with the jaws of modern pike conger eels. And that premaxillary rosette had a strangely asymmetrical arrangement of teeth. Baryonyx was the first dinosaur discovered with direct evidence of a piscivorous diet. Fossilized fish scales and partially digested bones were found in its stomach region, providing clear insight into its feeding habits. Its anatomy, including its powerful forelimbs, crocodilian snout and retracted nostrils, suggests it may have led a semi-aquatic lifestyle, hunting both on land and in water, similar to modern crocodiles. The holotype specimen, which may not have been fully grown, was estimated to have been between 7 and 10 meters long and to have weighed between 1 and 2 tons. Living during the early Cretaceous of the Republic of Niger, Suchomimus was a close relative of the smaller and slightly older Baryonyx. It was one of the larger spinosaurs, reaching about 10 meters in length, although it's mainly known from the remains of a subadult, and fully grown individuals may have been slightly larger. It had lengthened neural spines along its back, tallest over the hips and base of the tail, forming a low sail or ridge. These spines, along with its similarity to Baryonyx, helped to properly define the Spinosauridae family in the late 90s and gave the then poorly known Spinosaurus its familiar crocodilian snout in reconstructions instead of the old generic theropod with a sail look. We also know from a fossil trackway in Spain, probably belonging to a Baryonyx, that Spinosaurs had webbed duck-like feet, and were capable swimmers. Ichthyovenator is estimated to have been between 8 to 10 meters long. Its teeth were straight and conical, and its neck resembled that of the closely related genus Sigelmassasaurus. Like others in its family, Ichthyovenator had tall neural spines that formed a sail on its back. Unlike other known Spinosaurids, its sail had a wave-like shape that curved downwards over the hips and divided into 2 separate sails. It was initially thought to belong to the subfamily Baryonychini, but more recent analyses place it as a primitive member of the Spinosauridae. Its diet likely mainly consisted of aquatic prey, hence its etymology. Spinosaurids are also known to have eaten small dinosaurs and pterosaurs in addition to fish. Ichthyovenator's conspicuous sail might have been used for sexual display or species recognition. The vertebral spines of Ichthyovenator's tail were unusually tall, suggesting, as in today's crocodilians, the tail may have aided in swimming. The name Irritator reflects the frustration experienced by paleontologists who studied its fossil. The specimen was tampered with by fossil dealers who elongated the skull with plaster to make it appear more valuable, causing significant irritation for scientists when they discovered the modification. It is one of the first spinosaurids discovered in Brazil. Its discovery provided crucial insight into the distribution of spinosaurids in Gondwana during the early Cretaceous. The holotype was initially thought to belong to a pterosaur due to its elongated snout, but further study revealed it to be a spinosaurid theropod. This initial confusion highlights the challenges paleontologists face in identifying fragmentary fossils. Though not as prominent as in Spinosaurus, Irritator might have had slightly elongated neural spines, indicating the possibility of a small sail or hump. Recent studies have revealed that Irritator had jaws that were more flexible and capable of expansion, similar to those of modern pelicans. This adaptation would have allowed Irritator to scoop up and hold prey, particularly fish, in its jaws, suggesting a more specialized feeding strategy than previously thought. The discovery was supported by biomechanical analyses of Irritator's skull and jaw structure, which showed that its jaw could open wider and with greater flexibility compared to other theropods. Sigelmassasaurus had highly rugged bony structures on the bottoms of its cervical vertebrae, which may suggest the presence of substantial neck musculature. This strong neck musculature could have helped the dinosaur quickly snatch fish from the water, similar to modern birds and crocodilians. However, a more thorough biomechanical analysis is needed to confirm this hypothesis. In the Cenomanian of northern Africa, several large theropods coexisted, raising questions about how these predators shared the same environment. The coexistence of these large theropods might have been facilitated by niche partitioning, similar to the way different predator species coexist in modern ecosystems like the African savanna. Recent studies have reinforced the idea that Spinosaurus was highly adapted to an aquatic lifestyle. In 2014, a new reconstruction of its skeleton revealed that it had dense, compact bones similar to those of modern aquatic animals, which would have helped it stay submerged while hunting in water. In 2020, a groundbreaking study revealed that Spinosaurus had a unique tail structure, unlike any other known dinosaur. Its tail was long, flexible, and paddle-like, allowing it to propel itself through water. This discovery provided strong evidence that it was a proficient swimmer, making it the only known non-avian dinosaur with such adaptations. Fossil evidence, including teeth marks on fish bones and Spinosaurus teeth found in riverbeds, strongly suggests that it was a piscivore, primarily feeding on large fish. Its long, crocodile-like snout, conical teeth and retracted nostrils were ideal for catching and holding slippery prey. Spinosaurus is currently considered the largest theropod dinosaur. Estimates based on recent fossils suggest that it could have grown up to 17 meters long and weighed up to 8 tons, making it the largest known carnivorous animal, after cetaceans. The function of the large sail on its back, formed by elongated neural spines, remains a subject of debate. Some theories suggest it was used for thermoregulation, while others propose it served as a display structure for attracting mates or intimidating rivals. Its role in swimming, if any, is still uncertain. It lived in what is now North Africa, in a vast river system during the Cretaceous period. This region, known as the Kem beds, was a lush, water-rich environment where Spinosaurus likely dominated as an apex predator. The original fossils of Spinosaurus, discovered by German paleontologist Ernst Stromer in 1912, were destroyed during World War II. However, renewed interest and subsequent discoveries, especially in the 21st century, have allowed paleontologists to reconstruct much of its anatomy and understand its ecology. Spinosaurus was traditionally depicted as a biped, but in the mid-20th century, it was occasionally portrayed as an obligate quadruped. The idea of Spinosaurus being a quadruped gained traction in the 70s and was supported by the discovery of Baryonyx, a relative with strong forelimbs. In 2014, new fossil evidence suggested that Spinosaurus had much shorter hind limbs, leading to the proposal that it was poorly adapted for bipedalism and may have been an obligate quadruped on land. However, this hypothesis has been met with skepticism, and later studies, including a 2024 article by Serrano, suggested that Spinosaurus was likely a slow-moving biped rather than a quadruped. The debate over its posture continues, with different interpretations based on fossil evidence. Oxalea is another giant spinosaurid from the Alcantara Formation in northeastern Brazil. It is known from bone fragments and teeth, and it was estimated to be 12 to 14 meters long and 5 to 7 tons in weight, making it the largest theropod from Brazil. Though still smaller than Spinosaurus, it was still one of the larger spinosaurids known. Spinosaurids likely spent most of their time near or in water and fed mostly on aquatic animals, avoiding direct competition with other large predators but being able to sustain themselves on terrestrial animals if necessary. Such behavior is observed in cases such as juvenile iguanodontid bones found in the stomach cavity of a Baryonyx fossil and an irritator tooth embedded in pterosaur remains. The conical, transversely oval-shaped teeth of Oxalea and its nasal openings, that were retracted further back on the skull than in most theropods, likely to avoid water entering its nostrils while fishing, are characteristic of spinosaurids. Carnosauria is an extinct group of carnivorous theropod dinosaurs that lived during the Jurassic and Cretaceous periods. Distinctive characteristics include large eye sockets, a long narrow skull and modifications of the legs and pelvis such as the thigh being longer than the shin. Metriacanthosaurus fossils were first discovered in the Oxford Clay Formation in England. Although not as large as some of the later theropods, it was still an imposing predator, estimated to have been around 6 to 8 meters long. During the Jurassic period, the area that is now England was a coastal region with warm, shallow seas and lush floodplains. Metriacanthosaurus likely inhabited these environments, hunting along the shores and possibly competing with other large predators. Its study helps paleontologists understand the diversity of theropods during the Jurassic period, particularly in Europe, where the fossil record is often overshadowed by finds from North America and Asia. The moderately tall neural spines of Metriacanthosaurus vertebrae suggest it may have had a more robust and powerful back, which could have supported stronger muscles for faster or more sustained movement, aiding in its predatory lifestyle. Sinraptor was a large theropod, estimated to be about 8 meters long and weighing around 1.5 tons. Its size made it one of the dominant predators in its ecosystem, capable of hunting large prey. The Shishegu Formation, where its fossils were found, was a lush, forested region with rivers and floodplains. This environment supported a diverse array of life, including other dinosaurs, mammals and amphibians, making it a dynamic ecosystem for a large predator like Sinraptor. Its skull is characterized by a long, narrow shape with sharp, serrated teeth, well suited for slicing through the flesh of its prey. The skull also had several crests and ridges, which may have been used for display or species recognition. Paleontologists have discovered evidence of injuries on Sinraptor fossils that suggest it engaged in violent interactions, possibly with other specimens. These injuries likely resulted from territorial disputes or competition for mates. A skull from a particular specimen exhibits a variety of gently curving tooth drags or gouges, shallow, circular punctures and one fully penetrating lesion. One rib was broken and healed via telescoping of its capitular shaft. Yanquinosaurus was one of the top predators of its time, measuring about 10 meters in length and weighing up to 3 tons. Its size placed it as one of the largest theropods in its ecosystem, similar to Allosaurus in North America. The skull was long and robust, about 1 meter in length, with powerful jaws filled with sharp, serrated teeth. It also had a series of distinctive crests and ridges on its skull, possibly used for display, species recognition, or combat. As a carnivore, Yanquinosaurus was likely an apex predator in its environment. It probably preyed on large herbivorous dinosaurs like sauropods and stegosaurs, using its powerful jaws and teeth to deliver fatal bites. Like other Metriacanthosaurids, it had moderately tall neural spines on its vertebrae, giving it a slightly raised back profile. This feature may have supported strong back muscles, aiding in its movement and hunting abilities. Fossils of both juvenile and adult individuals have been found, allowing scientists to study its growth patterns. These studies suggest that Yanquinosaurus, like many other theropods, underwent significant changes in size and proportions as it matured. It is one of the best-known theropods from Asia, providing crucial insights into the diversity and evolution of large predators during the Jurassic period. Its discovery helped fill in gaps in the fossil record, particularly in understanding the ecosystems of late Jurassic Asia. Allosaurus was one of the top predators of the late Jurassic period. It was among the largest predators in North America, preying on large herbivorous dinosaurs such as sauropods and stegosaurs. It typically measured around 8 to 10 meters in length and weighed between 2 to 3.5 tons. Its body was robust, with strong, muscular legs and a large skull filled with sharp, serrated teeth. The name reflects the unique vertebral structure compared to other dinosaurs known at the time of its discovery. Allosaurus likely used an ambush strategy, relying on its powerful jaws and sharp teeth to inflict deep wounds on its prey. Some theories suggest it may have also used its head like a hatchet, slamming its upper jaw down on prey with great force. CT scans of Allosaurus skulls reveal that it had a relatively large olfactory bulb, suggesting a keen sense of smell, which would have been useful for tracking prey. The brain structure also indicates good vision, especially depth perception, which is crucial for a predator. There is some evidence, based on trackways and fossil beds containing multiple individuals, that it may have hunted or at least scavenged in groups. However, this behavior is still debated, with some suggesting that they were more likely solitary predators. Biomechanical studies suggest that it may have had a unique feeding style, using its head and neck muscles to pull its head back, which could have helped rip flesh from bones more effectively, akin to a falcon tearing meat. Some paleontologists speculate that the crests above the eyes of Allosaurus may have been used for display purposes, possibly to attract mates or intimidate rivals. These crests may have been brightly colored in life. Allosaurus is a key species in understanding theropod evolution, particularly the line leading to later, larger predators like Tyrannosaurus. Its anatomy provides insight into the development of features seen in more derived theropods. Saurophaganax represents a very large Morrison allosaurid characterized by horizontal laminae at the bases of the dorsal neural spines above the transverse processes, and meat chopper chevrons. It was the largest terrestrial carnivore of North America during the late Jurassic, reaching 12 meters in length and over 4 tons in body mass. As a massive theropod, it was likely an apex predator in its environment, preying on large herbivores like Apatosaurus and Camarasaurus. Its size would have made it one of the most fearsome predators in the Jurassic ecosystem. Saurophaganax was part of a complex ecosystem where it coexisted with other large predators, such as Ceratosaurus and Torvosaurus. Understanding its role in this ecosystem helps scientists reconstruct the predator-prey dynamics of the late Jurassic. Its hunting strategy may have been similar to that of other large theropods, using its size and strength to overpower large herbivores. Chris Barker and his colleagues proposed that Neovenator might have had integumentary sensory organs on its snout, similar to those found in modern waterfowl and crocodilians, based on neurovascular structures found in its skull. While these modern animals use such organs to find food in muddy water, Neovenator, being a terrestrial dinosaur, likely used them for different purposes, such as sensing pressure and temperature, controlling jaw pressure, and feeding with precision. Evidence from tooth wear suggests that it avoided biting into bone, supporting the idea of precise feeding. Additionally, these sensory organs might have been used in courtship and nest sensing, similar to behaviors seen in crocodilians and megapode birds. Although similar structures are known in other theropods, Neovenators are the best preserved. However, a more recent study suggests that the neurovascular structures in its snout may indicate an average level of facial sensitivity for a terrestrial theropod, with further research needed to confirm these findings. Along with the Spinosaurids, Carcharodontosaurids were the largest predators in the early and middle Cretaceous throughout Gondwana. Studies of the Argentinian taxon Meraxes suggest that these allosauroids were slow-growing, taking as long as 30 to 40 years to reach maturity. The maximum age for the holotype specimen was estimated to be roughly 50 years at the time of its death, making it the oldest known non-avian theropod. Unlike Tyrannosaurus, to which its growth has been compared, this Carcharodontosaurid kept growing throughout its life. Veterupristosaurus was a Carcharodontosaurid from the late Jurassic, making it the earliest known member of the group. This implies that the group evolved from the Allosaurus-like dinosaur found in the beds and was very closely related to the ancestor for the whole group. It was a large biped, about 8 to 10 meters long. Carnosaurs fossils show multiple severe injuries, suggesting they frequently faced dangerous situations, supporting the idea of an active, predatory lifestyle. Despite the numerous injuries, few show signs of infection, and when infections did occur, they were typically localized, indicating a strong immune response similar to modern reptiles. Most of these injuries were found to be mostly healed, suggesting that they might have had an intermediate metabolic rate, like non-avian reptiles. This lower metabolic rate would have reduced their need for frequent hunting, thereby decreasing their risk of injury. It is possible that the early evolutionary stage for the Carcharodontosauridae started with medium-sized predators like Lajasvinator that later diversified into the heavily built taxa such as Giganotosaurus and Mapiosaurus. Lajasvinator is the oldest Carcharodontosaur known from the Cretaceous of South America and is a key taxon for understanding the clade's evolutionary history. Concavinator was a medium-sized Carcharodontosaurid dinosaur, about 5 to 6 meters long, featuring unique tall vertebrae that formed a pointed crest on its back, possibly for display or thermoregulation. It had structures resembling quill knobs on its ulna, suggesting the presence of simple, hollow quill-like structures, potentially homologous to bird feathers. This implies that feathers or similar structures may have appeared in earlier theropods. However, the interpretation of these bumps as quill knobs is debated, with some experts suggesting they could be tendon attachments instead. Research by Cuesta Fidalgo and colleagues supports the original idea that these bumps are indeed quill knobs, arguing against the alternative tendon hypothesis. They noted that the position and structure of these bumps are inconsistent with being intermuscular lines, favoring their interpretation as feather-related features. Eocarcharia was from the early Cretaceous, about 112 million years ago. It was found in the Elrus Formation in the Sahara, in what is today Niger. It had serrated teeth, much like that of a shark, hence its name. This allowed the animal to easily slice through flesh. It is known from incomplete remains and had teeth very similar to that of Carcharodontosaurus, hence its classification. It had enlarged bone growths above its eyes, probably for display purposes, and probably colored differently from the rest of its head. It was probably between 8 and 12 meters long, based on comparison to its relatives. It lived alongside theropods Cryptops and Suchomimus, the sauropod Nigersaurus, and the ornithopods Uranosaurus and Lurdosaurus. Sauroniops was a large bipedal predator with distinct features that set it apart from other theropods like Carcharodontosaurus, which lived in the same region. Unique traits include a nasal bone that contacts the frontal bone over 40% of its length and a thickened, vaulted area on the frontal bone's left front corner. The frontal bone also has a trapezoid facet for the prefrontal bone and a large, D-shaped contact area for the lacrimal bone. The skull's frontal bone, measuring 180 mm, shows extreme thickening in certain areas, particularly near the lacrimal contact, which is 70 mm high. This thickening, more typical of Abelisauridae, might have been for display purposes or to reinforce the skull for head-butting within the species. Acrocanthosaurus had exceptionally tall neural spines along its back and neck, which may have supported a muscular ridge or a sail-like structure. The exact purpose of this feature is still debated, with hypotheses ranging from thermoregulation to display or fat storage. It was one of the top predators of its time, reaching up to 11.5 meters in length and weighing around 5 to 6 tons. It likely preyed on large herbivorous dinosaurs like sauropods and ornithopods, using its powerful jaws and sharp teeth to bring down its prey. Fossilized footprints attributed to this genus have been found in several locations. These trackways provide valuable insights into its behavior, gait, and movement patterns, suggesting it was a fast and agile predator. Studies of its brain case reveal that it had well-developed senses, particularly its sense of smell, which would have been crucial for hunting. The structure of its inner ear suggests it had good balance and coordination, aiding in its predatory lifestyle. The tall spines on its back suggest that Acrocanthosaurus had powerful back muscles, which may have been used to support its massive frame and aid in hunting large prey. These muscles could have also contributed to its ability to make powerful movements during attacks. Carcharodontosaurus was an imposing theropod, standing out as one of the largest predators of its era. This gigantic carnivore reached lengths of up to 13 meters and boasted a truly immense skull, measuring up to 2 meters long. Its powerful jaws were lined with long, razor-sharp, serrated teeth. The dinosaur had a robust, muscular build with a notably long, sturdy torso and tail, but its legs, while strong, were not as heavily muscled as those of tyrannosaurs. Carcharodontosaurus likely had a prominent crest on its head, which might have been used for display purposes. Due to its massive size, it's improbable that it had feathers. If it did, they would have been purely ornamental, unlike the protowing suggested for its smaller relative, Concavenator. As a hypercarnivore, it primarily preyed upon large herbivores, particularly sauropods, using its formidable jaws to slice through flesh and cause significant bleeding before feeding. It was highly adept at locating prey, relying on its keen sense of smell to detect food from afar. Despite its enormous strength and ability to lift prey weighing up to 1,000 pounds, it may have sometimes hunted in groups to tackle particularly massive prey. Carcharodontosaurus lived in diverse ecosystems across North Africa during the Middle Cretaceous. It thrived in open floodplains and near mangrove forests, though it was less associated with wet environments compared to Spinosaurus. Fossil evidence suggests Carcharodontosaurus might have engaged in intraspecies combat, as some specimens show wounds consistent with vicious bites from fellow members of the same species. Although it probably had some form of parental care, this would have been within the context of a potentially aggressive and competitive social structure. Pteranodon was also a large theropod, measuring 13 meters long. Its vertebral column was extensively pneumatized, with pneumatic openings in the dorsal and caudal vertebrae similar to those of Giganotosaurus. Unusually, it also exhibited a pneumatic hiatus in the anterior sacral region, a gap in the vertebral pneumaticity seen more commonly in juveniles. The scapulocoracoid was fused and better developed than in Giganotosaurus, but the arm was very small, with much of the scapula missing. Pteranodon had a sharply curved acromion and a tall neural spine on the proximal caudal vertebra. Its orbital fenestra featured a nearly 90-degree notch, contrasting with Giganotosaurus and resembling Carcharodontosaurus. The teeth had chisel-like denticles and serrated carinae, typical of Carcharodontosaurids. Giganotosaurus was a massive theropod from the late Cretaceous. It reached lengths of 12 to 13 meters and stood around 4 meters tall, with some specimens potentially larger. Initially noted for being larger than Tyrannosaurus, it is now known that several theropods rivaled or exceeded its size. The Giganotosaurus had a large, slender skull about 1.6 meters long, with wrinkled patches on its snout and above its eyes, and an inclined skullback that positioned its jaw joints far behind the neck attachment. Its brain size was larger than its relative Carcharodontosaurus, suggesting possibly better cognitive abilities. The dinosaur had short, thick shoulder blades and the largest known specimens weighed between 6 and 14 tons. It lived alongside large titanosaurs, suggesting it preyed on these massive sauropods. It also coexisted with Mapiosaurus, which might have hunted in packs, leading to the hypothesis that Giganotosaurus might have done the same. Estimated to have a top speed of 50 km per hour, it was built for slicing rather than crushing prey, with a biting force 3 times less than Tyrannosaurus. Mapiosaurus was another large theropod, slightly smaller than its relative Giganotosaurus, measuring around 12 meters long and weighing between 3 to 6 tons. It was identified by unique features not found in Giganotosaurus, such as the absence of a second opening on the middle quadrate and differences in nasal rugosity. Fossil evidence shows Mapiosaurus bones from a bone bed containing up to 9 individuals of various ages, suggesting a possible accumulation of carcasses, which might provide insights into its behavior. Paleontologist Rodolfo Coria proposed that this bone bed indicates it may have hunted in groups, potentially working together to bring down large prey like Argentinosaurus. This would represent the first evidence of gregarious behavior in large theropods other than Tyrannosaurus, though whether they formed organized packs or attacked in groups remains unclear. The fossils were found in the Huinkle Formation, a freshwater paleochannel deposit from an arid or semi-arid climate. An ontogenetic study revealed that Mapiosaurus exhibited heterochrony, retaining certain features like the maxillary fenestrae in younger individuals, which gradually disappeared as they matured. Torovenator is a recently discovered carcharodontosaurid known from the Huinkle Formation in Argentina. It was found alongside the recently discovered Aeoniraptor as well as other dinosaurs, living in the area with Mapiosaurus, Argentinosaurus and Scorpiovenator. Torovenator is known from very limited remains, specifically a portion of the back of the skull. This portion of the skull resembled that of animals such as Carcharodontosaurus and Mapiosaurus, but was smaller, more robust, and in places thicker. However, this is a very limited portion of the dinosaur itself, and further claims of it being a distinct genus would probably require more material. Zwilong is considered one of the earliest known members of the Tyrannosauroid lineage. This small predator provides insight into the early evolution of the Tyrannosauroid clade, which was characterized by much smaller body sizes before evolving into the giant predators of the Cretaceous. It was relatively small, estimated to have been about 3 meters in length. It had a gracile build, likely making it a swift and agile predator, well suited for hunting smaller prey. Despite its small size, Zwilong displayed several anatomical features that are characteristic of later tyrannosauroids, including certain aspects of the skull and the proportions of its limbs. As a small theropod, it likely preyed on smaller vertebrates, such as lizards and small mammals, or even juvenile dinosaurs. Its sharp teeth and agile build suggest it was a fast and active hunter, possibly using ambush tactics. Dilong was a small theropod dinosaur, measuring about 1.6 meters in length, but it is believed to have been a juvenile and could have grown to over 2 meters. It had simple feathers or protofeathers, as seen in fossilized skin impressions near the jaw and tail, which likely served for insulation rather than flight. Unlike modern birds, these feathers lacked a central shaft. Adult tyrannosaurs had pebbly scales instead of feathers, suggesting that juveniles might have had feathers for warmth, which were lost as they grew larger. Brain case scans indicate that Dilong had an S-shaped brain protected by thin meninges, unlike Tyrannosaurus, which has a more linear brain protected by thicker meninges. This is probably a size-related trait, as it is in crocodilians. The large flocculus of Dilong suggests it was agile and had good balance, while small olfactory tracts suggest that its sense of smell was not as refined as that of Tyrannosaurus and other more advanced tyrannosauroids. Eodorannus is distinguished by several unique features in its holotype specimen, such as a notched dentary with a dorsally directed prong, lateral furrows on the dentary, a concave surangular with foramina, and teardrop-shaped ulna and radius cross-sections. The fossilized specimen was disarticulated, with many skeletal elements scattered, indicating it was immature. Preservation quality was low, leading to difficulties in identifying some bones, including a misidentified ulna that was later recognized as part of the tibia, affecting early reconstructions. While some features were initially thought unique, they are actually common among Tyrannosauroidea. The specimen, measuring 4.5 meters, likely represents a subadult, as its bones were not fully fused. Susquetirannus was a small early tyrannosaur, likely reaching around 4 meters in length. One fossil was 3 years old when it died, and tyrannosaurs tended to grow at a rate similar to humans. It had a relatively large brain for its size, suggesting it may have been quite intelligent. It was likely covered in fluff or protofeathers, with potentially more elaborate feathers on its arms. As a carnivorous theropod, it likely fed on small animals, including smaller dinosaurs like Xenoceratops. Fossils of young individuals found together suggest it may have been social, living in family groups or small packs. As a warm-blooded animal, it would have been active, using its energy to catch prey. It likely cared for its young, which aligns with the social behavior inferred from the fossil evidence. The ecosystem of the Moreno Hill Formation, where it lived, was a wet floodplain with dense forests and diverse plant life. Susqueturanus is an important transitional species, showing the evolutionary shift from early slender tyrannosaurs to the massive predators of the late Cretaceous. Further study could reveal more about this rapid evolutionary transition. Guanlong was a relatively small theropod, reaching 3 meters in length and 125 kilograms in body mass. This bipedal Saurischian theropod shared many traits with its descendants, and also had some unusual ones, like a large crest on its head. This crest was thin and fragile, suggesting it wasn't used for defense but likely played a role in display, possibly for attracting mates or signaling other members of its species. It had 3 long fingers on its hands. Aside from its distinctive crest, it would have resembled its close relative Dilong, and like Dilong may have had a coat of primitive feathers. Multiple Guanlong skeletons were found together, suggesting the possibility of social behavior or at least that they lived in groups. This discovery contrasts with the more solitary nature often attributed to larger tyrannosaurs. Both juvenile and adult specimens of Guanlong have been found, allowing paleontologists to study its growth patterns. The juveniles had proportionally larger crests compared to their body size, suggesting that the crest might have played a role early in life, possibly for social reasons. Proceratosaurus name refers to how it was originally thought to be an ancestor of Ceratosaurus, due to the partially preserved portion of the crest of Proceratosaurus superficially resembling the small crest of Ceratosaurus. Now, however, it is considered a coelurosaur, specifically a member of the family Proceratosauridae, and amongst the earliest known members of the clade Tyrannosauroidea. It was a small dinosaur. In restudy at 2010, total length of 3 meters and body mass of 30 kilograms are estimated. It possessed a nasal crest, which may have served as a display organ but also possibly served to reduce bending stresses on the skull when biting. This may indicate it used a puncture-pull strategy for hunting prey. However, Proceratosaurus was likely not a big game hunter, lacking the bone-crushing teeth and extremely powerful bites of the tyrannosaurids. Instead, it possessed an elongated skull, commonly found in basal coelurosaurs and basal tyrannosauroids. Calescus was another generic tyrannosauroid from the Middle Jurassic, about 165 million years ago, making it a very basal tyrannosauroid, and one of the earliest ones. It is known from a partial skull which includes a crest rising up from the snout. It was found in the Krasnoyarsk Krai in Russia, and given the sparse materials for it, very little can be said except for its basal position in the Proceratosaurid group. As usual, it was probably covered in feathers. Calescus also shares with Proceratosaurus nares inclined posterodorsally at a 40-degree angle to the skull. It is distinguished from other Proceratosaurids by the anterior rim of its maxilla being confluent with the ascending process of the maxilla and gently sloping posterodorsally. Yutyrannus was a large predator, measuring around 9 meters long and weighing over 1 ton. It had a long snout, a high crest on its nose, and a lightweight skull with hollow openings. Its tongue was flat and fixed, resembling a crocodile's rather than a bird's. Yutyrannus had 3-fingered hands and powerful legs with a muscular tail, making it a formidable hunter. Its most fascinating feature was its long, shaggy feathers, covering most of its body, making it one of the largest animals known to have feathers. As a carnivore, it fed on smaller dinosaurs and other animals in its environment. Multiple fossils suggest it may have been somewhat social, possibly living or hunting in groups. Its feathers likely evolved to help it survive the cold climate of the Ischian Formation, which had an average temperature of 10 degrees Celsius. These feathers may have also been used for display, much like its prominent skull crest. Yutyrannus lived in a humid, coniferous forest with distinct seasons, surrounded by lakes and volcanic activity. Yutyrannus was one of the largest members of this group, and as such it is possible that it falls outside of the Procerodapsaurid group, as it has some features of the groups of tyrannosaurs that would later evolve into the tyrannosaurids. It is also entirely possible that tyrannosaurids evolved from Procerodasaurids, and the traits of the group are just common to all early tyrannosaurs. Xiangguanlong was a mid-sized tyrannosauroid estimated to be about 5 meters long and weighing between 200 and 270 kilograms. Its holotype suggests it was fully grown, with closed neurocentral sutures. It was larger than earlier tyrannosauroids like Guanlong, indicating a gradual increase in body size among these dinosaurs during the Cretaceous. It had body proportions similar to Aeoliormus and was the largest predator found in the Chiago Formation, though it lacked the powerful bite of later tyrannosaurids. This species likely filled a mid-level predator role, as no large carnivores have been found in its environment. The Chiago Formation, part of western Gansu, in China, was a coastal or near-coastal region during the early Cretaceous, with lowlands and lakes present. The region's fossil record includes waterbirds with preserved soft tissues, indicating anoxic lake conditions. Xiangguanlong's discovery helps trace the evolutionary changes in tyrannosauroids. The hind limb of Electrosaurus is notable for the particular elongated digits and metatarsals, differing from other tyrannosauroids. These traits are found in terrestrial runner birds, suggesting that it was suited as a fast-running dinosaur with well-developed hind limbs. Probably a pursuit predator. This interpretation is consistent with the results obtained in the limb proportion analysis performed by Scott Persons and Curry in 2016. By comparing the limbs of numerous theropods, they noted that most tyrannosauroids were highly cursorial and leggy animals, with the exception of giant and stocky-legged forms such as Tarbosaurus. Electrosaurus was recovered with a relatively high cursorial limb proportion score at 16.5, higher than most carnosaurs. In 2001, a study conducted by Bruce Rothschild and colleagues examined 23-foot bones referred to Electrosaurus for signs of stress fractures, but none were found. It was a medium-sized tyrannosauroid, reaching a length between 5 and 6 meters, and a weight ranging from 450 to 900 kilograms. Timerlengia was likely a pursuit hunter with blade-like teeth for slicing through meat, based on its skeletal remains. The robustness of the semicircular inner ear canals might be related to a greater agility. It has a long cochlear duct, with the same height as the labyrinth, an adaptation to hearing low-frequency sounds. This might be an indication that the animal used low calls to communicate within the species. The brain case of Timerlengia shows that tyrannosaurs likely developed their advanced head first, as hypothesized by Hans-Dieter Suess, one of the fossil's describers. Timerlengia's skull, though much smaller than that of Tyrannosaurus, shows a sophisticated brain that would have led to keen eyesight, smell and hearing. At the time tyrannosaurs were developing acute senses and cognitive abilities, other large meat-eating dinosaurs such as the Carnosauria were disappearing from the environment or dying out, creating a vacant niche, allowing tyrannosaurs to become apex predators. Apolachiosaurus is unique in that it is the first tyrannosaur discovered in the eastern United States, which is, obviously, a unique characteristic. It was found in the Demopolis Chalk Formation in Alabama, and lived in the late Cretaceous, about 77 million years ago. It is known only from the partial skeleton of a juvenile, which was 7 meters long, so an adult would be even bigger. Its forelimbs are poorly known, so it's unclear whether or not they were small and two-fingered like more advanced tyrannosaurids, or long and three-fingered like more primitive ones. It has tooth marks on its bones from the crocodile Dinosaurs, which also show signs of healing, indicating it survived the attack. It most likely had feathers. A 2020 study of the endocranial morphology of Bistaheversaur shed some light on its hunting behaviors. Its large olfactory bulbs indicate a very heightened sense of smell, while the elongated semicircular canals implied increased agility and sophisticated gaze stabilization while the head was moving. Bistaheversaur also possessed binocular vision, allowing it to see much better than more primitive predatory dinosaurs. The study noted that, while it had small optic lobes, this was not a strong indicator of whether or not this dinosaur possessed poor vision. Bistaheversaur differs from other tyrannosaurs in the possession of 64 teeth, an extra opening above the eye, and a keel along the lower jaw, among many other unique traits. The opening above the eye is thought to have accommodated an air sac that would have lightened the skull's weight. Raptorex was initially thought to be a small, juvenile tyrannosaur, but it turned out to be a fully grown adult. It measured about 3 meters in length and weighed around 60 to 80 kilograms. Despite its small size, it had many of the same body proportions as its much larger relatives. It had a large head, powerful jaws, tiny arms with only 2 fingers, and strong, long legs. This suggests that the tyrannosaur body plan evolved at a small size before scaling up in later species. With its small size and tyrannosaurid features, it was likely a highly efficient predator. Its strong legs would have made it a fast runner, and its powerful jaws were capable of delivering lethal bites to prey, despite its smaller size compared to later tyrannosaurs. Some paleontologists speculate that Raptorex might represent an evolutionary dead end, a branch of the tyrannosaur family that did not give rise to the larger, more famous species but instead shows an early experiment in the evolution of the group's characteristic traits. Gorgosaurus was a large tyrannosaurid, slightly smaller than Tyrannosaurus, measuring 8 to 9 meters in length and weighing 2 to 3 tons. Its skull was large yet lightweight, featuring fused nasal and parietal bones and a circular eye socket, distinguishing it from other tyrannosaurids like Albertosaurus. Its powerful bite force, estimated to range between 600 and 42,000 newtons, depended on the specific study, highlighting variability in bite strength across tyrannosaurids. Juvenile specimens indicate they experienced rapid growth spurts and dietary shifts as they matured, likely consuming smaller prey like centipeds even at larger sizes. The species showed a significant ontogenetic shift in skull morphology and dietary habits by the age of 5 to 7 years. Gorgosaurus shared its general body plan with other tyrannosaurids, having a massive head, small forelimbs with 2 functional digits, and long, powerful hind limbs suited for running. Its tail served as a counterbalance to its heavy head, aiding in its agility. Paleopathological studies on Gorgosaurus specimens revealed numerous injuries, including healed fractures and bite marks, suggesting intraspecific conflict and physical trauma were common. It exhibits a clear evolutionary path toward the robust, bone-crushing predators seen in later tyrannosaurids, with evidence supporting significant behavioral and anatomical changes as individuals aged. Albertosaurus is a notable tyrannosaur, often portrayed as a smaller relative of the more famous Tyrannosaurus. It was a large carnivore, reaching up to 10 meters in length and 4 meters in height. Unlike Tyrannosaurus, Albertosaurus did not overlap in time with it. This dinosaur had a massive bipedal build with small arms and a deep skull designed for a powerful bite. It also featured short bony crests above the eyes, possibly used for display or courtship. It is well known from a variety of fossils, including a bone bed in Alberta with 22 individuals. This site has provided valuable insights into its growth, revealing an S-shaped growth curve similar to humans, with rapid growth between ages 12 and 16. Most specimens found were adolescents, indicating high juvenile mortality rates and possible fossilization biases. The bone bed suggests that Albertosaurus might have hunted in packs, living in family groups that included adults, subadults, and juveniles. It inhabited a wet environment filled with peat swamps, lagoons and floodplains. Alioramus was estimated to be around 6 meters long and weighed approximately 700 kilograms, with some variation in estimates due to potential fossil deformation. The skull was characterized by its long and low shape, typical of more basal tyrannosauroids and juvenile tyrannosaurids. The nasal bones were fused with 5 upwardly protruding crests, and the nuchal crest at the back of the skull was thickened, similar to other tyrannosaurids. Research suggests that Alioramus did not use the puncture pull feeding strategy typical of larger tyrannosaurids but may have targeted smaller, nimble prey, avoiding competition with larger predators. Its gracile build and different feeding strategy likely allowed it to specialize in different prey compared to its larger relatives. Quienhusaurus was a medium-sized tyrannosaurid, estimated at 6 meters in length and 750 kilograms in weight, with some estimates suggesting it could reach up to 9 meters. It was distinct from other tyrannosaurids due to its highly narrowed premaxilla, pneumatic opening on the maxilla, and lack of a vertical ridge on the ilium. Unlike traditional tyrannosaurids, it had an elongated snout with narrow teeth. A 2022 study suggested that Quienhusaurus represented the largest and most mature Alioraman, with unique growth patterns and a physiology suited for pursuing fast prey. It likely hunted small, nimble prey and avoided competition with larger tyrannosaurids. Its jaws, being weaker compared to larger genera, suggest a different feeding strategy, and it may have been preyed upon by larger tyrannosaurs. These tyrannosaurs remained confined to Asia, though reasons for this are unclear. Recent studies indicate that Quienhusaurus experienced lower stresses during feeding and did not use the puncture and pull method typical of larger tyrannosaurids. It is known from the Nanxiong Formation. The main lithology of this formation is composed by purplish mudstones and siltstones, deposited in a floodplain environment under a relatively warm, humid subtropical climate. Oviraptorid eggs are particularly common across the formation, with numerous well-preserved egg clutches or nests, as well as nesting individuals. Pterodophonius was a smaller tyrannosaur, only about 6 meters long, but this could have been a juvenile specimen. Furthermore, it was unique in that it lived in the southern half of North America, and not the northern half like most tyrannosaurids of the time. It lived alongside the tyrannosaurids Bistaheversur and Albertosaurus, however, pushing the known range of tyrannosaurids into that area. It had a very blunt snout and a deeper skull, allowing for stronger jaw muscles and a larger bite force. It lived along the western interior seaway, near large channels of water, floodplains, peat swamps, ponds and lakes, and bordered all around by highlands. This created a very humid climate and a very diverse community of organisms. Lithranax was distinct from other tyrannosaurids due to its shortened, broadened skull and forward-directed orbits, a feature shared only with Tyrannosaurus and Tarbosaurus. This skull morphology, appearing by at least 80 million years ago, enhanced its binocular vision, providing better depth perception by increasing the separation between the orbits and aligning their lines of sight. Kent Stevens suggested that similar orbits in Tyrannosaurus might have facilitated either pursuit or ambush predation by improving the ability to track prey or judge the timing and direction of attacks. Lithranax would have had a large body, powerful jaws, robust teeth, reinforced skull sutures, and small forelimbs. Its strong bite force was capable of both tearing flesh and crushing bone, with the stresses managed by the fused nasal bones and reinforced sutures. Initially, Nanoxaurus was estimated to be 6 meters long, about half the length of Tyrannosaurus rex, with a weight of 500 to 900 kilograms. This smaller size was thought to be an adaptation to its high-latitude habitat. However, later studies suggested Nanoxaurus might have been similar in size to other North American tyrannosaurids like Albertosaurus, with some evidence indicating it could reach lengths of 9 meters. Nanosaurus likely resembled other large tyrannosaurines like Daspletosaurus, sharing similar roles in their ecosystems. Anatomically, it was characterized by a thin, forked median spur on the skull, long pointed processes on the frontals, and much smaller front teeth compared to the rest. Fossil evidence from the Prince Creek Formation indicates that this region preserved a high percentage of young dinosaurs across 7 major clades. This suggests Nanosaurus and its prey stayed in the high-latitude region year-round, enduring 120 days of winter darkness. It is proposed that eggs were laid at the start of the daylight period around April for incubation. It lived during the Edmontonian faunal stage of the early-late Maastrichtian, at an estimated paleolatitude of 80 degrees north, experiencing extreme climatic conditions with temperatures ranging from 10 to 12 degrees Celsius in summer to about under 2 degrees Celsius in winter. Unlike its herbivorous contemporaries, which preferred different environmental niches, Nanosaurus appears to have been widespread throughout the Prince Creek landscape. From a comparison of the degree of wear of teeth of Daspletosaurus with other extinct and extant animals, it is concluded that Daspletosaurus, as well as other non-avian theropods, had lips that protected the teeth from external influences. Due to this feature, the snout more closely resembled lizards than crocodiles, which lack lips. A skin impression has been described, showing small polygonal scales measuring 3 mm in diameter. The placement of the scales on the body is not known. There are indications Daspletosaurus possessing integumentary sensory organs, possibly used in touch, modulation of precise jaw movements, temperature reading, and prey detection. The large flat scales may have further protected the snout during prey capture and intraspecific combat. Evidence that Daspletosaurus lived in social groups comes from a bone bed found in the Two Medicine Formation of Montana. The bone bed includes the remains of 3 specimens, including a large adult, a small juvenile, and another individual of intermediate size. At least 5 hadrosaurs are preserved at the same location. Geologic evidence indicates that the remains were not brought together by river currents but that all of the animals were buried simultaneously at the same location. The hadrosaur remains are scattered and bear numerous marks from tyrannosaur teeth, indicating that the Daspletosaurus were feeding on the hadrosaurs at the time of death. The cause of death is unknown. Curry speculates that it formed a pack, although this cannot be stated with certainty. Zuchingtyrannus was another large tyrannosaur, fairly closely related to Tarbosaurus, from the Shandong province, in China. It is only known from a partial skull, however using data from the other large, later tyrannosaurs, we can estimate a lot about this dinosaur. It was probably about 11 meters long and a little less than 4 meters tall. It lived in a floodplain that had one of the highest concentrations of dinosaur bones in the world, living alongside Sinosauropods, hadrosaurids, and ankylosaurs. It was also found alongside the remains of another, unidentified tyrannosaur. It was an extremely large theropod, and was noticeably different from Tarbosaurus in the features of its skull. It also possibly had some of the most distinctive teeth amongst all tyrannosaurs, with serrations running all the way down the base of the tooth crown. However, the two are sister taxa, and it is strongly implied that Asian tyrannosaurs represent a different evolutionary radiation from the American varieties. Tarbosaurus was one of the largest theropods from Asia, reaching lengths of about 10 to 12 meters and weighing around 4 to 5 tons. It is often compared to Tyrannosaurus due to their similar size and build. It had a robust skull with a deep, broad snout, and its teeth were large and serrated, ideal for slicing through flesh and bone. It also had a pronounced ridge on the upper jaw that may have strengthened its bite. Similar to other large tyrannosaurids, Tarbosaurus had forward-facing eyes that provided excellent binocular vision. This would have given it superior depth perception, aiding in hunting and capturing prey. It had strong, powerful jaws capable of delivering a tremendous bite force. Studies suggest that it could exert a bite force of up to 35,000 newtons, which was strong enough to crush bones. Like its relatives, Tarbosaurus had relatively small, yet functional forelimbs with 2 claws on each hand. Despite their reduced size, these arms were still muscular and possibly used for gripping prey or mating displays. As a large predator in a potentially harsh climate, it may have had adaptations for regulating its body temperature. The specific mechanisms are still a subject of research, but its large size would have helped retain heat in cold environments. Its skull had large openings that reduced weight while maintaining strength. These openings also housed large sensory organs, including those for smell and hearing, enhancing its predatory capabilities. Although there is no direct evidence of social behavior, some researchers suggest that Tarbosaurus may have engaged in pack hunting or territorial behaviors, similar to other large theropods. However, this remains speculative without clear fossil evidence. The environment it inhabited was a semi-arid region with seasonal variations. Evidence suggests it had a mix of river systems, floodplains and desert-like conditions, which would have influenced its hunting and survival strategies. As the archetypal theropod, Tyrannosaurus has been one of the best-known dinosaurs since the early 20th century and has been featured in film, advertising, and many other media. Tyrannosaurus was a bipedal carnivore with a massive skull balanced by a long, heavy tail. The most complete specimen measures 12 meters in length, but according to most modern estimates, Tyrannosaurus could have exceeded sizes of 13 meters and weighed 9 tons in mass. Although some other theropods might have rivaled or exceeded Tyrannosaurus in size, it is still among the largest known land predators, with its estimated bite force being the largest among all terrestrial animals. The abundance of fossil material has allowed significant research into many aspects of its biology, including its life history and biomechanics. The feeding habits, physiology and potential speed of Tyrannosaurus are a few subjects of debate. Recent studies have uncovered evidence of soft tissues in its fossils, such as proteins and blood vessels. In 2023, researchers identified preserved collagen and elastin, which provides insights into the dinosaur's biology and evolution. Advanced imaging techniques have provided new insights into the growth patterns. Studies using CT scans of fossilized bones have revealed that it grew extremely rapidly during its adolescence, adding around 2 kilograms of weight per day. Studies of the internal structure of the skull suggest that this dinosaur may have produced low-frequency sounds, possibly similar to those of modern crocodiles. These vocalizations could have played a role in communication or territorial displays. It was a hypercarnivore with a specialized diet. Isotope analysis of its teeth and bones indicates that it primarily consumed other large vertebrates and may have played a crucial role as an apex predator. It had exceptionally keen senses of smell and sight. The olfactory bulbs in its brain were well developed, suggesting a strong sense of smell used for hunting and scavenging. Although traditionally viewed as solitary, some recent studies propose that Tyrannosaurus may have engaged in complex social behaviors. Evidence from fossilized bite marks and growth patterns suggests possible social interactions or group dynamics. Research on some specimens has revealed evidence of parasitic infections, such as bone infections caused by bacteria. Recent research supports the idea that it was an opportunistic feeder, engaging in both active hunting and scavenging. Evidence of bite marks on fossilized bones suggests it fed on carcasses as well as live prey. Advances in 3D modeling and digital reconstruction have provided more accurate depictions of its skull structure. This includes detailed analyses of the skull's internal features, helping to refine our understanding of its feeding mechanics and sensory capabilities. It might have engaged in complex behaviors, such as territoriality or social interactions. This is inferred from evidence of potential nesting sites and interactions with other species. Megaraptors are noted for their large hand claws and powerfully built forelimbs, which are usually reduced in size in other large theropods. They are incompletely known, and no complete skeleton has been found. However, they still possessed a number of unique features. The ulna bone had a unique shape in members of the family Megaraptoridae, a subset of Megaraptorans which excludes Fucaraptor. As indicated by its slender phalanges, Fucaraptor was a relatively lightly built animal, regardless of its maturity. The immature holotype is estimated to reach 4 meters long and weigh 175 kilograms in its initial description. Its distinctive teeth show similarities with both Carcharodontosaurids and Tyrannosaurids. The holotype also had very large and flat hand claws, which played a role in its initial classification as a dromaeosaurid, as the hand claws were mistaken for foot claws, as well as its current classification as a Megaraptoran. Trataenia is one of the youngest known genera of Megaraptorans, having lived only about 83 million years ago. It was a medium-sized Megaraptoran, growing up to 8 meters long. It was closely related to genera such as Megaraptor, Australovenator, and Murusraptor. Like most other Megaraptorans, it probably had large claws on its hands for use in hunting prey. Analysis of the Baja de la Carpa indicates that Trataenia may have been geologically one of the youngest Megaraptorans yet discovered. Trataenia is also the largest-bodied carnivorous animal named from the Bajo de la Carpa formation, reinforcing the hypothesis that Megaraptorids were apex predators in southern South America from the Turonian through the Santonian or early Campanian, following the extinction of Carcharodontosaurids. Megaraptorans had a unique forelimb structure, including an S-shaped humerus similar to both basal allosaurids and coelurosaurs. Their ulna was distinctive, with a well-developed olecranon and a T-shaped cross-section due to additional crests. The first 2 fingers of their hands were large, while the third was smaller, and they retained a vestigial fourth metacarpal. Their claws were large, thin, and oval in cross-section, with distinctive ridges and grooves. Their wrist featured a crescent-shaped bone similar to Maniraptorans. Recent studies from 2023 highlight their powerful forelimbs, which evolved for complex movements, aiding in prey capture. These muscular attachments became more pronounced in later genera like Megaraptor. This genus was described as a giant 8 meters long dinosaur, known primarily from a single claw, about 30 centimeters long, that resembled the sickle-shaped foot claw of dromaeosaurids. The discovery of a complete front limb, however, showed that this giant claw actually came from the first finger of the hand. The hands were unusually elongated, bearing sickle-shaped claws even more recurved than those of Spinosaurids. Mape is estimated to have been around 10 meters long in life. As such, it may be the largest Megaraptorid currently known. Members of the Megaraptoridae as a whole increased in body length following the extinction of the Carcharodontosaurids in the southern hemisphere in the early late Cretaceous. It is hypothesized that the absence of these large apex predators allowed other theropods to diversify and fill the empty niche space. Megaraptorids then became the primary predators in their ecosystems. An analysis of known Megaraptorans shows that members of the clade in other places are much smaller. Mape would have likely had a respiratory system comparable to those of modern birds, rather than those of other extant reptiles, such as crocodilians. The generic name, Mape, references a malicious being in Aeonicenc mythology that is the shadow of death that kills with cold wind. The specific name, Macrothorax, is derived from the Greek makros, meaning large, and the Latin thorax, meaning chest, in reference to its large thoracic cavity. Some of Erosteon's bones show pneumatization, air-filled spaces, including pneumatic hollowing of the furcula and ilium, and pneumatization of several gastralia. The addition of pneumatization throughout the bones of Erostean shows the evolutionary progress of the avian air sacs, which first appear as features on the sides of vertebrae, before being incorporated within bones throughout the skeleton. These air sacs would have acted like bellows, moving air into and out of the animal's relatively inflexible lungs, instead of the lungs themselves being expanded and contracted as occurs with mammals. Sereno theorized that this respiratory system may have developed to assist with regulating body temperature and was later co-opted for breathing. As mentioned earlier, the megaraptors that lived outside of South America were smaller in size. Australovenator, that lived in Australia, measured 6 meters in length and weighed 500 kilograms. It has been the subject of various studies due to its well-preserved hand and foot remains. A 2015 study found that it had highly flexible arms, with an elbow range similar to Maniraptoriforms, and a bird-like ability for its radius to slide independently of the ulna. Its fingers could extend farther than most theropods, aiding in prey capture by pulling it toward its chest. It also identified a pathology in the second toe, possibly from kicking motions, similar to modern birds. A 2017 follow-up used a 3D printed foot model to create footprints, suggesting that the controversial lark quarry trackways were likely made by a theropod like Australovenator. Ornitholestes was a small, bipedal carnivore and a coelurosaur, part of the group that eventually evolved into birds and raptors. Although it resembled early birds and raptors, it wasn't their direct ancestor, as they already existed during its time. Ornitholestes had a typical theropod appearance with a long tail, arms and head, as well as a short neck. It was likely covered in simple protofeathers, but with little differentiation from earlier species. As a Maniraptoromorph, it may have shown early bird-like traits, including potentially having elongated feathers on its arms, perhaps the start of wings. Its long forelimbs might have been used for display, while its short hind legs made it slower than other theropods. There are theories that it may have used its toe claws for defense, possibly even having a sickle claw like later raptors. While early portrayals suggested it had a crest on its snout, this remains speculative due to poor preservation. Ornitholestes had sharp, serrated teeth, indicating a primarily carnivorous diet, though it may have occasionally eaten plants, given its coelurosaur lineage. The bird-like features of Compsognathids, along with other dinosaurs such as Archaeopteryx, inspired the idea for the connection between dinosaur reptiles and modern-day avian species. Fossils preserve diverse integument. Skin impressions are known from many genera commonly placed in the group. Sinocalliopteryx was about over 2 meters long and a little less than a meter high. It was a bipedal predator, with an elongated head and pointed snout, and decidedly had protofeathers as shown in its fossil remains. It was found with the partial leg of a dromaeosaurid in its abdominal cavity, meaning that it probably ate this dromaeosaurid. It was probably an agile, active and fierce predator, feeding on smaller animals. There were irregularly shaped stones within the abdomen, which could have been gastroliths, such as those found in other theropods, in order to aid in digestion. It probably had a high, warm-blooded metabolism. Sinosauropteryx was the first non-avian dinosaur discovered with evidence of coloration in feathers, in 1996. Its fossilized remains showed a covering of simple, filament-like structures, now considered protofeathers. Through pigment analysis of the fossilized feathers, it was found to have a banded tail with alternating light and dark stripes. It also had a reddish-brown color on its back, indicating that some dinosaurs had complex color patterns. It was a tiny dinosaur, about 1 meter in length. Its small size, combined with its feather-like structures, brings it closer in appearance to modern birds than to larger theropods. Despite having feathers, it was not capable of flight. Its feathers were more likely for insulation, display, or camouflage rather than for aerial locomotion. The presence of feathers on Sinosauropteryx supports the hypothesis that some theropods were warm-blooded, as feathers are typically associated with thermoregulation. It was preserved with the remains of a lizard in its gut region, indicating that small, fast-moving animals made up part of its diet. Numerous lizards of this type have been found in the same rocks as Sinosauropteryx. First discovered in the 1850, Compsognathus was the first theropod dinosaur known from a fairly complete skeleton, and also the smallest known non-avian dinosaur for over 130 years. Living in what is now Europe during the late Jurassic, it was a lightly built animal with long legs and a long tail, growing to around 1.2 meters long. Its hands seem to have had only 2 functional fingers, with the third being vestigial and possibly not even having a claw. Some of Compsognathus' diet is known for certain, since preserved gut contents show it fed on smaller vertebrates like lizards and rhynchocephalians. The remains of a lizard in the stomach of one specimen were even identified as belonging to a previously unknown species, Skundsmal, with the dismembered nature of the skeleton suggesting Compsognathus tore its prey into bite-sized chunks in a similar manner to modern predatory birds. Comparisons between the scleral rings of Juravenator and modern birds and reptiles indicate that it may have been nocturnal. However, this may be due to the only known specimen being a juvenile. A 2020 study by Bell and Hendricks noted small, round structures preserved on the sides of the tail. They interpreted these as integumentary sense organs like those on the scales of crocodiles. If this identification is correct, these would be the first sensory organs found in the skin of any dinosaur. Juravenator may have used these to detect the movement of aquatic prey, such as fish, as it waded in the water. It was originally classified as a member of Compsognathidae, but fossil evidence revealed scales on its tail and hind legs, as well as traces of possible primitive feathers. Later studies, including one using UV light, showed a more extensive covering of filamentous structures, suggesting it had a mix of scales and feathers, similar to other early feathered dinosaurs like Sinosauropteryx. Morischia, a theropod dinosaur from the early Cretaceous of Brazil. Although known only from its hips and a few other partial bones, these pieces were so well preserved that it was given a genus name that translates to wonderful pelvis. In life it would have been about 2 meters long, but since the known fossil represents a sub-adult, its full-grown size may have been a little bit larger. It was probably a member of the Compsognathids, closely related to Aristosuchus, which would make it the only representative of that family currently known from the Americas. The ischium bones of Morischia's pelvis were oddly asymmetrical, hence the species name Asymmetrica, with one side featuring a hole and the other side only having a notch in the same position. The fossil specimen also had thin-walled bird-like bones, and soft tissue impressions of intestines and a posterior air sac. Scipionix is renowned for being one of the most complete dinosaur fossils ever discovered, dating back to the early Cretaceous. Found in Italy, it represents the first dinosaur fossil from the region and includes internal organs, muscles, and bone structures, but no feathers, although as a compsognathed, it likely had them. It had elongated first fingers and a large skull with oversized eye sockets, reflecting its young age. One remarkable feature is the preservation of an air sac, highlighting the evolutionary connection to birds. Its soft tissues, digestive system, and traces of blood have been preserved, offering rare insight into its biology. Scipionix likely lived on islands in the European archipelago, where it thrived despite limited space due to its small size. Evidence of its diet shows it ate small lizards, fish, and other opportunistic prey. It had a short but efficient digestive system and may have been just days or weeks old when it died, capable of walking but possibly still cared for by its parents. Ubirajara had flat, elongated spikes projecting from its shoulders, measuring 15 centimeters long. These structures were likely used for display purposes, potentially in courtship rituals, and are unlike anything seen in most other dinosaurs. The shoulder spikes were not designed for flight, as Uberjara was a non-volant dinosaur. This suggests that the structures evolved purely for social or reproductive purposes, unencumbered by the need for aerodynamic efficiency. Scientists have drawn comparisons between its display features and those of modern birds of paradise, which use elaborate plumage and physical structures for mating displays. The fossil's classification is still unresolved. Although it was initially assigned to the Compsognathidae family, there have been doubts, and the phylogenetic matrix has yet to be made available. The fossil sparked significant legal and ethical debates over scientific colonialism, as it was allegedly exported from Brazil without proper permits. After a social media campaign, the fossil was returned to Brazil in 2023. The habitat of Timaimus consisted of polar forests with mild summers but cold and dark winters due to the closer proximity of the area to the South Pole during the early Cretaceous. In 1996, Anusia Chinzami, an expert on the microstructure of fossil bones, examined bone material from Timaimus and Leolinosaura and discovered they exhibited different bone histology. The Ornithischian showed a continuous rate of bone deposition, while the Coelurosaur had a cyclical pattern of bone formation, which suggested Timaimus may have hibernated in colder months. The holotype thigh bone is 44 centimeters long. From this, a total length of the animal of 2.5 meters has been extrapolated. The slenderness of the bone suggests a lithe animal. It is identified as an ornithomimosaur, but some suggest it could be a different kind of theropod, possibly a tyrannosauroid. Harpimimus is a fairly basal ornithomimosaurian from 130 million years ago, in the Albian age of the early Cretaceous. It was about 2 meters long and a little over 1 meter tall, making it fairly small. It is known from a partial skeleton and a crushed skull. It had a toothless upper jaw, indicating a shift in diet. It was best suited to gripping small animals and plants to be swallowed, making it possible that Harpimimus was omnivorous, a transitional stage in the tree, with later members possibly being completely herbivorous and having completely lost teeth. Ornithomimosaurs originated in Asia or Europe. Those that have been found in North America migrated there. Pelecanimimus is probably one of the most famous basal ornithomimosaurs, known from not only a partial skeleton but also some soft tissue. It still had teeth in its mouth, unlike other early ornithomimosaurs, giving it a bite that allowed it to cut and rip, allowing it to be a piscivore or carnivore. It was pretty small, only about 2 meters long, and it had an unusually long and narrow skull. The soft tissue preserved showed the presence of a crest on the back of the head and a pouch on its neck much like in modern pelicans, as well as muscle fibers. Given the lack of preserved soft tissue in other early ornithomimosaurs, it is uncertain if this was a shared feature. It lived alongside many bird species, probably some Spinosaurids that it lived alongside in shallow waters, Concavenator and Iguanodon. With the first description in 1981, Garadymimus was identified as a primitive ornithomimosaurian within its own family. However, with the description of new specimens of Deinocheirus in 2014, it was found that the latter was the sister taxon of Garadymimus, grouping within the Deinocheridae, ornithomimosaurs not adapted for running or agile movements. The pelvic girdle and hind limbs of Garadymimus show that the musculature of the legs was not as well developed as in the fast-running ornithomimids, therefore, indicating poor cursorial capacities. It was an omnivore or herbivore with a reduced bite force that was compensated by a horny beak. Its eye sockets suggest that its good vision, a trait common in ornithomimosaurs, which may have helped them spot predators or locate food in open environments. Paraxenosaurus is known from highly incomplete remains, making it difficult to estimate its exact size. However, based on comparisons with a close relative, Baishenlong, it is estimated to have been about 6 meters long and weighed around 600 kilograms. The holotype specimen includes fragmentary remains, but enough detail was preserved to classify Paraxenosaurus as a genus of Deinocheiridae. It has several unique features, including a deep, concave surface on its finger claw and vertically oriented presygapophyses on its tail vertebrae. Unlike many other ornithomimosaurs, it lacks the arctometatarsal condition and retains the first pedal digit, which is only seen in a few other related species. Its tail was stiff and rod-like, limiting its mobility. Other specimens from nearby localities provided additional, though incomplete, material, but were not used to define the genus. For almost 50 years Deinocheirus was known only from a pair of huge arms and a few small associated fragments from the late Cretaceous of Mongolia. At various times it was thought to be a carnosaur or a therizinosaur, but eventually it was agreed to be a giant ornithomimosaur. In 2013 new material was announced, although several parts of the new specimens had already been looted by fossil poachers. But amazingly a missing hand, foot and skull were recovered from a private collection, donated to a Belgian museum, and then finally repatriated to Mongolia in 2014. So after decades of mystery, we now have an almost fully complete skeleton. Deinocheirus was indeed an enormous ornithomosaur, the largest known so far, measuring about 11 meters in length. As well as having an odd sort of hunchback shape to its spine, it also had a sail-like ridge over its lower back and hips. This may have anchored a scaffolding of powerful tendons to help support its weight, similar to those of the ornithopods. It had an unusually long, wide snout with a deep lower jaw, convergently resembling a duckbill, and seems to have been adapted to sucking up soft water plants, although it was probably also somewhat omnivorous, since fish bones and scales were found among the plant-grinding gastroliths of one specimen. The tail ended in pygostyle-like vertebrae, indicating the presence of a fan or plume of longer feathers. Rativates is a newly described ornithomimid that, rather than being named a mimic of modern paleognaths, was named a predictor of them, which makes more sense temporally. It was found in Dinosaur Provincial Park in Alberta and it is known from a partial skeleton, including the snout, and parts of the vertebrae, though many of the bones are damaged. It was an adult or subadult about 8 years old, and was a fairly small ornithomimid compared to such genera as Struthiomimus. It had unusually short neural spines on its tail, and it had a very different hip structure from ornithomimids it shared its habitat with, and it also had different foot claws, indicating that it fed on different organisms or occupied a different ecological niche than other ornithomimids. It indicates that there was a major radiation of ornithomimids in this region during the Campanian, based on its phylogenetic position. Ornithomimids were occasionally preyed upon by other theropods, as shown by a tail vertebra with tooth marks from a dromaeosaurid. One unidentified ornithomimid specimen had a pathologic toe bone, likely from an injury. Ornithomimids were probably primarily herbivorous, as many specimens have been found with gastroliths, indicating plant digestion. Their long arms may have been used to pull down branches for feeding, and their abundance suggests they were plant eaters. However, they may have also been omnivores, consuming small prey. Some fossil skulls show keratinous beaks with lamellae, similar to ducks, suggesting they may have filter-fed in water. This idea was debated, with later studies proposing they were more likely strict herbivores, based on comparisons to other herbivorous species. The presence of ridges on their beaks, seen in plant-eating animals, also supports this. Anserimamus was a medium-sized ornithomimosaurian. Gregory Paul in 2010 estimated its length at 3 meters, and its weight at 50 kilograms. The claws on the hand are long, low at the back, and rather straight, only slightly curved, with the lower surface nearly flat. The function of the powerful arm, with its straightened claws, remains unknown. It may indicate a different diet of food-gathering strategy than other ornithomimids, although its diet is difficult to determine, since the animal's skull is unknown. Scientists have long hypothesized that ornithomimids, descended from carnivorous theropod ancestors, were actually omnivores or even herbivores. It was recovered from the Nemegt Formation of Mongolia. The Nemegt is thought to represent alluvial plains containing meandering rivers. Gallimimus was a large, bipedal dinosaur, and the largest member of the ornithomimid group, growing up to 6 meters in length. It had long legs and a tail for fast, agile movement, a long neck and a slender, toothless beak similar to modern birds. Its body was likely covered in simple protofeathers, with longer feathers on its arms used for display rather than flight. Its lightweight bones, filled with air sacs, made it more efficient in breathing despite its large size. Unlike some of its relatives, it had a shorter spine, giving it a slightly squatter appearance, and a beak with ridges similar to ducks. It was primarily herbivorous, feeding on water plants and vegetation, with some evidence suggesting occasional consumption of invertebrates. Gallimimus lived in wetland environments, using its speed to evade predators, and likely lived in groups, possibly displaying parental care. Ornithomimus was a bipedal dinosaur with a body length of around 4 to 5 meters and an estimated weight of about 250 kilograms. It had a slender, ostrich-like body with long legs, a long neck and a small, narrow head, making it well adapted for fast running. It possessed a toothless beak, which suggests a diet primarily consisting of plants, although it might have also eaten small animals or insects. This beak was somewhat similar to those of modern birds, possibly for cropping vegetation or straining small food items. Fossil evidence indicates that it likely had feathers. Some fossils have preserved impressions of feathers, including simple, filamentous protofeathers. These feathers were likely used for display or insulation rather than flight. The long, powerful legs and lightweight bones suggest it was built for speed and agility. Its anatomy indicates it could run quickly, which would have been useful for escaping predators. Trackways attributed to Ornithomimus indicate that it may have lived in groups or herds, suggesting social behavior and possible cooperative foraging or predator avoidance strategies. Ornithomimus differs from other ornithomimids, such as Struthiomimus, in having shorter torsos, long slender forearms, very slender, straight hand and foot claws, and hand bones and fingers of similar lengths. The legs of Struthiomimus were long, powerful and seemingly well suited to rapid running, much like an ostrich. The supposed speed of Struthiomimus was, in fact, its main defense from predators, although it may also have been able to lash out with its hind claws when cornered. It is estimated to have been able to run at speeds between 50 and 80 kilometers per hour. It was one of the first theropods envisioned from the outset as having a horizontal posture. Osborne in 1916 let the animal intentionally be depicted with an elevated tail. This newer view created an image much more reminiscent of modern flightless birds, such as the ostrich to which this dinosaur's name refers, but would only much later be accepted for all theropods. Struthiomimus is one of the more common, smaller dinosaurs found in Dinosaur Provincial Park. Their overall abundance, in addition to their toothless beak, suggests that these animals were mainly herbivorous or, more likely, omnivorous, rather than purely carnivorous. Similar to the modern extant ostriches, ornithomimid dinosaurs likely lived as opportunistic omnivores, supplementing a largely plant-based diet with a variety of small animals, insects, invertebrates and anything else they could fit into their mouth, as they foraged. Wierum is one of the oldest known coelurosaurian dinosaur to have lived, dating back to 161 million years ago in the late Jurassic period. The specimen, as can be judged from the available skeletal structure, represents a small bipedal predator. The type specimen is a juvenile individual and measures about 1 meter long. The relatively large orbit of Wierum is not indicative of what would be expected of an adult morphology. In their cladistic analysis of Banacus, Su recovered Wierum as a basal alvarezsaur. This assignment has been questioned. Analysis conducted by Kota Kubo and colleagues with their description of the genus Jaculinicus in 2023 found it to be one of the most basal alvarezsaurs, being slightly more basal than the contemporary genus Haplochirus. Alvarezsaurus is considered basal to better-known members of its family. It has been alternately classified with both non-avian theropod dinosaurs and early birds, but a move of the alvarezsaurids to be recognized as more closely related to neornithine birds proved controversial despite being supported by earlier studies. Like other lightweight theropods, it had a long tail, and its leg structure suggests that it was a fast runner. The most proximal elements of Alvarezsaurus caudal vertebrae exhibited ventrally sharp centra, and the transverse processes of these vertebrae were subtriangular and laterodistally directed. Spinal processes were entirely absent or poorly developed, and each caudal vertebra supported short presagopophyses. The scapula was visibly curved and proportionally smaller than those of other Alvarezsaurids, and unlike its relatives Alvarezsaurus did not have a fused astragalus and calcaneum. Linhenicus was a small dinosaur, about 50 centimeters long and weighing 500 grams. It belonged to the Alvarezsaurid group, known for their short forelimbs with a single, enlarged second digit. While most Alvarezsaurids retained reduced third and fourth digits, Linhenicus is unique as the first to have only one functional digit on each forelimb. Its third digit had no finger bones, and the fourth metacarpal was likely absent. Despite having highly reduced digits, it is considered a basal member of its group, as its claw was not as robust as those of more advanced forms. Scientists believe it may have been insectivorous, using its claws to dig into ant or termite nests, similar to modern anteaters. Menonicus was a small dinosaur, measuring about 1 meter long and weighing 3 kilograms. It had several bird-like features, such as fused wrist bones and a keeled breastbone, which are traits shared with its Alvarezsaurid relatives. Unlike close relatives, it had unique skeletal details, including a triangular pubic bone and distinct toe proportions. It likely had a feathered covering, as evidence of feathers has been found in related species, suggesting that Alvarezsaurids were among feathered theropods. Its inner ear structure resembled that of barn owls, hinting that Menonicus may have had a facial disc of feathers to help focus sound, similar to modern owls. As a member of the Alvarezsauridae family, it had highly specialized, stubby forearms with a single large claw measuring about 7.5 centimeters. The other two claws had disappeared, unlike its relative Shibuya, which retained vestigial claws. While the function of its unique arms remains unclear, some scientists believe they were used to break open termite mounds, suggesting an insectivorous diet. Shibuya was a small and lightly built animal. At 1 meter, it is one of the smallest known non-avian dinosaurs. The skull is lightly built with long and slender jaws and minute teeth. It is unique among non-avian theropods in the skull's ability to perform prokinesis, that is, it could flex its upper jaw independently of its brain case. Although originally Shibuya and other Alvarezsaurids were thought to have only a single digit on the front limb, newer specimens show the presence of reduced second and third fingers in addition to the massively enlarged thumb known from previous specimens. It may have used its forelimbs to open insect nests, and its slender, unusually mobile jaws to probe after such prey. However, new research based on analysis of the theropod's ears suggests that it was actually an owl-like, nocturnal hunter which used its strong legs to run down prey, and its arms to dig small prey such as insects and mammals out of burrows and shrubs. Its lagina is about the same size as that of barn owls, giving it superb hearing in addition to its fantastic night vision, analyzed by looking at its scleral ring, allowing it to potentially hunt in complete darkness, unlike other theropods to which it has been compared. Shibuya likely possessed a coat of feathers. It lived approximately 70 million years ago in what is now the Gobi Desert of Mongolia, a region known for its rich dinosaur fossil record. During the late Cretaceous, this area was likely a semi-arid or desert-like environment with sand dunes, sparse vegetation and intermittent water sources. The climate would have been harsh, with temperature extremes and limited resources. In 2011, Alifanov and Savliev described the brain case of Ceratonicus, highlighting unique features in its brain anatomy. Unlike crocodiles, birds, and other dinosaurs, the brain had no bends in the parasagittal plane between the mesencephalon and myelencephalon. The optic and auditory lobes were separate, with the optic lobes displaced ventrolaterally, resembling birds. They also noted that it had a transverse sulcus in its cerebellum, like crocodiles, suggesting better movement coordination than lizards. This led the authors to hypothesize that alvarezsaurs may have had arboreal ancestors, capable of navigating three-dimensional spaces. Additionally, they proposed that a complex cerebellum helped terrestrial alvarezsaurs with fast, varied movements like jumping. Enhanced senses of sight, hearing, and smell likely contributed to their hunting efficiency. Later studies supported these findings, noting that Ceratonicus had an enlarged spinal cord and cerebellum, suggesting locomotor improvements in alvarezsaurs. Albertonicus is the smallest alvarezsaurid discovered in North America, measuring 1 meter long and weighing 5 kilograms. Like other alvarezsaurs, it had slender hind legs, a long, rigid tail, and short but powerful arms with a large claw. While no skull has been found, its relatives from Mongolia suggest it likely had a long snout with tiny teeth, similar to anteaters. It likely fed on insects, using its claw to tear open rotten logs to find prey, particularly wood-nesting termites, as mound-building termites and ants were not yet common during the Cretaceous. The fossil record from the Horseshoe Canyon Formation, where Albertonicus was discovered, supports this idea, as petrified wood from the site shows termite-like borings. Classified within the Alvarezsauridae family, Albertonicus is part of the Asian clade Mononychini. Its discovery in North America supports the theory that alvarezsaurs originated in South America and dispersed to Asia via North America. Echinosaurus is one of those dinosaurs where we're not entirely sure what it should be classified as, because we don't have a lot of material from it, only part of the lower left jaw. If it was a therizinosaur, it would therefore be one of the oldest known, and the oldest known coelurosaur. Given the characteristics of the jaw, it was classified as a therizinosaur, a group of strange theropods that were at least partially herbivorous, with long claws on the hands and bulky bodies, long necks and small, slender heads. But this would make it be a Maniraptoran living long before Archaeopteryx and 60 million years before any other known therizinosaurs. There is a possibility, thus, that it could in fact be a prosauropod, given the similarity of the jaw to the prosauropod Lophangosaurus. However, there are other features in the jaw that are shared with therizinosaurs and not with prosauropods, which would have profound implications for the evolutionary history of coelurosaurs. Falcarius is an interesting find in that it is a basal member of therizinosaurs, known from several fossils. It was a more transitional form of therizinosaur, showing features of both therizinosaurs and older theropods. Its teeth, in fact, were both pointed and leaf-shaped, indicating that it was omnivorous, unlike later therizinosaur forms. Its claws were not that much longer than of regular theropod forms, indicating that the huge claws characteristic of therizinosaurs were not yet developed. It, like later therizinosaurs, had a long neck, small head with adapted teeth, and robust arms. However, like other theropods, it had a long tail and longer legs. Thus, it is in the least derived therizinosaur group. It, along with other early therizinosaurs, give us a clear picture of the evolution of this group. While the smallest specimen was approximately less than 1 meter, average adults were about 5 meters in length. Gigantosaurus was an early therizinosaur, a group of theropod dinosaurs notable for evolving herbivory, a trait unusual for theropods. It was about 2 meters long and 1 meter tall, lightly built, and adapted for speed and agility, unlike its slower, pot-bellied later relatives. Its most unique feature was its long, straight jaw with numerous teeth similar to herbivorous dinosaurs like ornithopods and ceratopsians, indicating its adaptation for chewing tough vegetation. This jaw also supported a beak and had a downturned lower section, suggesting it was well suited for plucking leaves. The jaw was robust, allowing for a strong bite force, giving Gigantosaurus a wide range of dietary options. Feather impressions suggest it had wide, unbranched feathers likely used for display, although only the feather ends have been found. Living in an ecosystem with predators like Uranus, it was likely a fast, skittish animal. Bipiosaurus was a unique therizinosaur, distinguishable by several derived traits, including a large skull, fused tail vertebrae forming a pygostyle, and a triangular flange on its first metacarpal. Its skull was notable for several cranial features, such as a large postorbital joint and distinct mandibular fenestra. Feather impressions on Bipiosaurus revealed both short downy feathers and unique, longer filamentous feathers, which were simple, unbranched, and broader than those of other early feathered dinosaurs like Sinosauropteryx. These longer feathers, up to 15 centimeters, were likely stiff and hollow, possibly used for display rather than flight. The presence of both fine and larger feathers suggests a combination of insulation and ornamental use, potentially for social interactions. Color analysis of melanosomes in the feathers suggests it had a dark brownish coloration, similar to modern reptiles. The unique and bizarre features of therizinosaurs have encouraged research into the paleobiology and paleoecology of the family. A fair portion of modern research has concentrated on the feeding patterns of these dinosaurs, as they are considered to be the best-regarded theropod candidates for herbivory. While other theropod groups are fully carnivorous, members of Therizinosauridae diverged and adopted an herbivorous and possibly omnivorous lifestyle. This is even more supported by their unusual morphology. As indicated by their feet morphology in several footprints from Asia, Africa and Europe, they probably were plantigrade walkers, but further examination may be required. In a 2006, Sarah Birch presented the inferred range of motion in the arms of Nimongosaurus and concluded the overall motion at the glenoid humeral joint at the shoulder was roughly circular, and directed sideways and slightly downwards, which diverged from the more oval, backwards and downwards directed ranges of other theropods. This ability to extend their arms considerably forwards may have helped Nimongosaurus reach and grasp for foliage. Therizinosaurus was one of the last and the largest representative of its unique group. It could grow up to 10 meters long and 5 meters tall, and weigh possibly over 5 tons. It would have been a slow-moving, long-necked, high browser equipped with a horny beak and a wide torso for food processing. Its forelimbs were particularly robust and had 3 fingers that bore unguals which, unlike other relatives, were very stiffened, elongated and only had significant curvatures at the tips. Therizinosaurus had the longest known manual unguals of any land animal, reaching above 50 centimeters in length. When Therizinosaurus was first described in 1954, its enormous claws were thought to be used for harvesting seaweed, based on a mistaken identification as a giant marine turtle. By 1970, some proposed the claws might be for opening termite mounds or for a fruit-based diet. Barsbold in 1976 suggested the claws could impale or dig, but noted their fragility. Nesev in 1995 proposed they were for defense and that juveniles might have used them for climbing, similar to modern sloths. In 2014, Lautenschlager's digital simulations indicated that while the claws were highly stressed in scratching or digging scenarios, they were less effective for these purposes. The claws were likely used for a hook-and-pull function to grasp or pull vegetation. Lautenschlager also noted that the claws might have been used for intimidation or other behaviors, but not for active defense. Scott A. Lee and Zachary Richards in 2018 found that Therizinosaurus had resilient arm bones, suggesting robust use of the arms. However, a 2023 study by Cheen and colleagues found that the claws might have been decorative rather than functional, resulting from evolutionary growth rather than practical use. Segnosaurus was a large therizinosaur estimated to be around 7 meters long and weighing about 1.3 tons. This bipedal dinosaur had an upward-tilted trunk, a small head with a beaked jaw, and a long, slender neck. Its lower jaw was downturned at the front, and its teeth featured additional cutting edges and denticles. It had robust forelimbs with 3 large clawed fingers and feet with 4 toes, a distinctive feature compared to other theropods that typically had 3 toes. The pelvis was adapted to support its large belly, with a backward-turned pubic bone seen in birds and their closest dinosaur relatives. Discoveries in the 1990 of complete relatives confirmed that Segnosaurus belonged to the Therizinosauridae family. These therizinosaurs were slow-moving herbivores, using their long limbs, necks and beaks to browse for food and processing it with their large guts. Segnosaurus lived in the Bayan Shire Formation alongside other therizinosaurs like Erlikosaurus and Enigmasaurus, suggesting a niche partitioning among these related species. Erlikosaurus is known from fragmentary remains, which makes its exact size difficult to determine. Estimates place it at around 3 meters in length, making it smaller and more lightly built compared to the heavier Segnosaurus. Despite the limited postcranial remains, it is believed to have had robust arms with large claws, a broad torso and a backward-turned pelvis. Based on feather impressions in related therizinosaurs like Bipiosaurus and Gianchingosaurus, it is likely that Erlikosaurus was feathered. CT scans of the skull revealed well-developed senses of smell, hearing, and balance, traits commonly found in carnivorous theropods. Analysis of the olfactory bulb suggested that it had a moderate sense of smell, potentially reflecting a transition to complex social behavior or reduced visual capacities. Nothronicus is a medium-sized therizinosaur, measuring 5 meters in length and weighing 1,000 kilograms. It had a pot-bellied abdomen, long neck and stocky hind limbs with 4-toed feet. Its arms were large with dexterous hands equipped with up to 30 centimeters long, curved, and sharp claws. The tail was reduced in length but flexible. It can be identified by unique skeletal features such as a subcircular obturator process and an elongated obturator foramen. It is believed to have been herbivorous, supported by its dentition and large gut capacity. The 4-toed feet and robust limbs suggest a slow-moving lifestyle. Biomechanical studies indicate that its claws were more effective for pulling down vegetation rather than digging. The genus is also noted for its adaptation of a retroverted pubis, indicating herbivory and possible evolutionary convergence with ornithischians. Myological studies reveal that the neck had limited movement, similar to ostriches and Diplodocus. The forelimb musculature showed similarities to dromaeosaurs, while the hind limb musculature suggests a waddling gait. Research on the sensory capabilities of Nothronicus shows well-developed senses of smell, hearing, and balance, suggesting complex behavior and predator evasion. Its brain case had large pneumatic chambers, implying enhanced hearing and possibly complex social interactions. Additionally, the extensive pneumaticity of its axial skeleton indicates an avian-style respiratory system, although it might not have had a complete avian air sac system. Oviraptorosaurs are distinct for their characteristically short, beaked, parrot-like skulls, with or without bony crests atop the head. The groupn, along with all Maniraptoran dinosaurs, is close to the ancestry of birds. Some researchers have proposed that they may represent primitive flightless birds. Incisivosaurus had a strong bite force, comparable to much larger ornithomimosaurs. Its moderate jaw gape suggests it fed on tougher vegetation than other herbivorous theropods like ornithomimosaurs and therizinosaurs. This dinosaur may have been a generalist or a specialist, using its powerful bite for niche partitioning. Its most unusual feature is its adaptation to an herbivorous or omnivorous diet. The name comes from its prominent, rodent-like front teeth, which show wear patterns typical of plant-eating dinosaurs. Avimimus was another bird like Maniraptoran from the late Cretaceous. It was 1.5 meters long and 1 meter high, and was found in the Nemegt Formation in Mongolia. It had a small skull, but a large brain and large eyes, indicating that it was probably nocturnal in some form. It had very small teeth and a beak, probably indicating that it was an herbivore, omnivore, or even insectivore. It had short arms, with clear attachment points for feathers, however it could not fly. It had very long legs, close in proportion to those birds that spend most of their time running, indicating that this was the lifestyle of Avimimus as well. It is known from many individuals, including adults and subadults with very little variation in size, indicating that their growth was determinate. It was a social animal, given that it was found with many other individuals of its own kind. It lived in the middle of an arid environment with dunes, sand and interspersed streams. Caudipteryx was one of the first non-avian dinosaurs discovered with well-preserved feathers, confirming that feathers were not unique to birds but evolved in some theropod dinosaurs. Its feathers were likely used for display or insulation rather than flying, suggesting an early evolutionary function for feathers before flight. It had many other avian features, such as a beak-like mouth and short tail. These traits make it a significant transitional form between non-avian theropods and birds, supporting the theory of birds evolving from dinosaurs. It had a short, stiffened tail, much like modern birds, which hints at further adaptations for balance and display in its evolutionary lineage. The presence of unambiguous feathers in an unambiguously non-avian theropod has the rhetorical impact of an atomic bomb, rendering any doubt about the theropod relationships of birds ludicrous. However, not all scientists agreed that Caudipteryx was unambiguously non-avian, and some of them continued to doubt that general consensus. Caudipteryx is thought to have been an omnivore. In at least 2 specimens, gastroliths are preserved. As in some herbivorous dinosaurs and modern birds, these gastroliths remain in the position where the animal's gizzards would have been. Caudipteryx was larger than Caudipteryx. Paul in 2010 estimated the length at 1 meter, the weight at 7 kilograms. Like Caudipteryx, it had a short snout with a down-curved lower jaw. It had relatively short arms and long legs. It also differed from its relatives by possessing a dagger-shaped pygostyle, the bone at the end of the tail to which feathers anchor in birds, consisting of the 2 most extreme tail vertebrae and several unique features of the back vertebrae. The holotype specimen lacks traces of feathers, but he and colleagues speculated that they were probably present based on its pygostyle, the anchor point of long tail feathers in modern birds. Anzu was a large, bird-like dinosaur characterized by a toothless beak, a prominent crest, long arms with slender claws, powerful legs and a short tail. It measured around over 3 meters long, stood 1.5 meters tall at the hips, and weighed between 200 and 300 kilograms, making it one of the largest oviraptorosaurs in North America. Several unique traits were identified, including a high crescent-shaped crest, a wide occipital condyle and specific features of the jaw, radius and ankle bones. Anzu likely had an omnivorous or herbivorous diet, with its beak less robust than its Asian oviraptorid cousins, and it probably ate a variety of food, from vegetation to small animals and eggs. Its fossils were found in floodplain mudstone, suggesting a different lifestyle from its Asian counterparts, which lived in arid environments. It was likely a fast-running, ecological generalist, displaying behaviors similar to both modern birds and other dinosaurs. Despite its bird-like features, Anzu was not an avian dinosaur but a result of convergent evolution. Its large, delicate crest was likely used for display, possibly to attract mates, similar to the modern cassowary. Beibeileng was identified from fossilized dinosaur eggs and an embryo discovered in Hunan province in 1993. The unprepared specimen, known as Baby Louie, was imported to the United States and featured in National Geographic, named after photographer Louis Cihoyos. The fossil remained outside China for over 2 decades before its return allowed proper study. Fossilized eggs are among the largest ever found, measuring up to 45 centimeters and weighing about 5 kilograms each. They were arranged in a ring-shaped nest, likely spanning 2 to 3 meters and containing over 2 dozen eggs. Initially, the Baby Louie fossil size puzzled researchers because the eggs were too large for any known oviraptorosaur species. Though the embryo was poorly preserved, researchers like Darla Zelenitsky identified the eggs as belonging to an oviraptorosaur based on the eggshell characteristics. This suggested that Baby Louie's parents were enormous, far larger than any previously known oviraptorosaurs. Dinosaur embryos are rarely preserved, making this discovery particularly remarkable. Ring-shaped nests from smaller oviraptorosaurs show adults sitting in the center, suggesting that Beibeileng likely displayed similar brooding behaviors. With a parrot-like skull, feathers, and a two-legged stance, weighing around 3 tons, was likely the largest dinosaur to brood its eggs. Gigantoraptor is the largest oviraptorosaur discovered, standing about 5 meters tall and weighed roughly 1.4 tons, dwarfing other members of its family. Despite its enormous size, it likely had feathers. This suggests that feathers evolved not just for flight, but also for insulation, display or other functions in non-flying dinosaurs. The discovery of Gigantoraptor was surprising because oviraptorosaurs were typically much smaller. Its size challenged scientists' assumptions about the relationship between body size and evolutionary traits in theropods. Like other oviraptorosaurs, it had a toothless beak. This indicates that it may have had an omnivorous diet, possibly feeding on plants, small animals, or even eggs. It likely had crests or other display structures, which could have been used for courtship or signaling to others, similar to modern-day birds like cassowaries. It may have exhibited a nesting behavior similar to smaller oviraptorosaurs, potentially brooding its eggs despite its enormous size, providing insight into parental care in large theropods. Its lightweight, hollow bones are more similar to those of birds than other large theropods, hinting at a bird-like metabolism and possibly even behaviors such as fast movement and high energy levels. It had long arms with sharp claws, which may have been used for foraging, digging, or defending itself, adding to its versatility as both a predator and scavenger. Its bird-like characteristics, such as feathers and hollow bones, contribute to understanding the evolutionary link between non-avian dinosaurs and birds, especially how some dinosaurs retained bird-like traits despite their massive size. Chirostenotes was characterized by long arms ending in slender relatively straight claws, and long powerful legs with slender toes. In 2016 Paul estimated its length at 2.5 meters and its weight at 100 kilograms. Chirostenotes was probably an omnivore or herbivore, based on evidence from the beaks of related species like Anzu. In 2005, Phil Center and Michael Parrish published a study on the hand function of Chirostenotes and found that its elongated second finger with its unusually straight claw may have been an adaptation to crevice probing. They suggested that it may have fed on soft-bodied prey that could be impaled by the second claw, such as grubs, as well as unarmored amphibians, reptiles, and mammals. However, if Chirostenotes possessed the large primary feathers on its second finger that have been found in other oviraptorosaurs such as Caudipteryx, it would not have been able to engage in such behavior. Apatoraptor is a recently named genus of oviraptorosaur from the Horseshoe Canyon Formation in Alberta. It is known from a fairly well-preserved partial skeleton and skull, and it had quill knobs preserved on its arms. Though phylogenetic bracketing would imply that it had wings already, it's always nice to have confirmation. It probably used its wings for display to mates, as oviraptorosaurs were incapable of powering flight. It was 2 meters long and probably weighed about 180 kilograms. It is especially important in helping to better understand the evolution of oviraptorosaurs in North America, which have a relatively sparse record compared to their Asian relatives. Caenagnathes measured about 2.5 meters long and weighed about 90 kilograms. It was a large oviraptorosaurian, with some specimens suggesting it achieved sizes comparable to its relative Anzu. Like Anzu, it had a toothless lower beak that was shallower in depth than those of Elmosaurines. It also shared with Anzu less gracile proportions than those of Elmosaurines. The status and relationships of Caenagnathes to other cynagnathed oviraptorosaurians began to be resolved with the discovery of more complete specimens in 2014 and 2015. The description of Anzu in 2014 represented the first nearly complete cynagnathed, and helped to clarify the differences between the more fragmentary specimens. Microvenator was an early oviraptorosaur, closely related to later species like Anzu, and was initially thought to be small due to being known from juvenile remains. While the juvenile measured about 1.2 meters long, adults likely grew to around 3 meters. It had a squat body, a shorter tail without a pygostyle, and long arms with feathered wings, along with a fan of feathers on its tail. Its diet was probably omnivorous, consuming a variety of plants and small animals. Though little is known about its skull, it likely had a large beak. Like other oviraptorosaurs, Microvenator likely cared for its young, sitting in the center of its nest to warm the eggs. It was a feathered, warm-blooded, and active animal, using its wings and feathers for display and communication. While oviraptorids were generally 1 to 8 meters in body length, Yulong was described as chicken-sized by its describers. Most of the Yulong individuals had a total body length of 1/4 to 1/2 meter, making them some of the smallest known oviraptorids. The front upper corner of the fenestra antorbitalis and the rear upper corner of the bony nostril are positioned at about the same height. The rear upper process of the premaxilla touches the upper rim of the fenestra antorbitalis but not the front process of the lacrimal. The nasal bone separates both bones. The parietal approaches the frontal bone in length. At the 4th and 5th neck vertebrae, the rear edge of the vertebral centrum forms a straight line between the postzygapophyses. According to the authors, the hind limb proportions of oviraptorids do not essentially change during growth, indicating a more sedentary lifestyle and thus probably herbivory. Oviraptor's name means egg thief, based on the initial discovery of its fossils near a nest of eggs thought to belong to another dinosaur. However, it was later found that the eggs were likely its own, meaning Oviraptor was actually protecting the eggs, not stealing them. It had a toothless, parrot-like beak. This beak was likely used to crush or manipulate food, suggesting a varied diet of plants, small animals, or possibly eggs. Its fossils have been found in brooding positions over nests of eggs, much like modern birds. This suggests that they cared for their young, warming the eggs with their bodies, a behavior previously thought to be unique to birds. It had a prominent bony crest on its head, which was likely used for display purposes, possibly to attract mates or signal to others within its species. It had a lightweight, bird-like skeleton, indicating it was probably fast and agile, aiding in catching prey or escaping predators. The pose of the holotype of oviraptor along with the association of eggs, suggests that it was trapped over the nest during a sandstorm, and burial was relatively rapid given that the body had no opportunity to become fully disarticulated or scavenged by predators. The paleontologist Kenneth Carpenter also agreed in that sandstorms may have been the most likely event that the eggs found in the deposits were buried. Among elements, the skull has become particularly flattened and distorted during the fossilization process. Rinchinia was a small-sized oviraptorid, estimated at 1.7 meters and a body mass of about 25 kilograms. Several features of its skeleton, especially in the skull, show it to be distinct from oviraptor. Its skeleton was more lightly built and less robust than that of oviraptor, and while the crest of oviraptor is indistinct because of poor fossil preservation, Rinchinia had a well-preserved, highly developed, cassowary-like casque which incorporated many bones in the skull that are free of the crest in oviraptor. In 1984, a nearly complete oviraptorid skeleton was discovered in the Nemegt Formation of the Gobi Desert, leading to the naming of a new species, Oviraptor mongoliensis, by paleontologist Rinchen Barsbold in 1986. Later revisions reclassified the specimen under a new genus, Rinchinia, recognizing its distinct skeletal features and honoring linguist Byamban Rinchen, Barsbold's father. Psittapodi was a large oviraptorid, measuring 3 meters long and weighing between 75 and 110 kilograms, making it larger than most Oviraptorosaurs genus. It had a long neck, a short tail, and featured a pygostyle, indicating the presence of large wing and tail feathers. A 2022 study revealed that Psittapodi had a powerful bite, scoring between 350 and 500 newtons, likely allowing it to consume tougher vegetation than other herbivorous theropods in its environment. The examinations suggest Oviraptorosaurs may have been powerful biting generalists or specialists that partook of niche partitioning both in body size and jaw function. Of the oviraptorids examined in this study, Psittapodi had one of the most powerful bites, but its biting mechanics were unique among the Oviraptorosaurs investigated. Fossils of Psittapodi are primarily found in the Uka Talgod locality of the Jadakta Formation. This area featured large sand dunes and short-lived water bodies, indicating an arid to semi-arid climate during Psittapodi's time. Although fossilized dinosaur eggs are rare, Psittapodi eggs and oviraptorid eggs in general are relatively well known. Along with the 2 known nesting specimens, dozens of isolated oviraptorid nests have been uncovered in the Gobi Desert. Psittapodi eggs are elongatoolithid, which are shaped like elongated ovals and resemble the eggs of ratites in texture and shell structure. Conchoraptor was a fairly more advanced oviraptor from the Nemegt Formation in Mongolia. The found specimen was a juvenile and was found without a crest, indicating that the feature would grow with sexual maturity. It lived in an arid environment with fields of sand dunes and some streams. Internal connections between both ears functioned as resonance chambers and improved hearing. It was a small dinosaur, at 3 meters in length. Unlike many other oviraptorids, Conchoraptor lacked a head crest. Like its relatives, it lacked teeth. Instead of teeth, oviraptorids had powerful beaks, possibly adapted to crushing mollusk shells. The skull of Conchoraptor was heavily pneumatized, with most of the bones hollow. The crest of Corythoraptor is apparently quite similar to the casque of the modern cassowary. The cassowary uses its casque to dissipate heat from the brain cavity, and as a resonator to aid in the detection or gauge the point of origin of low-frequency signals across a greater distance. In Corythoraptor, the latter may have been used to hear predators or prey items, or possibly to pick up low-frequency mating calls as modern cassowaries do. However, it is unclear if it was capable of producing low frequencies since these are produced in the throat. Like other oviraptorids, the bones of Corythoraptor were heavily pneumatized with many air pockets. Microanalysis of the bones indicates seasonal growth spurts, and the type specimen probably died at the age of 6 or 7, meaning growth continued into at least the 8th year of development. The type specimen reached 1.6 meters in length. Oviraptorids may have predominantly inhabited arid environments and ate drought-resistant plants, nuts and seeds. However, Corythoraptor coexisted with 6 other oviraptorid genera, and they may have all eaten different foods. Heywania was a medium-sized oviraptor and was the first one found in China. It was about 1.5 meters long and less than 1 meter high, and is known from a partial skull and most of the skeleton. It was toothless, making its diet, as well as the diets of other oviraptorins, uncertain. It was found with a lot of eggs, some of them theropod-like, and thus probably the eggs of Heywania. Preservation of the pigments biliverdin and protoporphyrin in eggshells belonging to Heywania indicate that they were blue-green in color. This coloration allowed for both camouflage and sexual signaling, also seen in American robins and ratites. The arrangement of the eggshell suggests a partially open nest arrangement for Heywania, and also indicates that it engaged in increased parental care. Paravs are a widespread group of theropod dinosaurs that originated in the Middle Jurassic period. In addition to the extinct dromaeosaurids, troodontids and scansoriopterygids, the group also contains the aviolans, which include diverse extinct taxa as well as the over 10,000 species of living birds. Basal members of paravs are well known for the possession of an enlarged claw on the second digit of the foot, which was held off the ground when walking in some species. Imperabator is one of the largest known paravians, with an estimated height of 2 meters, making it of comparable size to the gigantic dromaeosaurs such as Utahraptor. Because its fossils lack the characteristic sickle claw of dromaeosaurs on the second digit, Imperabator is provisionally classified as a basal paravian of uncertain affinities. It is known solely from the Cape Lamb member of the Snow Hill Island Formation in James Ross Island, an island on the northeastern edge of the Antarctic Peninsula. The floral composition, habitat and climate are of one similar to modern volcanic arches. During the time in which Imperabator lived, Earth's climate was much warmer and more humid than it is today, and as a result Antarctica was without ice. The animals inhabiting Antarctica at this time would still have had to endure long periods of darkness during the winter, much like in modern-day Antarctica. Rahanavis, often depicted in flight, may not have been capable of flying, and there is some debate over whether its forelimb bones, including quill knobs, belong to the same skeleton as the rest of the body. Some researchers suggest that it could be a chimera, combining bird forelimbs with a dromaeosaurid skeleton, leading to its classification as a nomen dubium. The discovery of the primitive bird Verona nearby raises the possibility of confusion, but many scientists argue that Rahanavis is a single animal due to the close proximity of its bones. Louis Chappe supports this, noting that all bones were found in a small area. He also believes Rahanavis could fly, citing its robust ulna and quill knobs, which suggest powerful wings. Its shoulder structure shows adaptations for flapping flight, though it was likely clumsier than modern birds. Comparisons to Microraptor suggest a bat-like flight stroke may have been used. It was a small predator, at about 70 centimeters long and 2 kilograms, with the typical dromaeosaurid-like raised sickle claw on the second toe. Scansoriopteryx is notable for its wide, rounded jaws with at least 12 teeth, larger at the front, and possibly fused lower jaw bones, similar to oviraptorosaurs. Its elongated third finger is also distinctive, nearly twice as long as the second, and may have supported a membranous wing, as seen in its relative. The hip socket was non-perforated, with a forward-pointing pubis, a primitive theropod feature. Its legs were short with scaly feet, and long tail feathers suggest it may have had hind wings like Microraptor. Scansoriopteryx had a reversed first toe for tree climbing and likely lived an arboreal lifestyle. Its long forelimbs, even in juveniles, played a crucial role in movement, indicating adaptations for climbing. Feather impressions suggest that while it couldn't achieve powered flight, it may have used its wings for gliding or maneuvering through trees. Its climbing adaptations are similar to those of modern tree-dwelling species, supporting a primarily arboreal existence. Epidexipteryx is known from a well-preserved partial skeleton that includes 4 long feathers on the tail, composed of a central rachis and veins. However, unlike in modern-style rectrices, the veins were not branched into individual filaments but made up of a single ribbon-like sheet. It also preserved a covering of simpler body feathers, composed of parallel barbs as in more primitive feathered dinosaurs. However, the body feathers of Epidexipteryx are unique in that some appear to arise from a membranous structure at the base of each feather. It has been suggested that this may represent a stage in the evolution of the feather. In all, the skeleton measures 40 centimeters in length including the incomplete tail feathers, and the authors estimated a weight of 160 grams, smaller than most other basal aviolans. It appears to have lacked remiges, wing feathers. It may have possessed some sort of membrane wing to allow gliding. It was the first non-avian dinosaur found that had clear adaptations to an arboreal or semi-arboreal lifestyle. It is likely that they spent much of their time in trees. Given its elaborate plumage, a lot of the early analyses of its phylogenetic position put it closer to birds. However, it has since been placed as a basal paravian in a recent 2012 study. There is a chance, however, that they are actually Peniraptorans, a sister group to the Oviraptors. More fossils once again are required to know more about where this animal falls in the dinosaurian tree. Ambopteryx had a short, blunt head and an elongated third finger. Initially, it was thought that Scansoriopterygids used this finger to extract grubs, like the modern eye. However, Wang believe its main function was to support a wing membrane, or patagium, as the fingers had limited mobility. Ambopteryx was closely related to E, both featuring a styloform element, an elongated bone extending from the ulna to support the wing membrane, stretching from the third finger to the abdomen. Its forelimbs were 1.3 times longer than its hind limbs, with a robust ulna and a short tail ending in a pygostyle, a structure only found in a few other non-avian theropods. Its abdominal area contained gastroliths and fragments of bone, suggesting an omnivorous diet. This discovery sheds light on the previously unknown diet of Scansoriopterygids, hinting they consumed a mix of plants and small animals. E was a small, protobird weighing about 280 grams with a wingspan of 60 centimeters. It had a short, blunt skull, forward-angled teeth and a squat body with a very short tail. Its long, slender forelimbs had extended fingers, while the hind limbs were shorter. Its most distinctive feature was its integument, covered in long, stiff quill-like feathers and a bat-like membrane between its fingers, supported by a styloform bone. Its body was densely feathered, with some color preserved, mostly black with yellow-brown patches on the head. Its diet was likely insectivorous, possibly omnivorous. Whether it could fly is uncertain, as its wing structure is unlike any other dinosaur. Models suggest that it was probably incapable of powered flight, though it may have been able to glide. Its center of mass would have made it unstable in the air, but flapping might have aided in movement. It likely spent much of its time climbing trees, using its unique wings possibly for display or maneuvering. Archaeopteryx is a genus of bird-like dinosaurs often referred to as the primeval bird. It lived during the late Jurassic, in what is now southern Germany. It is similar in size to a Eurasian magpie, with the largest species growing up to 50 centimeters in length. Despite having broad wings and inferred flying or gliding abilities, it shared many features with small Mesozoic dinosaurs, such as sharp teeth, clawed fingers, and a long bony tail. Its unique combination of bird and dinosaur traits makes it a crucial transitional fossil between non-avian dinosaurs and birds. Archaeopteryx was first named in 1861 from a single feather, though its identity has been debated. Later that year, the first complete skeleton was found, and over time, 12 fossils have been discovered, most showing feather impressions. The advanced flight feathers on these fossils suggest feather evolution began before the late Jurassic. Archaeopteryx played a key role in supporting Charles Darwin's theory of evolution, as it provided early evidence of transitional species. Although it was once considered the earliest bird, recent discoveries of other feathered dinosaurs have complicated its place in the evolutionary tree, raising questions about the true ancestors of modern birds. It had asymmetrical flight feathers, suggesting it was capable of some form of flight, possibly gliding rather than flapping due to its weak flight muscles. The structure of its wings and tail, along with the absence of a bony breastbone, supports the idea of limited powered flight, with some studies indicating a downstroke-only flapping motion. Recent studies reveal that its flight abilities may have been weak, and it might have used its wings more for gliding or predator evasion. Pedipena had primitive feet resembling those of troodontids and dromaeosaurids but lacked the highly specialized sickle-like claws of its relatives. Its second toe was enlarged but not as developed as in other deinonychosaurs. Found in the mid to late Jurassic Dahugu fossil beds, Pedipena supports the theory that birds originated in Asia. It also had long, symmetrical feathers on its metatarsus, unlike the asymmetrical feathers typical of flying animals. These hind wings were smaller and rounder than those of Microraptor, suggesting they had limited aerodynamic function. The presence of these feathers hints at an early stage in feather evolution, possibly for display or insulation rather than flight. Some propose that Pedipena represents an intermediate stage where hind wings were being reduced. Eosinopteryx, which was originally classified as a troodontid, then got reclassified as an archaeopterygiid, making it closer to birds. If it was not an avialine, it could have been a primitive paravian as well. It is only known from one fossil specimen, so the confusion on its classification is fairly standard. It lived in the late Jurassic, about 160 million years ago. It was about 30 centimeters long, making it quite small if it wasn't an avialan. The tail was fairly short and the wings were the same size as Anchiornis, and it had hind wings on its lower legs and feet. This could mean that the origin of flight is a much more complex phenomenon than Archaeopteryx to birds, however, given various dinosaurs such as Microraptor. The skeletal morphology of Sericornes suggests a terrestrial ecology without flying adaptations. The tail is covered proximally by filaments and distally by fine rectrices. Symmetrical, barbule-free remiges are attached along the forelimbs and elongated feathers of the hind limbs extend to the toes, suggesting that the remiges of the hind legs had evolved in the Maniraptorans residing on the ground before being co-opted to an arboreal lifestyle and possibly, gliding. Sericornes is further distinguished by having very large anterior most maxillary teeth, about twice as long as the others. Since the skeleton compressed on a plane, Lefebvre and colleagues have used a new microscan technique called luminography to identify the pneumatic cavity in the vertebrae. The cervical vertebrae have a small pneumatic cavity, which is a derived condition shared by many other coelurosaurian theropods. Anchiornis had an extensive covering of feathers, including wing-like structures on both its arms and legs, which is why it's often called a four-winged dinosaur. It is one of the first dinosaurs for which scientists have determined feather coloration. Using pigment-containing structures called melanosomes, researchers deduced that it had a mostly black body with white feathers on its wings and a striking reddish-brown crest on its head. Its feathers were symmetrical, unlike the asymmetrical feathers of modern birds, which are crucial for powered flight. This suggests that Enkiornis may have been capable of gliding or limited flight, but not sustained flapping flight like modern birds. It belongs to the group Paravs, which includes both early birds and their closest dinosaur relatives. Its anatomy closely resembles that of modern birds, especially in its wings and legs, providing evidence of the gradual transition from dinosaurs to birds. Its discovery helped clarify the evolutionary sequence of flight in birds. Its feather arrangement and anatomy suggest it was not fully capable of modern flight but was likely evolving towards improved aerial capabilities. Enkiornis had a specialized wrist structure, with semilunate carpal bones that are crucial for wing movement. This structure is shared with modern birds and highlights how the skeletal adaptations for flight developed. Some scientists suggest that it may have lived in trees, using its wings to glide from branch to branch or as a stabilizer while climbing, shedding light on the trees-down hypothesis of flight evolution. A good majority of the known Enkiornithid fossils have been recovered from the Taojian Formation in Liaoning, China, dating back to 160 million years. The climate during this period of time would have been subtropical to temperate, warm and humid based on the plant life present in the Taojian Formation. This environment was dominated plant by gymnosperm trees. Although Orornis is practically certain that every Enkiornithid possessed advanced pennaceous feathers, there is still much variety in feathering between genera. Most had veined tail feathers forming a frond-shaped tail, with the tail's feathers of Kaihong being particularly long and in some cases asymmetrical. Kaihong's fossil is surrounded by a dense layer of feathers, with only the snout and claws exposed. The feathers are remarkably preserved, showing complex layering, though their original arrangement may have been altered over time. Kaihong's contour feathers were longer than those of other non-avian dinosaurs, with stiff and wavy types on the skull and neck. On the breast and limbs, longer feathers with thick barbs were present. The fossilized feathers contain melanosomes, organelles responsible for coloration, similar to those that create black iridescence in modern birds. Some melanosomes resembled those found in hummingbirds, suggesting Kaihong may have had brightly colored iridescent feathers. Kaihong provides the oldest known evidence of these platelet-like melanosomes, highlighting its significance in understanding the evolution of color in dinosaurs. Zyatingia was morphologically similar to other Enkiornithids. It was about 60 centimeters long and weighed an estimated 800 grams. It was a small feathered dinosaur that lived in an arboreal environment. Like Archaeopteryx, it had long forelimbs. Its femur was longer than its humerus, which might indicate that it stood on its hind limbs and could flap its forelimbs to achieve flight. It had feathers on its head, body, forelimbs and hind limbs. It also had long pennaceous feathers on its tibia and metatarsus. If Zyatingia could fly short distances, it might also have used its hind limbs as wings. It had a dentary tooth count probably less than 10 and teeth similar in morphology to those of basal avians. Troodontids were small, bird-like theropod dinosaurs known for their slender build, sickle-shaped claws on their second toes, and relatively large brains with good depth perception. Some species had owl-like asymmetrical ears, suggesting they might have been nocturnal hunters relying on sound to locate prey. The genus Troodon, first named from a single serrated tooth discovered in the 1850s, was initially misclassified but later identified as a dinosaur and linked to other small theropods. By the late 80s, Troodon was merged with other troodontid genera, leading to it being used as a catch-all term for late Cretaceous troodontid specimens from North America. This lumping together created issues as these specimens came from different regions and time periods, making it unlikely they represented a single species. The problem was compounded by the similarity in troodontid teeth, which are difficult to distinguish from one another due to their uniform appearance. Synovenator was roughly the size of a chicken, with an estimated weight of 2.5 kilograms for a 1-meter-long individual, though larger specimens have been found. It was one of the larger troodontid in the Ischian Formation where it was discovered. Key features include a straight, vertically oriented front edge of the antorbital fenestra, a vertical ridge on the frontal bone, and a T-shaped cross-section of the surangular in the lower jaw. Its shin bone displays vertical ridges, and the premaxillary teeth lack denticles while those on the maxillary teeth are small. The jugulus branch towards the postorbital is long and slender, and the foramen magnum is notably larger than the occipital condyle. Additional characteristics include 5 sacrals, a relatively small ilium, and a bird-like ischium. The shin bone has a wide top with a rectangular lower joint surface, and the metatarsals are variably developed, with the second being small and the fourth less prominent. May lived in the Cretaceous period. At this time, the Liaoning area was dominated by numerous volcanoes in a landscape that was covered in coniferous forest, with an understory of ferns and other plants like large horsetails. Some of the earliest flowering plants were also found here. Rivers and streams coming down from the flanks of the volcanoes fed into lakes in the valleys. There were many species of small bird-like theropod dinosaurs living in the area, although most of them were slightly larger than May. Often, volcanoes erupted, entombing animals in ash and suffocating others with carbon monoxide, which accounts for the high level of preservation of fossils. May probably fed on small lizards and insects on the forest floor. It probably climbed trees as well to shelter from larger predators, and was probably not omnivorous. Judging by the length of the legs, it was a fast runner. When the first fossil of May was discovered, scientists were charmed to see the fossil in a bird-like sleeping posture. The animal had probably died from carbon monoxide poisoning, then became entombed in ash. Sinornithoids was another troodontid from Asia. Specifically, it was found in the Ejinhoro Formation of Inner Mongolia, in China, making it a little older than our typical troodontids. It would have been about 1 meter long and less than a meter high, and it was one of the most completely known troodontids in 1994, which wasn't saying much, as troodontids are typically known only from teeth. It had a long and pointed skull, however it was short compared to the rest of the body. There are 4 premaxillary and about 23 maxillary teeth. The maxillary teeth have no serrations on their front edge, the denticles on the concavely curved rear edge are small. The maxillary teeth are rather recurved. The lacrimal bone lacks a pneumatic channel. In the brain case the subotic recess is large. Gymphangopteryx is known from one specimen, a nearly complete articulated skeleton, which measured 55 centimeters long. It was preserved with extensive impressions of pennaceous feathers, but it lacks flight feathers on its hind legs, which are present in related dinosaurs such as Pedipena. It also preserves several small, oval structures that are reddish-yellow in color, possibly seeds that the dinosaur had eaten before it died. They may also be small eggs or developing follicles. If the oval structures are indeed seeds, they could indicate that Gymphangopteryx was an omnivore. It preserves feather impressions around the neck, the body, the hips, the upper hind limbs, the tail and near the manus, end of the front limbs. A 2020 study on paravian flight capacities demonstrates that Gymphangopteryx matches closely with other flying non-avian theropods like Microraptor and Rahanavis. Latinovenatrix was the largest known troodontid, with a maximum total body length estimated to 3.5 meters as a derived troodontid. It was probably a semi-omnivorous biped with loss of the skills of a primitive flyer. A parietal bone catalogued in a specimen bears a pathological aperture. In 1985, Phil Curry hypothesized that this aperture was caused by a cyst. Tank and Rothschild interpreted it as a possible bite wound in 1999. One hatchling specimen may have suffered from a congenital defect, which resulted in the front part of its jaw being twisted. Latinavenatrix was found to be a derived troodontid, part of the newly defined Troodontidae, probably related to coeval Asian forms such as Philovenator. While Pectinodon is only known from teeth, its larger family Troodontidae is known from much more complete specimens. They were small, bird-like feathered bipedal maniraptorans with proportionally large eyes and brains. Its eponymous teeth are generally small labiolingually compressed, exhibit basal constriction, and possess large, triangular, apically oriented denticles on the distal edge. Despite having only teeth to infer behavior for Pectinodon, they are very informative fossils. Several studies have been done on troodontid teeth, shedding light on their behavior and ecology. Their tooth morphology suggests they preferred soft prey items like invertebrates, small vertebrates, or carrion. Their dentition was not as well suited for high-stress feeding as in their cousins the dromaeosaurids and tyrannosaurids. Tooth morphology also led some researchers to speculate that troodontids were omnivorous. This hypothesis was reaffirmed in a study that used stable isotopes in tooth enamel to reconstruct paleoecologies. Stenonychosaurus was a small dinosaur measuring up to 2.5 meters in length and weighing around 35 kilograms, comparable in size to Deinonychus. It had long, slender hind limbs adapted for quick running, and large, retractable sickle-shaped claws on its second toes, which were elevated while running. Its large, forward-facing eyes suggest a degree of depth perception and possibly a nocturnal lifestyle. It had a notably large brain relative to its body size, with a cerebrum-to-brain volume ratio approaching that of modern birds. It also featured bony cristae supporting its tympanic membranes and an enlarged metotic strut, similar to those seen in Dromaeosaurus and early birds like Archaeopteryx. Though Stenonychosaurus is thought to have been a predator due to its sickle claws and binocular vision, its teeth are distinct from other theropods. They suggest it might have been an omnivore, with serrated teeth similar to those of iguanas, which are adapted to a plant-eating diet. Growth ring studies indicate that it reached full size in 3 to 5 years. A partial skeleton with puncture marks, possibly from a predator, has also been found. It was becoming increasingly dubious whether Troodon was even a valid name at all, and during 2010 several paleontologists began trying to sort the mess out. As of 2022, Troodon itself is now in a sort of taxonomic limbo, with some paleontologists abandoning it as a dubious name while others are still arguing in favor of continuing to use it. The name could potentially be properly rescued if the original tooth can be clearly linked to better fossil material, letting Troodon take over priority again from one of the other better established troodontids, or by defining a new type species similar to what happened with Iguanodon. One study was based on multiple Troodon teeth that have been collected from late Cretaceous deposits in northern Alaska. These teeth are much larger than those collected from more southern sites, providing evidence that northern Alaskan populations of Troodon grew to larger average body size, hinting at Bergmann's rule. This study also provides an analysis of the proportions and wear patterns of a large sample of Troodon teeth. It proposes that the wear patterns of all Troodon teeth suggest a diet of soft foods, inconsistent with bone chewing, invertebrate exoskeletons, or tough plant items. This study hypothesizes a diet primarily consisting of meat. Dromaeosauridas, commonly known as raptors, were a group of small to medium-sized, carnivorous theropod dinosaurs that lived during the Cretaceous period. Known for their sharp claws, swift agility and keen hunting abilities, they were closely related to birds. This family includes famous genera like Velociraptor and Deinonychus, known for their intelligence and predatory skills. Austroraptor is the largest dromaeosaur discovered in the southern hemisphere, with size estimates ranging from 5 to 6 meters long and weighing between 300 to 520 kilograms. Its skull is elongated and low, measuring 80 centimeters, with conical, non-serrated teeth resembling those of spinosaurids. Unique features include an anteriorly curving lacrimal bone and disproportionate toes, though some researchers suggest the toe morphology might indicate a chimera. Unlike typical dromaeosaurs, Ostroraptor had short forelimbs, similar to Tyrannosaurus, though the two are not closely related. This reduced arm length is also seen in related genera like Tyrannoraptor. Ostroraptor likely had strong running abilities, suited for pursuing small, fast prey, although some studies suggest it might have hunted larger animals due to its conical teeth. It is also believed that Ostroraptor, like other annelids, could have included fish in its diet, similar to piscivorous reptiles, due to the structure of its teeth. Annelids had better capacities for running and pursuit predation than other dromaeosaurids such as Laurasian dromaeosaurids, which were stockier and had shorter legs and had an active predatory lifestyle. They were highly cursorial animals because they were more gracile and had modified metatarsals that are relatively thin and lengthened. Based on these adaptations, it is likely that they preyed on small, fast animals, although the exact animals are unknown. Bitroraptor features particular traits that can be attributed to specific hunting methods. Models for Bitroraptor propose that it hunted by traveling large distances in pursuit of prey, which may explain the long-legged trait shared by various genera of Annelidae. It is characterized by its long forelimbs and hands. It likely relied on them to restrain prey, and the curved claw of the second pedal digit would have injured or killed the victim. Bitroraptor probably swallowed its prey whole due to its lack of serrated teeth with flesh-tearing capabilities. The teeth functioned to simply hold prey. Nuquinraptor was the first dromaeosaurid discovered in South America, expanding the geographical range of this group, previously known mostly from North America and Asia. Estimated to be about 1.8 meters long, it was lightweight and built for speed, suggesting it was an agile predator capable of pursuing small prey. Like other dromaeosaurs, it had a specialized sickle-shaped claw on its second toe, which it likely used for hunting and immobilizing prey. Although no direct evidence of feathers has been found, based on its close relatives, Nuquinraptor was likely feathered, adding to the growing evidence that many dromaeosaurs were covered in plumage. Pyroraptor is a small, lightweight dromaeosaur from the late Cretaceous of Europe, known from limited fossil remains, including parts of the foot, arms and teeth. Estimated to be around 1.4 meters long, as in other dromaeosaurids, these claws might have been used as weapons or as climbing aids. While its exact classification within dromaeosaur groups is unclear, it is believed to have been covered in feathers, with wings on its arms and a fan-like tail. It was an ambush predator, using a hunting technique called raptor prey restraint, where it would pounce on prey and use its wings to maintain balance. Pyroraptor could also run up vertical surfaces, using flaps of its wings for support. It probably lived a solitary life but may have formed small family groups to care for its young. This dinosaur inhabited a series of islands in a shallow sea, similar to modern-day island chains like the Bahamas. It is known from the Argiles et Grèce aux Reptiles formation of what is now southern France. During the late Cretaceous, it was one part of the island landmass known as Ibero-Armorica, formed from what is today southern France and northern Spain in the Tethys Ocean. Annelidia is another one of our southern, classification allied dubious dromaeosaurids, and the one that lent its name to the group as a whole. It was originally thought to be a juvenile megaraptor, however the two are very well separated on the dinosaur family tree. It was about 3.5 meters long and was very bird-like in appearance and general morphology. It was too big to fly, and was probably in the process of adapting for a fish-eating lifestyle, like its large cousin, Ostroraptor, given its long and narrow snout. Novas and porta found at the pelvic region of Ununlagia closely resembled that of the early bird Archaeopteryx, suggesting some bird-like traits. However, while it was originally thought that Ununlagia's shoulder girdle was adapted for flapping, later studies indicated that its shoulder structure likely prevented it from lifting its forelimbs above its back, a limitation shared with other non-avian theropods. The describers of Epuparia suggested that Ununlagians such as this genus and its sister taxon Austroraptor likely consumed fish for a considerable part of their diet, based on their non-serrated conical teeth that are similar to those of other piscivorous tetrapods including gavialoid crocodilians and spinosaurid theropods. Photographs of the holotype were taken shortly before it was destroyed, and the museum it was housed in was heavily damaged in a fire on September 2, 2018. Holgado recognized it as belonging to a new genus of Ununlagian theropods, and the paper naming and describing the holotype was due to be submitted around the same time as the fire that destroyed the fossil, but was delayed because of the fire, and the species was not named and described until 2021. Halscaraptor is known from a single near-complete skeleton and would have been about the size of a modern mallard duck, around 60 centimeters long. It had some very odd features for a raptor, with many small sharp backwards-pointing teeth, crocodile-like sensory pits on its snout, a long flexible neck, small flipper-like arms, a relatively short tail, and a more upright body posture than its other relatives. All these traits together suggest it may have been semi-aquatic, which is a pretty big deal since the only other group of non-avian dinosaurs known to have developed adaptations for life in the water were the spinosaurids. The fossil was originally illegally excavated by fossil poachers and was owned by private collectors for several years, but it has now been returned to science and is due to be repatriated to Mongolia. With its odd anatomy and the exact origin of the specimen being unknown, there's some skepticism about whether Halscaraptor represents a genuine animal or an elaborate fake chimera, but synchrotron scans of the fossil and its similarity to previously discovered more fragmentary short-armed raptors like Mahakala suggest that it is real, and it really is that weird. This duck raptor interpretation has been a little controversial since it was first proposed in 2017, but we've just gotten some more evidence for it in the form of an entirely new Halscaraptorine. Natovenator lived in what is now the Gobi Desert in southern Mongolia. The size of a small duck, about 45 centimeters long, it had jaws full of many needle-like teeth, a long flexible goose-like neck, and a streamlined body with a wide flattened ribcage convergently shaped like those of modern diving birds. Although it had long strong legs, these don't show much in the way of aquatic specializations and would have been used more for walking and running on land. Instead, it may have used its flipper-like arms to propel itself through the water, like modern penguins or auks. It probably had a lifestyle similar to modern mergansers, swimming and diving in lakes and rivers, and preying on fish, amphibians, and aquatic invertebrates. Hulsenpees has been reclassified as a Halscaraptorine taxon, updating various aspects about the lifestyle of these animals. It had a similar lifestyle to those of the modern-day sawbills, spending most of their time in aquatic environments, such as rivers, using fore- and hindlimb-assisted swimming. But like all dinosaurs, they come up onto land to reproduce and laid eggs in terrestrial nests. However, it appears to be that Hulsenpees may have been more terrestrial based on the holotype Metatarsus, which features adaptations for a more subcursorial lifestyle, supporting the diversification within this subfamily. The partial brain case is a small element, measuring just 1 centimeter in length. It is embedded in a small portion of the sandstone layer. In general, the morphology is very complex and has an irregular shape. Based on comparisons with other Maniraptorans, the preserved portion can be identified as the right inner side of the proatocopisthodic bones in the brain case. Mahakala was a small raptor, about 70 centimeters in length, and it was very similar to the earliest members of the Humaniraptoran group in general, sharing characteristics with other Humaniraptorans like Troodontids and aviolans. It is uncertain if Mahakala was semi-aquatic, but it seems at least possible at this time. It also had very short forelimbs compared to other raptors, but similar in size to those of Hulscaraptor. It probably didn't move about much, but spent its time at the oases and temporary rivers to find food in the water. It probably also swam about in the water, using its wings and legs to help propel it forward. It would have been a secretive sort of animal, being surrounded by many kinds of predators and threats, and wouldn't have strayed far from its home. Given its rarity, and the uncommon nature of its probable preferred habitat, Mahakala would have probably not lived in social groups. Sinornithosaurus was a feathered dinosaur with well-preserved impressions of feathers covering its body and forming wings, similar to those of modern birds. The feathers were of two types, down-like tufts and more structured feathers with barbs, but lacking the tiny hooks that allow for true flight in modern birds. This suggests that it may have been capable of gliding short distances, though it likely could not sustain flight. In 2009, scientists proposed that Sinornithosaurus might have been venomous, based on the long, grooved teeth in its skull, which resemble those of modern venomous animals. They speculated that it could have used these teeth to inject venom into prey, such as small birds, stunning them before consumption. However, a 2010 study challenged this idea, noting that grooved teeth are common in many theropods and that the supposed venom glands were likely just normal sinuses. The debate about its venomous nature remains unresolved, with some arguing that grooved teeth alone are insufficient evidence of venom. While some researchers believe Sinornithosaurus had aerodynamic potential for gliding, others argue it was too heavy to fly, though the discovery of larger, gliding relatives like Changeraptor has kept the possibility open. Despite this uncertainty, its close relationship to flying dromaeosaurs highlights its potential for some form of aerial locomotion. Microraptorines are known for their small size and, in some cases, their ability to fly or glide. However, researchers Longrich and Curry concluded that Hesperonychus, a small dinosaur, likely did not possess four wings or gliding abilities like Microraptor. Despite this, Hesperonychus indicated that Microraptorines maintained a consistently small size compared to other dromaeosaurids. Its discovery filled a gap in the ecological understanding of late Cretaceous North America, where small carnivorous dinosaurs had been notably absent. Unlike ecosystems in Europe and Asia, North America seemed to lack small predator species, which was unusual given that modern ecosystems dominated by endothermic animals tend to have more small species than large ones. Hesperonychus. It was significantly larger than the smallest mammal in its environment, which weighed only 600 grams. There was no overlap between the smallest dinosaurs and largest mammals, possibly due to competition, either preventing mammals from growing larger or dinosaurs from growing smaller. Tianuraptor was another of our four-winged theropods, found in the Liaoning province, in China. It was fairly unique in that it showed a variety of traits typically shown by both northern and southern types of dromaeosaurid from China. It was about 1.6 meters long, and had fairly short forelimbs compared to other dromaeosaurids, and had long hind limbs like other microraptorines, though it was bigger than most microraptorines. Thus, it is typically described as a transitional form between dromaeosaurids like Microraptor and later ones like Velociraptor. It probably had a different lifestyle than other microraptors due to its short arms. It was not suited for gliding or flight and probably lived most of its life on the ground. Microraptorines are usually noted for their long and robust forelimbs and large, asymmetrical flight feathers. However, the shortened forelimbs, small furcula, and the transversely wide coracoid in Tianuraptor suggest that it was not suited for aerodynamic gliding or flight. The discovery of Zongianosaurus in the Ischian Formation, in addition to 8 other dromaeosaurids, suggests that there was a sufficient amount of niche partitioning. The varying size of the different dromaeosaurids likely indicates that they focused on different types of prey and that many were specific about what type of prey they consumed. Niche partitioning may also have been aided by differentiation in habitat preferences. Zongianosaurus was, in view of its small size, possibly omnivorous and arboreal. However, a full understanding of niche differentiation of G-hole dromaeosaurids probably will require a full dataset of the tempospatial distribution of the many G-hole dromaeosaurid fossils and a better understanding of their ecology before such conclusions can be fully drawn. Changoraptor was a large, four-winged microraptorine dinosaur, measuring about 1.2 meters in length and weighing approximately 4 kilograms, making it the largest known microraptorine. It had feathers covering its entire body, including both its forelimbs and hind limbs, giving the appearance of 2 pairs of wings, which likely enabled it to fly. Its long, feathered tail, with feathers reaching 30 centimeters, helped control pitch during flight and allowed for softer landings, an advantage for a heavier animal that achieved faster gliding speeds. These tail feathers set a record for length among non-avian dinosaurs. While similar to early birds like Archaeopteryx, Changoraptor had a unique aerodynamic model compared to modern birds, which have featherless legs and rely solely on 2 wings for stable flight. It lived in the G-hole biota, a temperate forest environment, alongside other dinosaurs like Yutyrannus, in an ecosystem dominated by ginkgos and conifers with a seasonal climate. Microraptor was one of the smallest non-avian dinosaurs, with specimens measuring around 80 centimeters in length and weighing 1 kilogram. It was among the first dinosaurs discovered with detailed feather impressions, showing a covering of feathers on its body, including long flight feathers on both its forelimbs and hind limbs. This gave Microraptor a unique, four-winged appearance, suggesting it might have been capable of gliding or even limited flight. Its feathers included a diamond-shaped tail fan, potentially aiding in stability during flight. The dinosaur's feathers were possibly iridescent, with some specimens showing bands of dark and light colors. The long feathers on its legs were similar to modern bird flight feathers, though its wing structure differed from that of modern birds, indicating a distinct aerodynamic model. Initially thought to be a glider, later studies debated Microraptor's flight capabilities. Some researchers proposed it could parachute short distances, while others suggested it might have used wing-assisted incline running and leaping. The anatomical features, such as the shoulder girdle and wing structure, were studied to determine if Microraptor could achieve powered flight. The debate continues regarding whether Microraptor could sustain true flight or was primarily a glider. The four-winged configuration also raises questions about the evolutionary path of bird flight, suggesting a possible four-winged stage in early avian evolution. Despite its small size and unique wing arrangement, Microraptor's role in the evolution of flight remains an intriguing area of study. Paleontologist John Ostrom's study of Deinonychus in the late 1960s revolutionized the way scientists thought about dinosaurs, leading to the dinosaur renaissance and igniting the debate on whether dinosaurs were warm-blooded or cold-blooded. Before this, the popular conception of dinosaurs had been one of plodding, reptilian giants. Ostrom noted the small body, sleek, horizontal posture, ratite-like spine and especially the enlarged raptorial claws on the feet, which suggested an active, agile predator. Based on fully mature specimens, Deinonychus is estimated to reach 3 meters in length, with a skull length of 40 centimeters and a body mass of 70 kilograms. Some researchers suggest a higher mass of 100 kilograms based on femur and humerus circumference. Deinonychus had a powerful jaw with around 70 blade-like teeth and a skull with large fenestrae for weight reduction. The skull differed from Velociraptor by being more robust and lacking depressed nasals. Despite no skin impressions, evidence suggests feathers were present in Deinonychus and related species like Microraptor. Fossils found with Tenontosaurus hint at possible pack behavior, although this is debated. Studies suggest Deinonychus may have used its sickle claw for grappling and climbing, rather than slashing. Bite force estimates vary, with recent studies suggesting it could deliver a force comparable to a similarly sized alligator. Its sickle claws show variability, possibly due to individual or age differences. The dinosaur's arms were likely used for grasping rather than folding, and juvenile specimens may have had longer arms for different behaviors. Some research suggests young Deinonychus could have been capable of some flight. Speed estimates are debated, with some studies suggesting it was not as fast as other dinosaurs or modern flightless birds. Pop culture often portrays Deinonychus based on characteristics similar to Velociraptor, influenced by John Ostrom's research and its use in Michael Crichton's Jurassic Park. The body length of Vectoraptor was estimated to be 2.5 meters. The holotype includes 2 partial dorsal vertebrae and parts of the sacrum. Although fragmentary, the material shows a combination of features found only in the Dromaeosauridae, including relatively short and massive vertebrae, tall neural spines, and facets for the ribs set on long stalks. The vertebrae showed extensive pneumatization. The dorsal had pleurocoels through which the air sacs of the respiratory system entered the vertebral bodies, forming large camellate air spaces. The diapophyseal fossa also invaded the neural arch. The neural canals were expanded to behind, embaying the top of the centrum. The sacral vertebrae lacked pleurocoels and had a spongy bone structure. The only described specimen of Bambiraptor is a juvenile, measuring about 90 centimeters long, with an estimated total length of 1 meter and a weight of around 2 kilograms. It had long hind limbs, suggesting it was a fast runner, and long arms with a well-developed wishbone. Research indicates it may have had opposable first and third fingers, allowing it to manipulate food similarly to small mammals. Its brain was relatively large for its size, which, combined with an enlarged cerebellum, suggests higher agility and possibly intelligence. Some scientists propose that a larger brain might indicate an arboreal lifestyle or hunting agile prey. While no feathers were found with the fossil, it is widely believed that Bambiraptor, being a member of the feathered paravs group, likely had feathers. This assumption is supported by the phylogenetic relationship with other feathered dinosaurs. Estimated to have measured about 2 meters in length and weighed 15 kilograms, Atrociraptor was a relatively small dromaeosaurid. It differs from its contemporary relatives in that its face is much deeper, and its teeth are more strongly inclined backwards than in most other dromaeosaurids and are almost all the same size. It also differed from most relatives in details of the skull, such as the part of the premaxilla below the nostril being taller than long, and in that its maxillary fenestra was larger. The fragmentary nature of the holotype has made the exact relations of Atrociraptor uncertain. It was initially thought to be a velociraptorine, but is now considered a Saurornitholestan. It is thought to have been specialized for attacking larger prey than other dromaeosaurids, due to its deep snout. Various ideas for how dromaeosaurids use their sickle claws have been proposed, and 21st-century studies suggest they used them to grasp and restrain struggling prey while dismembering them with the mouth. The holotype specimen is known from the horse thief member of the Horseshoe Canyon Formation, which dates to the Maastrichtian age. Assigned teeth from other parts of the formation indicate it survived for over 2 million years and across a wide geographic area. Saurornitholestes was a small dromaeosaurid, with the type species measuring about 1.8 meters long and weighing between 5 and 22 kilograms. This dinosaur had a long, blade-like claw on its second toe and was more lightly built than other dromaeosaurids like Velociraptor. Saurornitholestes resembled Velociraptor and had fang-like teeth at the front of its jaws. Its sense of smell may have been acute, as indicated by a large olfactory bulb in its skull. The feeding habits of saurornitholists involved a puncture and pull method, with teeth where patterns similar to those of Tyrannosauridae and Troodontidae. It likely preferred larger prey compared to Troodontids and was adapted to handle struggling prey, sharing this trait with tyrannosaurids. Evidence suggests saurornitholists may have scavenged, as a tooth was found embedded in the wing bone of a large pterosaur, likely a juvenile Quetzalcoatlus. Utahraptor was a large raptor dinosaur, characterized by its bulky trunk, shorter legs, long arms, large head and stiffened tail. It measured about 7 meters long and weighed around 500 kilograms, making it comparable in size to a modern grizzly bear. The claws on its feet were massive, possibly up to 24 centimeters long, and it likely had a keratin sheath covering them. The skull is not yet described, but it probably had a long, triangular head with serrated teeth. Like other raptors, Utahraptor would have been feathered, with large wings and a distinctive tail fan. Its legs were somewhat less feathered but still notable. As a predator, it hunted large prey such as ornithopods and younger sauropods. It likely used ambush tactics, relying on powerful legs to jump onto and restrain prey, using its large claws to target vital areas. Its large wings enabled it to run up steep surfaces and possibly climb vertical ones, aiding in hunting and searching for prey. Although it did not hunt in packs, evidence suggests it may have lived in family groups, with adults hunting alone and young gathering food before reuniting. Utahraptor likely cared for its young and used its wings and tail for communication and display. It was active, warm-blooded, and exhibited bird-like behaviors. Achillobator was a large, heavily built dromaeosaurid, measuring about 5 meters long and weighing between 300 kilograms. It was one of the largest raptors. The dinosaur had a robust build, with a deep maxilla, femur, and a primitive pelvis featuring a vertically oriented pubis. Its legs were stocky and robust, suggesting it was built for moderate running and leaping. Despite its heavy build, Achillobator was not optimized for high-speed running, scoring low on cursorial limb proportion metrics. In terms of behavior, Achillobator likely filled the role of a large predator, hunting medium to large prey. Its sickle claws were adapted for aggressive predatory behavior rather than climbing. Studies suggest that, similar to raptorial birds, dromaeosaurs like Achillobator used their sickle claws to immobilize prey by leaping onto it and then feeding on it while it was alive. The dinosaur's feathered arms and tail may have helped stabilize its balance during this process. Dromaeosaurus was a medium-sized theropod, approximately 2 meters long and weighing around 16 kilograms. The dinosaur had a robust skull with a deep snout and large, sharply curved teeth coated in enamel. Each maxilla contained 9 teeth, and its jaw structure, including a shallow Machelian groove, suggested a powerful bite. Distinct from many relatives, Dromaeosaurus had a short, massive skull and a deep mandible, indicating it was capable of crushing and tearing prey. Its bite force was estimated to be nearly 3 times stronger than that of Velociraptor, suggesting a reliance on jaw strength rather than just the sickle claw for hunting. Studies indicated that Dromaeosaurus likely had a diurnal hunting pattern, similar to other theropods such as Alioramus. The dinosaur's feeding behavior involved a puncture and pull method, similar to that of other Coelurosaurians. Its teeth showed were patterns indicative of a diet focused on larger prey, including bone, which allowed it to handle struggling prey more effectively. This strategy paralleled that of tyrannosaurids like Gorgosaurus, suggesting that Dromaeosaurus shared ecological traits with both smaller dromaeosaurids and larger predators of its time. Velociraptor is one of the dinosaur genera most familiar to the general public due to its prominent role in the Jurassic Park films. But no, it is commonly known it was roughly the size of a turkey, considerably smaller than the approximately 2 meters tall reptiles seen in the novels and films, which were based on members of the related genus Deinonychus. Today, Velociraptor is well known to paleontologists, with over a dozen described fossil skeletons. In 2007, Alan Turner discovered quill knobs on a Velociraptor specimen, indicating it had feathers. This finding challenged the idea that large, flightless Maniraptorans lost feathers secondarily and suggested that its ancestors could fly. The feathers on Velociraptor may have been used for display, nesting, or aiding in running up slopes. Studies of its maxilla reveal that it had a selective feeding strategy, preying on small, fast animals, unlike its North American relatives with robust jaws for larger prey. Its bite force was lower than that of other dromaeosaurids, indicating it might have scavenged more often. The Fighting Dinosaurs fossil shows Velociraptor in combat with Protoceratops, providing insights into its predatory behavior. The fossil suggests it used its sickle claw to pierce vital organs rather than slash. The raptor prey restraint model proposes that it captured prey by pinning it with its body weight and claws, similar to modern birds of prey. It was warm-blooded, with a moderate metabolism similar to modern flightless birds like the kiwi. However, studies indicate its nasal cavity did not match the thermoregulatory efficiency of modern endotherms. Paleopathological evidence includes injuries from fights and possible post-mortem scavenging behavior. According to Curry, Velociraptorini can be distinguished based on the following characteristics: dromaeosaurids with maxillary and dentary teeth possessing denticles on the anterior carinae that are significantly smaller than the posterior denticles, and which have a second premaxillary tooth that is significantly larger than the third and fourth premaxillary teeth, dromaeosaurids with nasals that appear depressed, when observed in lateral view. According to Turner, they can be distinguished based on the following unambiguous characteristics: the posterior opening of the basisphenoid recess is divided into two small, circular foramina by a thin bar of bone, the dorsal tympanic recess is present as a deep, posterolaterally directed concavity, pleurocoels are present in all of the dorsal vertebrae. Linharaptor was relatively small compared to some other dromaeosaurids, measuring about 2.5 meters long and weighing around 15 kilograms. Its size suggests it was a nimble and agile predator. Analysis of its skeletal structure and claw morphology indicates it was an agile predator, likely using its speed and sharp claws to capture and subdue prey. Its build suggests it was well adapted for running and maneuvering quickly. Its relatively long legs and lightweight body would have made it a fast and agile hunter. It is often compared to Velociraptor due to similarities in size and anatomical features. However, Linharaptor exhibits some distinct differences in skull and dental structure. It lived alongside other theropods and dinosaurs in what is now Mongolia. Its small size and agile nature suggest it occupied a different ecological niche from larger, more heavily built predators. The study of Linharaptor contributes to our understanding of the evolutionary relationships among dromaeosaurids and other theropods, providing insights into how these predators adapted and evolved over time. Research on its dentition and jaw mechanics suggests it had a strong bite force for its size, indicating it could effectively handle and consume a variety of prey items. While direct evidence of social behavior in Linharaptor is limited, comparisons with other dromaeosaurids may offer clues about potential group dynamics or solitary hunting strategies. About 72 million years ago, in the late Cretaceous of what is now Mongolia, a dead dromaeosaurid dinosaur lost its head. 33 years ago, in 1991, its headless fossilized remains were discovered during a joint Mongolian Academy of Sciences, American Museum of Natural History expedition in the Gobi Desert. For a long time, the specimen was known only by the nickname of Ichabod Craniosaurus, in reference to a character haunted by a headless ghost in the story The Legend of Sleepy Hollow, but now it's finally been given a full scientific description and a proper name. Here is the first new non-avian dinosaur of 2021, Sri Devi. Named after a Buddhist deity, this little dinosaur was around 2 meters long, roughly the size of a modern peacock. It was a very close relative of Velociraptor, but lived in a slightly different part of the ancient Gobi than its famous cousin, giving us a glimpse of how dromaeosaurid species varied across that region. Luanchuanraptor were moderate-sized dromaeosaurs, estimated at 1.5 meters long with weights from 2.2 to 2.5 kilograms. However, a specimen preserves an unfused frontal, meaning that it was not a fully grown animal at the time of death and therefore, they reached slightly larger sizes. They can be recognized from other dromaeosaur taxa in having a very stiff tail tip as indicated by the short neural spines of the caudal vertebrae, connected anterior chevrons, some posterior caudals with depressions near the neural spine, stocky proximal and posterior end of the chevrons, and a large opening on the coracoid. The remains were found in the late Cretaceous Chupa Formation of China. Most of the environments present consisted on shallow lakes with braided, delta rivers. The fauna present on the formation seems to be different from other Asiatic formations, with the well-reported occurrences of mammals and lizards. Kuru is a small eudromaeosaur, comparable in size to Velociraptor. The holotype is known from an incomplete skeleton. Distinguishing features of Kuru include a deep groove in front of the external nares, a small horn-like projection on the lacrimal bone, 2 foramina on the rear of the surangular bone, and forward-shifted pleurocoels on the dorsal vertebrae. Its diet and ecology remain largely unstudied, but it is noted alongside other dromaeosaurs like Sri and an unnamed velociraptor-like specimen in the Barangayat Formation. There is speculation that Kuru, Sri, and the velociraptor-like specimen might have had overlapping prey preferences, but the incomplete nature of their skulls makes it difficult to confirm distinct ecological niches. The type specimen of Kuru was discovered in the Barangayat Formation near Kulsan, close to the younger Nemegt Formation. The sediments of the Barangayat Formation were deposited in a range of conditions, including dune deposits and lakes in interdune areas, as well as taker-like sediments with irregular flooding. The formation features red beds, light-colored sands, sandy claystones, siltstones, conglomerates and medium to fine-grained sandstones. These sediments suggest an arid to semi-arid climate with alluvial plains, lacustrine environments, and ephemeral water bodies. The overall geology provides insight into the paleo-environments where Kuru and its contemporaries lived.